Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are now going to be transitioning over to Blades in the Dark with Rodrigo. Rodrigo was the person who started this charity stream by coming to me and saying that the people of El Salvador who've been had their livelihoods and their homes taken away by Hurricane Amanda. I think it's a hurricane, tropical storm Amanda. So as a result, we've been able to raise so far $210. If you're watching this, if you're enjoying our content and the silliness that's ensued, then please consider donating. You can donate by clicking the link below, which says donations. By donating to the stream, all donations that are going to be donated to the stream today, within this 24-hour period, will be passed on to ESxVOS. So please do so if you can, and we will make sure that it goes on to rebuilding people's lives where it needs to be happening. So, I'm going to take 3 hours of rest before I take the final leg. So, I'm going to hand over to Rodrigo now for Blades in the Dark. Over to you, Rodrigo.
Is it too late for me to go get my glasses?
Yes, it is.
For El Salvador.
Ayuda.
Are we live now?
Hey, we're on.
Nice.
We're people.
We're professionals.
Yeah,
That's fine.
me and professional don't go hand in hand. Okay, well,
Cross leg.
if that means we can just begin now,
Yeah.
without further ado, let's be bad guys. So, we're gonna start in the city of Duskfall, also known as Duskwall, North Hook, or the Dusk. It's the beginning of twilight, and as such, the sky is a, how do I say this? You can only see like the few remaining embers of the sun in the sky, which is casting this twilight
muted.
gloom over the city.
We're muted. Oh, yes.
It lasts just for a few hours before the sun goes out, and it's just complete darkness again. We cut to the district of Crow's Foot. You see it's bunch of brick houses, mansions chopped into apartments. You hear gangs on rooftops challenging each other to open combat. And in the middle of Crowsfoot, there is this tower, this ancient watchtower, formerly the tower of astronomists, later a blue coat patrol station, and now it's known as the Crow's Nest, the headquarters of the gang that controls Crowsfoot, known as the Crows. You were invited to the Crow's Nest by Lysa, as she is asking for your services, for you personally. You're in just to give you an idea, right now you guys are in friendly standing with the Crows through a combination of quid pro pro, and also of knowing a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy. Um, so you get fairly along. They help you set up. They didn't help you, but they allowed for you to set up your lair in Crowsfoot without any hassle. But of course, now is the time where they're asking for favors to be repaid. So you're at the top of the watchtower. The climb was hell, but hey, uh, if you're going to be the leader of a gang, you're going to be staying at the top. Um, and very quickly, just you before your meeting with Lysa, I would want every one of you to please quickly describe your characters if you can.
Well, my name's Albert Grimm. You might have heard me as Bodak. Bodak is obviously an old Skloven word meaning either man or ghost. Could mean
both.
either, depending on context. I'm about 5'4", 5'5". Proper ginger hair, very, very kind of wiry ginger hair, and a full ginger mutton chops. I've got this bit shaved, but the rest of it is absolutely thick beautiful ginger locks. And when I'm going on a job, I'll tend to put boot polish in it to make it less luminous, shall we say.
What was the name of your character again? Sorry, I missed it.
Albert Grimm. Albert Grimm.
Okay, cool. Anyone else want to go?
Name's Austin Bootlaces. I'm about 5'5". If I'm gonna pretend I'm 5'5". Nobody tell me I'm actually 5'4". It doesn't matter. Scovlin as well, actually. Coming little bit more tan, but not in the POC way. Just say, I got that before the sun went away. Used to work on the ships. Now I'm just a carter.
Okay. Again, what was your character's name? Just so I can quickly write it down.
Austin Bootlaces.
Nice.
Interesting
Alright.
name.
Right.
Who else wants to go?
So my character is Set, Seth. Yeah, H.
Yeah.
Doesn't
Hello,
have
Seth.
a last name because they forgot it a long time ago.
All right.
And their heritage is Akros.
Akaros. You're
That's
basically
how you
British.
pronounce it. Okay, I'm British.
We're
Yeah, I
all
can
a
work with
bunch of
that.
British people.
Yeah. Anyways, around 180, gender neutral, but leaning towards he, him.
Okay. Cool. And Dino, can you please describe your character?
Well, it is a female. I tried to base her off of some other character from a different video game, and I wasn't
go.
subtle about the name whatsoever. So
I
her
do
name
that.
is Lady Layton. It's not subtle in the slightest.
Fair.
But she goes by Lady. And she just kind of dresses a lot more high class, and because she's noble, but just mostly more high class.
All right. So all four of you, you guys already met before. Because through circumstances and through a combination of your ambitions, all of you set up the crew. You are collectively known as the Bloody Rose. You're a group of assassins. Murders for hire, which is a very tough and dangerous profession in Dustful, but hey, where people still want to pay for someone to, get a case of the not alive.
Great, we're mercenaries.
And one of those persons just, called you to the crow's nest here in Crowsfoot. So you head into her office. She, Lysa, is tall-ish. I want to raven black hair, goes up to the shoulders, dresses up like a corsair, has like a big scar on her nose, like diagonal scar on her nose. And one of the things that catches your eye is that despite the crow's nest being kind of a dingy place, you can tell this place has been like repurposed like countless times, and the crows are they basically own Crowsfoot. They are not, like they're not an army. They're still just still a gang. But despite that, Lysa carries herself with an air of class. Even you spot that her weapon is the weapon she carries at all times. She is very fine, very high quality, like sort of like a rapier. Not the type of weapon you'd see a regular cutthroat carry with them. So she addresses you guys and she says, "Thank you for coming in. Not that you had a choice, honestly, but still, it's nice that you made it. I think it's kind of time that you guys repay me the favors that I've gave you. Have you heard of the new city official that just got elected? One called Aldo Penderin."
I don't really keep up on local politics.
Unfortunately,
to-
I have.
I've heard of him. I haven't heard much, though.
All right. He's supposedly to be the new poster boy of the city council, spotless record. Everything you look up about him is squeaky clean. The reason I bring him up is because, unsurprisingly and good news for us, is that he is wonderfully corrupt and will take bet. He made it very clear that as long as we keep paying him, he will look on the other way. And Bluecoats won't bother us, and everything will go along fine. The bad news. Ever since he has come to office, these fees for turning a blind eye have turned astronomically high, to the point that he is asking for more money than any of us can make. And if we don't pay him, then he's made it very clear that soon enough Bluecoats are going to be showing up to our doorstep with a warrant.
Is there not a one of them who's not a bastard?
No, pretty much, no. If you're gonna make it big in the dusk, you kind of have to be rotten to the core.
Oh, lucky for us, you found us.
Yes, I figured that by this point it's far cheaper to just have him gone than to keep paying him his frankly stupid fucking fees. And that's why I called you.
Well,
I want
the
him
next
gone.
one will probably be just as corrupt, just slightly lower fees until he gets settled in.
But as long
Should
as
buy
we're
you
getting
some
paid.
time.
Well, that's why I want you guys to send a message. I just don't want him dead. I want everyone else to know that you don't fuck with us. Is that clear?
You got any
Message to be
preferences?
sent, Crystal.
I'll
Crystal
work with
clear.
that.
Right? I'll be... Obviously, this is not gonna be an easy job, what with asking for a noble, so I'm going to compensate you accordingly. If you get this done, you guys are going to get paid 6 coin. And for the players, just to give you an idea, 4 coin is a strong buck's worth of money, and she's offering you 6 coin. So she's
Nice.
offering a lot of money to get this guy. Yeah, give him a case of the not alive.
You must really hate this fella.
I do. I really do. He thinks he can control the city as long as he controls us. And I'm not gonna get him away with that. You can tell that she is probably pissed beyond like yeah, everyone's gonna be angry about, getting the money sucked out of them. But she's pretty fucking pissed. She's pretty angry.
Yeah, she's kind of holding back.
Yeah. Plus, not only we will be able to thank you, but if every other crook and cutthroat in Dust will have to thank you too. So I guess you could say you're making the city a service.
Well, we
Right.
do
Got any
like to be of
preferences on how it
service.
wants to be done?
All right. She doesn't give you a time frame. She just wants him gone, and she wants him, and she wants to send a message. She wants everyone to know that you don't fuck with the crows or with the gangs of Dustbowl in general. So yeah. She doesn't give you many details about that, so it's up. Other than that, again, she already said that the record is this guy's record is squeaky clean, so it's really apparent that it's very hard to find any dirt on him. So I'm gonna leave it up to you guys. Now it's the time for your characters to come up with how they're gonna get this guy killed.
Right.
Well, that's
Something
the
you can
question.
do right now is, because you're first player, you can do something called gather information. You just have to tell me, you just have to ask me a question, tell me what stat you're gonna use to find information, and we'll roll for it.
Well, it seems like we need to know a little bit more about this man before we can decide what we're going to do to him.
Okay.
Shall we? Let's watch him for a while, see if he's got a routine we can latch onto. And I'm going to prowl and try and find out if he's got like a
Okay.
regular routine.
Sure. All right. Just roll me prowl then, and tell me what is your highest result.
5.
5. Okay. You sneak around. I want to say you sneak around Brightstone. Brightstone is one of the richer districts in Duskwall. All of the nobility live here, and you try your best to sneak around. You know, try to trail him, and you find out that let me think. He tends to visit a place in Night Market a lot. Night Market is kind of like the commercial district of the area, right? A bunch of shops, a bunch of private clubs, a bunch of think about like I want to say like I forgot the name of the district in Japan, but a bunch of neon, like a bunch of bright lights, colored lights.
Yeah.
All right. And you find that he tends to visit some place. You don't find out where, especially because Night Market, there's a lot of secrets in that place. A bunch of hidden alleys, bunch of like secret clubs. But he tends to visit somewhere in Night Market very frequently. And you tend to do that before the Bluecoats start going, hey, oi, especially.
Actually, I have the scout ability, so when I gather info to locate the target, I get +1 effect. What does that mean?
Means that whatever you roll. So how do I say this? I want to say that you find out more. That's like you find out more information. So if you rolled a 4 or a 5, like Ed did, I'll give you information akin to a 6 roll, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So I guess Albert kind of comes back to the group and lays out this information in front and says, well, it seems he's got a bit of a liking for a certain place in the Night Market.
We can work with that. I'll
I'd
scout.
like-
If I scout the place, we might be able to pick up if he has guards coming and going, and what type of resistance we might be met with.
Absolutely, you can scout the place that Ed just told you about.
Yeah.
And you can find more information about it. And so that will be. I imagine you're going to roll survey for it.
Yeah.
Survey is kind of like your perception type ability. So.
Either that or hunt, I was thinking, since we are hunting him.
Yeah, up to you. I'll let you choose.
Okay, so I have 2 dice in hunt and 2 dots in hunt and 1 in survey. Does that mean I have only roll 1 dice, or I roll 3 dice for survey? Or
you roll. So if you have 2 dots, you roll 2d6. If you have 1 dot, you only roll 1d6.
okay. That's an interesting one. Okay, let's take hunt then, because that's 2d6, and that's a 5 plus 1 because of my scout thing, so...
Okay. On a 5, I want to say on top of the information that Albert gave you, Seth, you able to track him through Night Market on a different night or day. It's always dark. You're able to track him, and you find out the place that he goes is called the Vale. It's a very I wrote the description somewhere. Give me a moment. The Vale is a very it's an exclusive club that values a lot of it tends to value like the privacy. It's well known for its secrecy, you know, and private and secret membership. Anything that happens in there stays in there. And you also, from what you know, there's also rumors that the Veil tends to be more open to the more arcane and weird aspects of the city.
Sorry, Austin, it sounded like you had something you were going to say.
Yeah, I would like to have Austin use Consort to go and talk to people about how gather information. Am I doing total?
Consort.
Is this total scores or what you got on each die?
Yeah, it's the highest. It's the highest result.
It's a 3. I mean, it was
Okay.
a 3 on both of them, but...
Okay.
Sorry, I'm gonna mute myself. There's a fucking helicopter. Oh wait, are we not swearing on stream?
I think we've already all swear.
Either way,
so-
I'm
Yeah,
muting
we're all
myself.
sorry. Okay, so Austin, you talked to. If I remember correctly, you told me your character worked in ships, right? Like you were kind of like sort of like a sailor before
Yeah,
turning to
used
crime.
to be a sailor.
Okay, so you head to the docks, and you talk with fellow Skulllanders, you talk with fellow sailors, and they don't. I mean, they don't tend to pick up on many like on local politics, just as you. You just mentioned the name Aldum Penderin, and they go, "Who the fuck is that?" He's probably some rich asshole, and I mean he is, but
Yes.
you don't really find more details about him, sadly. Sadly your social circle is not, attuned to the
Yeah.
politics of the city.
Mhm.
Lady, you don't happen to have any contacts anywhere in the night market, do you?
Hmm. Not that I recall. I do have an information broker, though.
Oh, do you now? Isn't that interesting?
Rich people.
By the way, just as a heads up, your lair, I didn't describe it right away, but your lair is a basement of an abandoned house in Crowsfoot that you just that Lysa just lets you have, right?
Hmm.
So
Cool.
Albert set up little idols in most of the corners of the room,
Yeah.
over the door. He reveres the old spirits, so there's a lot
hey,
of them.
risky,
Honestly.
but okay.
Honestly, Lady might just have a bunch of papers lying here, there, everywhere, because she likes planning everything out.
Yeah. Okay, so Lady Layton, are you planning on doing
I
anything
am not
for gathering
subtle about
information?
it.
No, you're not. I know.
I mean, I called my character Grim, so
I just came up with. I didn't realize that we had to do last names until you said it, and I was kind of like, "Oh, bootlaces."
I tend to go over the top with characters. Don't worry about it.
All right.
I
So,
mean,
yeah, if anyone
we've
else wants to do
all
something
heard
else
me
together.
play Glory, so
Yeah.
going over top
We
with
love
character is
Glory.
fine.
Yeah. You can keep trying something else to gather information. So if like sorting didn't work, maybe you can sway someone or command them. I don't know. Up
I
to you
do have
guys.
2 dots in command.
Mind if I go and ask Salia, the information broker, which is one of my sly friends?
Sure. Okay. Tell me. Give me a moment. Just pull up your character sheet. How do you think Salia is? How does she look like? Where would you find her?
Honestly, I thought I'd probably find her in like a library or something, because that seems to be. I don't know. She
Yeah,
might be in a
that-
library. She might be somewhere in a back street. I don't know.
Okay, no, library sounds good. So you head to the library. I'm gonna say it's probably gonna be in somewhere in the more bureaucratic area of the city, Charter Hall. Usually, Charter Hall is really interesting. The Dustfall is a very vertical city. Everything's built on top of each other. Charter Hall is very horizontal, very classical architecture. Wide streets, and I might imagine you find some, maybe not a big ass library, but I imagine you find some like a small bookstore. I'm gonna say a small bookstore if that sounds good. And yeah, what are you going to roll to ask information on?
Well, now you're just asking me to go and look at the sheet.
Yeah. You have 2 dots on consort, so you can consort, or you can command her.
I suppose I'll consort.
All right, so roll 2d6. And you know what? Because Charter Hall tends to be like a very big hub of information, I'm gonna give you an extra die. So roll 3d6.
And while you roll those, I'd like to say thank you for the follow, Paperclip.
Nice.
Yay. I have a 4, a 3, and a 1. So.
Okay, that's a 4 then. Your result is 4. All right. So the way it works, so you talk to her. You imagine you do small talk with her, and then you start pushing her about like this one person you want to know about, and she tells you something you already knew through Albert about and Seth about he visits the Vale a lot. But you also got to find out that like a lot of the nobility in Duskwall, he owns a Leviathan hunter ship. One of the stupidly huge ships that go out into the Void Sea and go and capture and kill Leviathans that provide the blood that powers basically everything in the Imperium. And that the Leviathan, and he owns one of the ships by the name of the Spitfire, which is currently docked right now. It's not out in the hunt.
Interesting.
What better way to make an example of a man than to hang him from his own ship?
Yeah.
Especially if it's one of those fancy rich ones.
Indeed.
Yeah, both Albert and Austin, especially you, Austin, since you worked a lot in the docks and you were a sailor, these ships are massive. Like a normal boat is tiny compared to a Leviathan hunter ship. Like these things, they're so big that there's a place in Crow's Foot that it's basically like a shantytown built on a sunken Leviathan ship. They're that big.
He's okay.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like he's got his guard down when he's going to the Vale. Don't really know what he's doing in there, because, well, if he's like anyone else I know goes to the Vale, he'll be in a stupor for a little bit, I believe. Might be a good moment. Otherwise, we catch him on the to and fro.
It would be pretty easy to just, snatch him while he's walking between those places. Since we know where he's going, we can just find a quiet spot to ambush him on the way.
Remember that Lysa told you to send a message.
Yeah. How many of you are fighters?
One hand.
I'm more of a thinker.
Good.
Yeah.
We need more thinkers.
Why did I go into an Irish accent at the end there? Why?
It's all right. The Scottish is all right for the moment, but it will wander.
Off introducing my character, my voice was weird because I was shivering, and I was like, "Oh God, now I have to keep up this voice the whole time."
I've been trying to do British, and I'm going to just Irish.
But yeah, I know how to skirmish, so I am a fighter, I believe.
Okay.
Yes.
So, sending a message. There are several ways we could go about that. We could either make it very. We could do it in a very public place, or we could kill him quietly and display him somewhere. That might be a good way to send a message. Sorry?
I'm good with displaying.
I have an idea.
Ooh, do tell.
So, we do the whole killing him easy, quickly, silently, you know, all of that jazz that people like. Then we blow up his ship and we hang his body so that people will rush to see the ship, but what they see is his body dead in front of it.
Oh,
That's a good idea, but
plan.
where do you realize how big those boats are?
Yeah, but that's
How do you
the challenge.
suggest-
That's the fun part. And that's your job. You're the thinkers.
Well, I
What's
think
up?
it would mean more like we should put his body closer to the dock.
Aye. There are lampposts all over the place there. I'm sure we could find a dark alley and then light him up as the ship blows as well.
But that wouldn't exactly be out in the open, and that wouldn't exactly send our message too easily, now would it?
True. If we are going to display him near the docks, we'd have to find a place where we could display him without being seen ourselves.
What about a pulley system?
Ooh. So he's pulled up when we want to.
All right, so
Make
it
it stay
sounds
nice
like
and
Hide
you
him in a
guys.
Figure it out.
barrel and have it rope tied to him. Just pulling up, the lid will fall off and yada bing boom. There we go.
Oh, that is
Okay.
gruesome. I love it.
All right, so it sounds like you guys already have a plan. So
I don't know if it's a good plan, but it's a plan.
It's a fun plan.
Alongside
It's a
with
fun-
how exactly are we going to be able to claim that it was our doing?
Well, we
so
put a
that
bloody
no one
rose in
messes
his lapel.
Yeah.
Hmm.
all right, so give me. I'm gonna ask you the players.
hmm
Does this sound like a particularly stealthy plan, or are you going all guns blazing?
I
think
would
it's
say
sounding-
part 1 is stealthy, part 2 is very much
All
in
right.
the
I
spotlight.
don't,
So-
yes.
I
I
think
need.
it's all stealthy. It's just the very last moment which isn't stealthy.
True.
Or,
Fair
it
enough.
could be guns blazing if something goes horribly wrong.
All right, so if it's a stealth plan, I need you guys to answer me the question: what is your point of infiltration?
Right.
How are you getting into the boat,
Wait, into the boat?
Yeah, to
or
blow it
into
up.
the
Oh.
docks, or
We might
you know,
actually need 2 points of entry.
Yeah.
Just
Let me
you,
see.
I just need you guys to tell me one.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I am a noble. I can get us some access.
But then they might trace it.
I'm used to working on the docks. I could blend in with some of the general workers.
Yeah.
No,
it
you will
would
be my servants.
easiest. Just act like we're workers. Do the heavy lifting. I'm sure they're always in need of a few carriers for the materials that's going off and on the ship.
All
One
right.
extra here and there won't be.
Well, those who don't
No,
want to
so-
act like a worker can act like my servant.
Yeah.
All right.
no.
So what it sounds like is that instead of stealth, you're going to use deception, and your method of deception is going to pretend to be workers or sailors. Does that sound correct?
Yeah.
Close
I wouldn't
enough.
say that I'm a sailor, but sure, whatever.
All right. So who's feeling lucky?
Oh.
Who's feeling lucky?
I've got
'Cause I need
pretty
someone
dice with
to-
me. Does that count
Well-
as being lucky?
When am I not lucky? Let's
Okay,
do
I need
this. What am I
someone-
rolling?
Roll 2d6. This is your engagement roll. Let's see how well the plan goes.
Is
We
it take
all
the
roll
highest
2d6
one again?
and then pick the highest.
Yeah, it's always pick the highest.
One of them went on the floor. I'm gonna pick that one.
I'm loving this already.
I would say that the fact that it ended up on the floor means we're not lucky, but hey, that's a 6.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Perfect.
It was meant to be.
all right. Also, something else I need you guys to do is in your character sheet. Please select your load. That's just how many items your character is bringing into this. Don't
Okay.
worry about what specific items. I just select your load. Yeah.
I'm very confused at why that is even.
All right.
Just go find it.
I think let's go normal. Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I had to say
So-
normal.
I'm a brute. I can carry stuff.
All right. So I want to say that this conversation you guys were having, where was in the
going white.
basement in Crow's Foot. You know, you
Yeah.
were huddling over maps. They of the docks, and night market, and you were
We
discussing
have the
this.
cork board with red
Yeah.
strings, you know.
Yeah, all that. And I want to say that suddenly it cuts to black. If we're looking this as a TV show, it cuts to black, and when it fades in again, where the docks, right in front of the Spitfire, there is not just bluecoats, but the Imperial military doing the rounds. Imperial, like Leviathan hunter ships, are really important. You know, they're doing the rounds. There's some, staying in the ship, making sure everything's fine. It just happens that today it's today the Spitfire is heading back to the Void Sea, and Lord Penderin wanted to see the ship just before it departs. And it just so happens that some new recruits, some new sailors, and a noble who just wanted to see the mighty ship sail off just happened to walk into the docks.
Mhm.
So you guys are in a control position in your first against your first obstacle, and I want to say your first obstacle is simply getting past the guards
Getting
into
close
the
enough.
ship. Yeah, they eye you. Who's going first? Who's walking into the ship first? I imagine it's either going to be Austin or Albert.
Can I?
Yeah, sure. So they're
Oh,
eyeing you
okay.
up and down. You look like sailors. But they're still asking for the required paperwork.
Before walking into trying to approach the ship, I'd like to just pick up some really heavy fucking crates and start walking. Doesn't matter what's in them, just find some crates that no one's attending. I know it's really heavy, and they just look like anyone who stops me is going to be an absolute dickhead by trying to.
So
make
what
the
are you
crates
gonna do?
down.
Does that sound like? Are you gonna command them? Is that some sort of like unspoken command?
An unspoken command of do you know how fucking heavy this? Wait, I can't remember what the answer was. Are we allowed to swear on stream?
We
Yes,
are.
you can.
Yeah,
you're
you
allowed
can
to
swear. We do that all the time.
We do it all the fucking time.
Indeed.
Just you know how fucking heavy these things are. Do not talk to me.
All right.
And I have
imagine-
2 spots in command.
Yeah, you're in a control position, and you're gonna have standard effects.
I got a
so
6.
hell yeah, yeah. So you see these guards with the I want to say they have like muskets, bayonets. They're standing, and you just grab a crate, you start walking in. There's like a really serious or angry expression in your face. It's like, if I drop this, it's your fault. It's your
You're
fucking
paying.
fault.
You're paying for
this
whatever is
shit.
in this fucking crate.
So they don't even bother with the niceties of, hey, what's your name, what's your position, okay, you can go in. They just go, okay, fine. They just step aside and they let you walk right into the boat. I imagine that Albert is falling right behind you.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Another heavy crate as well.
Yeah, all the heavy crates are coming.
That's a good plan.
All right, so now all you need to
Fine.
know is find one dickhead noble in one massive ship.
And what about me? I thought I was supposed to follow somehow. Because she's not a worker.
I want to
um,
say,
Sorry
yeah?
to interrupt. You said find him inside the ship. I thought you said he was just seeing the ship off.
he's also inspecting the ship. You know,
Alright.
it's kind of.
I just assumed he was out in the crowd and that we were going to set fire to it.
Fair.
I want to say that he is inspecting the ship, closely just before he departs. The only issue is see how you're able to find him. Oh yeah, by the way, something else you guys can do is at any moment in a score, which this is a score, you guys can invoke a flashback. That simply means your character somehow planned for something. They did something in the past which impacts the current situation. You just need to tell me you want to do a flashback for something, and we'll roleplay that. Although, the cost of flashbacks is stress. Just bear that in mind.
Fair.
All right, so wait, where's Lady?
Yeah, I was also just kind of watching the ship thing, honestly. Or she may as well have just probably gone over to get onto the ship, and if a guard stops her, she goes like, "Do you have any idea who I am? If you stop me, I am going to make sure that your life is a living hell. Got it?"
I don't even want to make you roll for that. Just yeah.
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 We're in a control position.
We're in a control position. So like these guards are like they're either new recruits or they're like we're not getting paid enough for this. Just fucking let her in.
Yeah. Ain't dealing
there
with
she
this
is.
right now.
Yeah.
Right,
They're
you
just
three.
wa-
You three find the man, and I'll go down to the engines and set some charges.
Sounds
Sounds
good
good.
to me. Let's find this guy.
And
Can
immediately
I
split the
hunt
party.
him on the ship to find him?
I mean, let me see. Give me a moment. Hunt the
Just that-
target, gather information about its location and movements. Yeah, you can absolutely hunt him.
Good.
Go ahead. I want to say, you're still in a control position. We're still in a control position, so just go ahead and roll hunt.
Right. So that's a 3 and a 5.
That's a 5. All
So
right.
+1 since it's gather information to locate the target.
Okay, so
6.
let's see. Controlled. You hesitate, withdraw, and try a different approach, or else you with a minor consequence. Minor complication occurs. You have reduced effect. You suffer lesser harm. You end up in a risky position. Okay, so let me think. You're able to find him. You're able to just walk around the ship. Looking for tracks of him, kind of like if you're stalking prey. That's kind of what you're literally doing right now. I want to say that you do manage to find him in at the helm of the ship, talking with the captain. However, it's a 5, so I need to find out how.
No, it's a 6 because it's +1.
Yeah, but that's for gathering information.
Uh,
This is not what you're doing right now.
okay, fair.
Yeah, so I need to find out. So you hesitate, withdraw, and try a different approach, or else you do it with minor consequence. A minor complication occurs. You have reduced effect. You suffer lesser harm. You end up in a risky position. So what could happen? What could be a good consequence? Okay, I know what it is. So you're able to find him, but it takes a little longer than you thought you were going to take to find him. So what I'm going to do on my end, and remember, this ship is about to leave port.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do right now is that I'm going to start a clock on my end, which is, I'm going to say it's like 6 segments, which is the ship leaves port, right?
Yeah.
Every failures, when you fail in the rolls, it's gonna add to that clock when I deem necessary. So you
No.
got a time. So basically, you got a time limit.
Cool.
Good stuff.
Don't like those.
Well, too bad. By the way, clocks are supposed to be public knowledge, but because of the setup we have right now, I'm just writing it on my end. So if you want to ask, how our clocks are doing, just let me know.
You could just let us know every single time that it goes down.
Yeah.
Sure.
Actually, yeah.
All right,
going to draw
so-
my clock.
But you able to find him talking with the captain in a kind of in a very kind of public place. Not public, but it's like it's harder to be sneaky around in this one part of the ship.
Yeah, I
Would
would
like-
like to look around for because if he's talking to the ship captain now, that means that he will soon probably leave the ship. And I would like to find a vantage point where we can ambush him between going from that to leaving the ship.
Sure. Before
I
you
mean, he's
before we
got
do
to
that
go
quickly,
to get off the ship at some point.
but before we do that, Austin, you wanted to do something.
Oh no, I just wanted to say that I've been with her the whole time, like pretending to stay a respectable distance of a noble lady needs a worker's help, but she's noble. I can't like be that close. I can't. So like a few steps behind, but obviously with her.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I'm gonna say for you to find a vantage point, I definitely gonna need you to roll something.
Yeah.
All right. So, what you're gonna use for roll? Imagine you're gonna use hunt again, or you're gonna use survey to find a good vantage point.
Whichever one of them you think is best, honestly, because I don't know
It's
the
up to you.
system. Okay, then we're
to you.
rolling hunt because I have more dice.
All right. Go. You're gonna. This is you put yourself and everyone in a risky position. Just bear that in mind. So, go ahead and roll.
I don't
roll for
care,
hunt.
but I rolled 2 4s.
All right.
I don't know what that does. It is
Okay,
a
so-
success, but it's not the
You-
best success.
Yeah, you do it, but there's a consequence. Okay, I'm gonna keep this simple. You manage. So it's a Leviathan Hunter. These are pretty big ships, and I'm gonna say these ships have masts. You can totally go up a mast and set up yourself a good like sniper's nest from on top of it, right? However, when you're like doing the climbing up the mast, you hear someone down below go, "Oi, what you doing?" And so what that means is that at the end of the score, you're gonna have all of you are gonna have +1 heat,
Okay.
basically because you're drawing attention to yourself, and obviously, him going, "Oi, what are you doing up there?"
Can I scream back like, can't you see that one of the screws are loose? Do we want this to fuck up when the fucking politician is here looking over it? I am doing us all a favor here, so shut up.
Honestly,
Fine,
I'm almost
but
tempted to say that lady's going on saying like, they're doing their job. Can't you leave them alone?
Okay, absolutely, but you're still drawing attention to you,
fair.
so you're still gonna get that heat at the end of the score.
Add this.
As the crowd sees someone climbing the mast and then shouting down like, "Shut the fuck up, I'm doing my job." So yeah, that's obviously gonna draw some notoriety. Yeah. So, what is everyone else doing?
So Albert is listening to the muffled shouts from above as he is descending deeper and deeper into the ship to try and find. And I'm going to do a flashback here. I think this might be suitable.
Sure.
Because Albert has used Austin's contacts to find perhaps the someone who has the original plans of the ship to find a good place to put a charge.
Okay. So you're going to consort?
I guess so.
Yeah.
Does that mean consult, but I roll?
No,
no, that was just
he's
flavor.
just using your contacts, but he's the one consorting. Give me a moment. I just need to connect my computer to the.
Actually, I'm going to try and break into the offices of whoever made these
All
and
right,
steal
that
the plans
sounds-
instead, because that's much more in my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
All right,
So
that
probably
sounds
a
pretty
prowl.
risky. For the
Does.
flashback cost, I'm gonna say you're gonna take 2 stress,
Yep.
and you get to roll prowl.
Lovely. That is a 5.
It's a 5. All right, so you. Okay. All right. So here's how it works. With a 5, you did manage to break it into some nautical office, maybe like an office in the docks or something like that. However, it's not the perfect break-in that you wanted it to be. You did manage to get the papers. However, let me see. I'm just reading this. Let me see. I'm just thinking of a consequence because there has to be a consequence.
Well, maybe they're not exactly the same ship. Maybe they're papers for a similar ship that isn't
Yeah.
exactly the same.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or maybe there's like a really big coffee stain.
You really have to stop drinking all that ale.
I'll have you know I'm teetotal.
Yeah, I want to say that the papers are not perfect and it takes a little more time, so I'm gonna tick down that clock. I'm gonna put that. That's a 4, 5. So-
Retroactively ticking out the clock. Love it.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, you're decoding the coffee-stained maps while you're running through a ship.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm trying to get down into the bowels without being seen at all, really. He has like put the boot black in his beard and hair, so he's
Nice.
a little less noticeable. And
Nice.
Pulls a hood up as he descends down, prowling, I think, again.
Okay. So you're doing that. It takes a bit of time, so now the clock is at 2 of 6. So just bear that in mind.
Mhm.
What is anyone? Fucking Aldo is still talking with the captain. The ship is not yet to depart, so he's still mulling some details with him. What is everyone else doing?
Well,
Can I go say hi to the captain and him, because I am a noble? I might fit in mildly.
Yeah.
Yay.
Sure. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to distract them? Are you trying to get
Distract
get some
and maybe buy us more time.
Sure. All right. So that sounds like you're gonna consort with the captain, and him.
Okay, so I am consorting with the captain.
Yeah. I'm just suggesting.
We're consorting with the captain or that guy. So
Yeah.
honestly, I forget
Alright.
the guy's name. So yeah.
All right. So roll consort.
A 2 and a 4. Great.
2 and 4.
not-
Okay.
Bad.
I'm sorry,
It's a
these are not
success.
good rolls.
It's still a success.
It's still a success. Okay, you do manage to. They appreciate the company. You start talking about some things, but they're starting to get a bit suspicious. There's, some noble that they haven't heard of before just came out of fucking nowhere on the day of the, that this ship is leaving port. So you did get to distract them, but there's a consequence. Give me a moment. I don't know. What are you guys' ideas of a consequence in this situation?
Well, there's definitely a face that's been seen.
yeah.
And I believe that Lady was with the rest of us when we all turned up. So that might be a link to if I was seen down below. It might link me
It
to
might
someone.
just kind of be like,
Okay.
You might want to
Also-
take an
Or
eye on those guys.
the politician might want Lady to accompany him.
I like that.
As
I
he
like
walk
that.
around the ship.
Ugh.
I like that. So yeah, that's definitely what's happening, and you're still gonna take the heat because yes, it is a face that has been seen. So yeah, so Lady Layton, now you have to, entertain your target as he decides to walk you guys around. Walk you around the boat. By the way, just as a reminder, you guys can burn 2 stress to get an extra die. If you don't feel confident about your rolls, or you can ask for a devil's bargain, in which something definitely bad will happen to your character, but you get an extra die.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
As that is going on, I would like to set up in my position up in that mast where there's probably somewhere I can like camouflage a little bit and prepare to snipe the politician as they come walking.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make you roll for that. You just manage to camouflage yourself a bit. Get your rifle out. You can mark that off from your character sheet. There's like find rifle in your character sheet, Felicia.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can
Similarly,
just.
I'd like to have been stationed somewhere a little bit hidden, like shadowed off, but near the entrance or by a path that, from the having gotten to where we got, I would know that he'd have to pass through in order to leave the ship.
Right. Okay.
Backup plans on backup plans. I love it.
Backup plans on backup plans. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna say you guys managed to do all of that without having to do any rolls.
I think this is pretty good actually. If Lady is walking with him, because when he dies, she will be all, you there, come help me get the body off so we can get him somewhere safe.
Ooh.
Safe and sound, hanging on
what
his
just
ship.
happened? You there, help clean this.
Exactly.
All right. So.
Everything is lining up.
All right.
Hey, now I'm glad I did spider.
Yeah. By the way, Dino, you also, as a spider, I think you have a special ability that lets you, give someone else an extra die without having to pay stress. And you just have to tell me how your character plan ahead for that. So just bear that in mind. All right. So, I imagine by this point everything's set up. The backup plans have been placed.
Oh yeah, the explosives.
Yes, Albert needs to.
But from as far as everyone else knows.
That's fair.
You're right. So, Seth, are you gonna take the shot?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm so used to Seth being me.
You also have a character named that?
That was your first D&D character, wasn't it,
That was
Nicole?
my first D&D character.
Aww.
Also, I recycle names all the time.
Same. I have like 2 characters named Ramira.
Fair.
I was
So, yeah.
completely and utterly unoriginal
Honestly,
because I couldn't think
I
of
was
anything.
looking at Yu-Gi-Oh memes before this, and that's why.
Fair. All right, so Seth,
Yeah.
this is risky as all hell.
Yeah.
But if you do this, you're killing him. So
Yeah.
if you want to burn the stress or take the devil's bargain, go ahead. You may want those high results.
Yeah, I'm gonna take 2 stress.
All right, burn 2
another
stress and you get an extra
dice.
die for pushing yourself.
Whoop whoop. Okay, what do I roll?
So if you're rolling, if you're roll, it sounds like you're gonna roll hunt because that's what you usually use to shooting someone, and because you're burning stress, you're getting an extra die.
Okay, nice. So 3 dice. Woohoo!
Oh, don't fuck it up.
6.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. You know what? Seth, tell me what happens. Tell me what happens when Seth takes a shot.
I line it up, and as I see the lady and the target walk past, and as soon as they are within a reasonable length to I'm sorry, Nicole, I've already forgotten your character's name.
Austin.
Austin. That's what I wrote
So
down.
that the lady can use Austin to get the body off onto the shore. I will shoot him in the head.
Cool. Yeah. Dino, as you're walking with Aldo here, he's talking about some nonsense. I don't know. I don't know nobles.
Probably about how rich he is.
How rich he is.
Or
how
probably how
popular
much he hates the
is.
scoffs or something. I don't know.
Or
Yeah.
something that he owns that's really expensive
and
and
bef-
fancy
and-
and just showing off, all the usual things.
Yeah.
And suddenly everything becomes slow motion as a loud bang rings throughout the docks, and before you know it, his head is exploding, and half his brains are getting splattered onto the onto the deck, right?
Mm.
Seth,
Yes.
even though he was a 6, but we can't deny that this was a very loud gun you just fired, and you were on top of a
Yeah.
Leviathan ship. Also because of the time
What do
period,
I
these are-
roll to like avoid detection that it wasn't me?
I'm saying also because of the time period, these are not rifles, these are muskets.
Yeah.
So there's this like large cloud of smoke, billowing out of at the top of the there's shock reactions, there's gasps, and of course the bells are ringing. You guys need to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Well, I'm down below, and I need to find the place where I'm going to set my charges. So I'm going to
Yeah.
survey and try and
Yeah.
find.
Yeah, good idea.
And in fact, I'm going to take a devil's bargain to get an extra
Sure.
die on this, because it sounds like I need to get this done quickly.
Okay, your devil's bargain will be. Let me think of a good one. These are some sloppy charges. You'll
Okay.
you'll probably take some harm if you fail the roll.
Okay, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll definitely take that. Ooh, that scared me a second. I saw a 3 and a 2, but there is a 5. There is a 5.
Nice, 5. Okay, so you do it. So you quickly survey. You heard the bang ring out through the hull of the ship. You need to get this quick, so you run through the halls, looking at the map whenever you can, and you manage to find the engines. Managed to find the engines. However, I want to say, actually, yeah, no. What I'm going to do for the Devil's Bargain, instead of some sloppy charges, I want to say, take the level 1 harm. You exhausted yourself.
Yep.
You push yourself really hard to get this done. So
Boy needs a nap.
boy needs a nap.
I don't run this much this often. I move
Yeah,
slowly and carefully.
Yeah, but you're just fucking going at it. So yeah, but you still rolled a 5, right?
Mhm.
So there's a consequence. I know. As you're quickly setting the charges, one of the engineers comes around. He's like, "Oh, what you doing?"
No.
He's standing at the door that you came in, and he's asking you what the fuck you're doing. What do you do?
I'm going to walk up to him slowly and finesse a knife and slit his throat.
Rip
Sorry,
to that guy, I guess.
I'm finding this hilarious. All
You
right.
asked us to play assassins.
Yeah, you did. That I did.
Albert Grimm is not a good person.
No, you're not. So, yeah, you say you use finesse. You fucking roll finesse.
That's a 4. Mm.
Success.
It's a success.
It is a success.
It certainly is.
It certainly is a
problem.
success. Okay. Here's what I do. You manage to finesse a knife, and you go for the jugular. However, he's quicker than you thought. So you manage to get him so if you're aiming for the throat, imagine you get him in the shoulder.
Right, yeah.
Right. So you did get to hit him, but you had reduced effect. You're not, and obviously, now that he probably is reaching for like a crowbar or like a monkey wrench, something to defend himself.
Shit.
Now we're gonna cut away from you, Seth, Austin, Lady Layton. There
Quickly
is
like to, as this guy is very obviously dead, what with his brain being like 3 feet away and in
And
pieces.
she has blood
many
on her
pieces.
dress now.
Yeah.
I would like to, because we're the Bloody Roses, I'm just going to assume that, like, or at least I can say, because I have packed stuff that I can say that I have,
Yeah.
that, like, we keep for your victims a bloody rose on hand to be like,
Yeah,
hey, this
sure.
was us. And I'm just going to quickly, like, yank, stab, get out, fucking run.
I like this idea of like you just hurriedly just scrambling, jabbing out Rose and then getting away. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Like, oh, these assassins must have been like really graceful and professional, and then you just have Austin like jab Rose.
Not our cleanest
He's like,
job.
oh, fuck, his head's gone.
Yeah.
And
I will
Lady's
imagine
just
that-
watching all of this, and she's standing back, trying to act as much in horror, like, oh my god, what the hell is happening?
Yeah.
And
And
would probably point, going like,
mm,
get him, please! What the hell?
Yeah, I'm gonna say that by this point, like the guards that were posted around the boat are rushing right in.
oh yeah.
Okay, you know what?
right
That
after
reminds me. I'm gonna
taking
start.
the shot. I would have quickly stowed the rifle and swung down from the mast to get into another position.
Sure, that sounds pretty good. But what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to replace the clock of the ship lifts port with you are surrounded by the guards. So,
fair.
and I'm gonna make that a 4-step clock. So failures mean that the guards get closer. So just keep that in mind.
Okay.
That character should be fine because she's trying to act out the part of being absolutely horrified and just trying to be nice before.
I had no part of this.
All right, but yes.
Considering that
Seth.
I've just stabbed the dead body, I can't really pretend that I didn't have a part in this.
Yeah. Seth, you're trying to swing down from the mast. Is that correct?
Well, not swing down, but like try to like. Okay, they saw the shot come from that ish direction, so I need to get into another position where it will look like maybe I'm climbing up to look for whoever shot it or something like that.
Okay, let's break it down. Let's break it down with you getting down on the mast first.
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna say
I know we had some heat on us. I don't know how well.
oh yeah, you
like-
guys, this is fucking like any chances of this being a quiet operation has gone straight out the window.
Oh yes,
Um,
obviously.
Okay, so
So my character's just trying to save her hide now.
It just started raining.
oh nice.
Lovely.
All right. So
My
what it
laptop
sounds
doesn't
to
get
me, Seth, is that you're trying to prowl because prowl about unseen and traverse obstacles, climb, swim, run, jump,
Yeah.
and tumble. Right. This is a desperate position. You're you're trying to come down from the mast. Everyone's screaming bloody murder because a murder just happened, and and the guards are rushing in. You're in a desperate ass position. The consequences of you failing are really high.
Yeah.
Okay, so are you gonna roll prowl?
Yeah.
All right. Do you want to push yourself, burn some stress, or you want a devil's bargain?
Nah.
Okay, roll for
Does my
prowl then.
scout effect of plus one dice to roll to avoid detection work on this?
No, because right now you're trying to get down from the mast.
Mm.
You're not trying to hide. Sorry.
Yeah, but it's to yeah, when you hide. Okay. Fair enough.
So yeah, roll those
Oh.
dice.
It's a 5, so it's not. It's very neutral in the whole success.
All right. You do it, but there's a consequence. You suffer severe harm, a serious complication occurs, you have reduced effect. Whew. In a desperate
one?
position. Yeah, I'm thinking. Any ideas?
Maybe she like bonks her head really hard on one of the many beams.
Yeah.
Now you got to get back with a concussion.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, so take severe harm. I'm gonna say that's gonna be a... I don't think it warrants level 3. I'm gonna say it's a level 2 harm.
Okay.
So you write down on one of the level 2 boxes on your character sheet, write down concussion. It now means that you get a -1 penalty to any roll.
Wait, is a concussion actually a thingamo in this?
I mean, there's not a list of harms, but I just get to decide which level it falls under.
Fair.
Level 2 harm. I think any level 2 harm just gives you -1 die.
Yeah. Any level 2 harm gives you -1. So yeah, you bonk your head really hard trying to get down from this, trying to get down from this huge ass mast while carrying a musket on your shoulder as quickly as you can. Yeah, you fall down and you hit your head really hard, but you did it. You're down from the mast. Right now, Albert, you just shanked a guy. He's not dead. He picked up a monkey wrench. He's about to swing at you. What do you do?
I am going to reach into my pocket and bring out a silence potion vial, smash it on the ground so he can't call for help.
All right. Okay.
That actually... Yeah, no, that doesn't count towards my load because it is small. But after that, I'm just going to try and... I'm going to try and push him into the room and run past him.
Yeah, okay. What are you going to do for that? Are you gonna...
I think this is probably finesse still.
All right, go ahead. You are in a risky-ass position.
Yeah, thought so.
Yeah, so... go ahead.
Am I going to push myself? I am going to push myself.
Yeah,
because I need to get out of here.
You have plenty of stress, and this is a very stressful situation.
Yes, it is. And
it
I'm
makes
exhausted
sense to have
already.
very much stress in this stressful situation.
That's 4.
4. Okay.
At least it's a success.
Okay,
this is risky, not desperate, isn't it?
No, it's risky. It's risky.
Yeah, cool.
Oh yeah, by the way, Felicia, I forgot. Because you rolled a desperate roll, that gets you an XP. So, so you get to mark any XP wherever you want. Or if you want to save it until I explain to you later. Up to you. But
I'm
that's
just
something
gonna
about this
put in XP somewhere and...
Yeah. But yeah, just bear in mind that if you really want to level up fast, just put yourself in really shitty situations.
Yep.
Oh god.
I love
Fair
this
enough.
In real life.
Fair enough. I can live with that.
Anyway, so it's a risky situation. So I'm just gonna tick down the clock of the guards surrounding you.
Okay. How many are on that now?
Let me see because I forgot how many ticks takes. You're halfway to a 4.
Right, yeah. So I push this guy out of the way. He's still in the silence position, so he won't be able to call for help for a little while at least.
Yeah, that's true.
Actually, I'm gonna do that and slam the door and lock it. Catch him in there, silenced, and I'm going to pelt it to the nearest porthole. Where?
Yeah, because there's usually a few on the lower decks.
Oh yeah, a detail that I did forget.
Yeah, the ocean.
No, there's a detail that I forgot. Sorry, this is very chaotic, but it was something that I should have said earlier. When Sir Aldo's brains went out of his skull, you heard the bell of the Bellwether Crematorium, that's the bell that goes every time someone dies in Duskwall.
Oh.
But it also means that soon enough, spirit wardens are gonna show up to get rid of the body, so there's no ghosts. And spirit wardens, for those who know, they're basically the overseers from Dishonored. Right? They are serious business. They're not to be trifled with. They're scary as all hell. So on top of being surrounded by the military, there's also the oncoming threat that the spirit wardens are gonna show up.
Well, I would like to flash back again.
Oh.
Yeah.
No.
To the preparations I've made, because it would be obviously we need an escape route.
Yeah.
So I'm going to steal a boat and park it near the Leviathan.
All right.
Ah.
I am
Awesome.
going to prowl it up again.
Is it possible to assist in a flashback?
No, don't think so.
I don't think so, but it's worth
I wanna
asking.
I want to say yes, but you're gonna take 1 stress, Austin, and
I can do that.
and Albert, you're gonna take an extra die because Austin is assisting you with getting a boat.
Thank you very much.
Mm.
Yeah, so I've got this boat. Well, we'll see if I get this boat.
Yeah, and I want to say that's just a 1 stress flashback, by the way. That doesn't seem like too tough.
I just rolled 3 6s.
Fuck. Okay, that's a critical. Yeah, you. Give me a moment. I don't deal with criticals very often.
Oh no,
You
they've all
didn't
fallen
really
over.
need my
There
help.
was definitely 3 6s there, honest.
Ah.
All right. Yeah, you. I just want to say you managed to steal a boat.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
get this boat and I
It's a pretty.
I cover it in
Nope.
kind of deep dark blue camouflage.
I want to say, yeah, and it's also not a small boat. I want to say it's a boat big enough for all of you as well. I'm gonna make that your critical effect.
Yeah.
And I park it right up by the Leviathan in its shadow,
All right.
so it isn't seen. And that's the porthole I'm heading for.
Okay. And by the way, because of this, now all of you guys know, your characters know that there's
Yeah.
an escape boat.
Yeah, so that will be my next
That is handy.
goal,
yes.
getting to the escape boat.
Could use
Right.
a flashback, I think.
My next goal will probably just be to get off the boat because I'm at least, or they think I'm still innocent and I'm not going to go with all the criminals.
Yeah, fair enough. So yeah, you're. By the way, the spirit warden clock is like out of 6. I want to say it's just like built to 2 so far, so it's not 1/3 of the way through.
Yeah.
All right. So what do you guys do? Try to get off this boat.
I will duck inside. I would like to. Would it be possible to say that I pack like a change of clothes so that I go from looking
Yes.
like a worker to looking like
Absolutely.
another type of worker on the ship?
Absolutely, yeah. I'm not even gonna make you roll for that. I think that's something you can tick off in your character sheet.
Okay.
But yeah.
I don't know which one that counts as subterfuge supplies.
Let me see. I have a character sheet here. I think disguise should be there or something along those lines.
Disguise.
Burglar gear, arcana, subterfuge.
It sounds like
supplies.
subterfuge supplies.
Yeah, subterfuge supply sounds about it.
Okay, fine.
All right, so yeah, I just wanna know how long it takes you to get changed because this is a very under pressure
obviously.
thing you're doing. So, you know what? Just roll me 2d6.
Okay.
Like that's not related to any of your skills. Just roll me 2d6.
Yep. A 5.
All right. So
I
you
really need
change
to
as
change.
quickly as you can. However, by the time you change your clothes, you like either thrown away the clothes you used to get in or whatever. You hear the sound of, footsteps.
Yeah.
The Imperial military, the guards, are already on the boat, so that clock is already done. You guys are surrounded
Yeah.
by the Imperial military.
Can I go back a bit, because I can't imagine that I would have just been standing around doing nothing all
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
time.
sorry.
No, it's okay. Are there any ropes on the ship?
Probably.
Just like
it's
tied
a
up,
huge,
like a
huge
very
ass
long
boat.
rope that's tied only on one end of the ship, but not on another. Big old loose
I want
rope.
to say. Yeah, I
Alright,
want to
'cause
say.
I would like to use one of those and just sort of hop over the edge of the boat.
In a stealthy
just
position,
lower
I guess?
just holding it, hopping down the edge of the boat, lowering myself to our escape boat.
Okay. Yeah, you can absolutely do that. I don't think. I can't see a reason why to make you roll for that. So yeah. But for any of those who are still on the boat, there is the Imperial military is already on it. They're already asking questions. They're already eyeing for anyone who looks suspicious, aka you.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just bear that in mind. Let me know what you guys are trying to do to get off this boat. I know that Austin is already like climbed down. I wanna, already climb down using the rope.
Question. Since one of us got maps previously, can we say that all of us studied them enough to like be able to take a few back doors to get to another part of the ship and then down?
I'm gonna count that as a flashback.
Yeah, I can take
I'm gonna count that as a flashback. So,
how much
studying
stress?
maps, I don't know how complex that would be. So I don't know if I should make it a 1 stress or a 2 stress cost. What do you guys think? Because
it
like
depends.
You're
The
the
end
blades guy,
goal
not
is
us.
I wanna like take a back route.
I'm gonna
and
make it
then
a 1
jump off
stress.
the
I'm gonna
ship.
make it 1 stress. So
Okay.
just take 1 stress. So
And
yeah,
then, like get through the ship and down into the escape boat.
sure. I want to say by this point, because you weren't trying to hide, there's already like a military like guardsman in front of you, just going, we're gonna have to ask you some questions. Please come with us. They're not saying that you were the one who did it,
No.
but
Okay. Yeah, well,
you-
I will follow if that's the case. Like, act the normal thing.
all right. Okay, so I imagine you're just gonna play along with them.
Yeah.
I imagine.
Hey, man, I'm just lifting things. I don't know what's going on.
I imagine Lady Layton is also gonna play the noble who like I have no idea how this happened or whatever.
That alongside which she's also going like, get me off the ship.
And you have witnessed
They
that,
should
like, you were
mean
standing
this.
right next to him when he got shot. Like, holy shit, you could have been the target,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's why she's saying, get me off this ship. I don't want to be in there. I don't want to be the next target. Go.
Yeah. So yeah, I want to say by this point, just to make not take take too long. I want to say by this point, all of you have already left the boat one way or another.
Yeah.
Albert, can you please roll me to 2d6? I just want to see how effective the charges are.
Yeah, that's fair. Hey, a 6.
A 6.
Ah!
A 1 and a
Cool.
Why are you
6.
doing this?
I don't know. Some devil magic, I guess. So yeah, all of you leave the boat. There's the area has been cleared. Eventually, the spirit wardens make their way in. They take the body with them to the crematorium to burn it, and a few moments pass, of silence, because this whole area has been evacuated, and suddenly a huge blast erupts from within the back of the ship, and you see as the Spitfire goes up in flames and sinks into the harbor.
Esther just kind of looks at Albert and goes like, holy shit, I forgot about that.
There was a fella locked in that room. I thought he might have done something about it by that time, but I guess he didn't know what he was looking at.
Blame it on him.
Blame it on him.
Yeah.
Well, he could have stopped at any time.
Yeah.
Not too hard to
exactly.
pull out a detonator from the explosives.
Lady is talking to the guards who have already escorted her off the ship, just going like, "If I had been on that ship any longer, that would have happened. You should have gone here sooner."
Yeah.
Huge Karen energies. I hate this.
Yes.
All right, so that's a successful score. So now we're gonna handle the aftermath of these shenanigans.
The heat.
Okay, so firstly, payoff. Let me see. I'm gonna be
Eventually she
handling
gets away.
this. I'm gonna be handling this. Don't worry. I'm handling the crew sheet. Firstly, the crew earns 2 reputation per score by default. If the target of the score is tier higher, take +1 rep. If the target of the score, yeah. Okay, so you guys earn 2 rep, and this was definitely like a high. Like you were targeting a city official. So yeah,
On his own boat,
Yeah.
on his own boat.
which we then exploded.
Which
Oh, yeah.
exploded.
I
So I'm gonna
I
say.
He made an
I
I acted
the
as
rose
innocent
in.
as I could, and I got away just being innocent and also just demanding things against the guards.
Nobody's even going to know about the rose because the ship sank with him on it.
Lots of people
Yeah.
saw you put that rose there.
Good
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
Also,
And
the
honestly,
fact that
I'd
the
probably
guards
be one
managed
to
to get there,
emphasize the
they
fact that
probably took
somebody
the
put a
body
rose in her-
and the body had the rose,
Yeah,
that
I'd
entire thing.
or an understanding that they'd be asking Lady, she'd emphasize that fact that somebody went in and on top of just having been killed, stabbed a rose in him.
All right. So after reputation, you guys get paid the coin you were promised, and of course, Liza is good on her word, and she gives you all 6 coin that you guys can distribute amongst yourself.
So,
Each of you, I think, can hold like 4
2.
coin up to maximum.
Well, there's 4 of us, and 6 coin.
So
I'll take one
I'd
coin.
suggest 1 coin each and then leave the rest in like our group funds or something.
You can
Yeah.
do
Yeah,
that.
we can put it in the crew funds, absolutely.
So-
I
Sounds like
can
a
just
sensible
take
idea.
one, so because I am a noble, I am already rich.
A coin each. Well, a coin is a
Several-
ransom in itself.
Yeah. 1 coin is like a purse full of money.
Don't you
Hmm.
dare try and tell me that nobles don't try and get richer every day.
Yeah.
I mean,
Alright, so
yeah,
just-
but she's also just kind of like, she is pretty rich enough, so if you decide to take
she does this
two,
for
she wouldn't
fun,
be
in other
that
words.
upset, like, yeah, whatever.
All right. Okay. Next, just tell me. That's gonna be 1 coin each. That's 4. So that's gonna be 2 coin in the group fund. Okay. So next up, after score, you guys. This is the fun part. You guys take heat.
Yeah.
All right. So let me see. +1 heat for high profile connected target. Yep. +1 heat if the situation happened on hostile turf. Yep. That's 2 heat. +1 heat if you're at war. That's not true. +2 heat if killing was involved. And considering that you killed 2 people, that's gonna be 4 +4
Potentially
heat.
more depending on who was stuck on the boat.
They don't count their collateral.
Mm.
But we
Plus
didn't
4.
like, actively kill them, I guess, with our own
It's a
hands.
dead body is a
we
dead
don't
body.
have one who was actively killed, because one was just locked in a room. He was collateral.
No, there was attempted murder there.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
And it
right.
resulted
we've
in
definitely-
him dying.
it definitely involved killing. I think we
Yeah.
can't argue that.
Yeah,
the
fair
dead
point.
body was involved, so yeah. So
Yeah.
that's 6 heat total. And then there's +2 heat during the complications. That's gonna put you at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8. Wow, damn, that almost filled out the heat meter for you guys.
Oh shit.
We're
I
gonna
don't
lay
expect us
low
just to
now for a
snug them
while.
out in the
Also,
open. That surprised me.
someone, oh dear. Corinne needs to close something.
Okay. So what does that mean for us?
Our lady just tries to pretend that she doesn't know any of them and walk away.
Give me a moment.
No, hey, they said lay low, so I'm doing that and laying low. And Karen or something. There's a thing on the stream. Thank you.
Yeah, I
Give me a
already messaged Corinne.
Thank you.
It was annoying me. Oh well.
Hey, I'm not alone.
Okay, sorry, I was just rolling for some things on my end. Nothing you need to be concerned with, though.
Oh dear.
Of course not.
Yeah, you sure
Okay.
about that? I think I should be concerned.
Nah, it's fine.
It's a one shot.
Yeah, your point. I still want to be concerned for no good reason.
Ah.
All right,
a
so
one-shot,
now
but
we
you've got
get
an hour
hit
and 10
downtime. So now this is the time after the score. This is and the time between scores actually. Your characters get to do 2 downtime actions, which I'll tell you now what they are. You can try acquiring an asset. You can start working on a long-term project. You can try recovering from harm. You can try reducing heat. You can train to get XP, or you can indulge your vice, which gets rid of your stress.
I think reducing the heat sounds like a lovely way to spend this time.
So you're
yeah.
that's what your character's gonna do.
Mhm.
Let's go
going
through it in
to-
order.
Okay.
Let's start with Lady Layton. What's your first downtime action?
I'm indulging my vice. I am going to a spa, and I'm just going to enjoy my time. And/or I have
Alright.
my servants treat me like royalty and just like, yeah, this is life.
Okay, so do me a favor and roll me 2d6 and tell me the lowest result.
3,
3. How many stress do you have?
0.
All right, so you overindulge in your vice.
I'm just having fun.
All right, so you get to choose one of the following. You can attract trouble. You can brag about your exploits, and you get an extra 2 heat. Your character becomes lost as they go in a bender, and this means that next time, if we were able to play another time, you have to play a different character.
How
Or
do you overindulge in a spa?
I know.
Did you just get too wrinkly?
and the last thing you can choose is tap. Your current purveyor cuts you off. Find a new source for your vice.
Ooh, your servants quit.
Yeah.
The
I think
servants
it's more
quit.
like I think I'll just say I was in a spa and basically they just say I'm not allowed to go there anymore. So it's like, fine, I'll go and get my servants to treat me like royalty. So there.
All right.
Basically, you were just sitting there, and they were like, "Ma'am, you've exceeded your time limit. We have other customers in this," and they were like, "You were just, I deserve to be treated like royalty."
If you
Ro-
aren't going to,
Yeah.
then I will order my
Yeah.
servants to do so, or in your stead.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So who wants to go next for their downtime? Everyone gets 2 downtime actions.
I would
Well,
like to try and reduce heat.
All right. Tell me, how are you going to what are you going to try to do to reduce the heat on the crew?
Would it be possible to just like help people out, like get the good face out there.
Something you can do is that for some reason the crows have connections to the bluecoats, so you can probably consort with them and be like, "Hey, we did you a solid. Can you please, can you please like redact your names or something?"
off our ass.
Yeah.
I
So
would,
yeah,
I would
that's
like to
just a
do that.
suggestion. All right, yeah, go ahead.
I have 2 dice, so and that one fell off. So I'm going to re-roll that one, and I hope it's higher than the 1 that's the other one. That's a 4.
That's
It's
a 4.
success.
All right, so I want to say you guys, with
I'm
that,
rolling on my notepad, so like it just fell off.
with that, I want to say that, yeah, you get, by pulling some strings, by we did you a solid. Please do us a solid now, please, oh God. You reduce your heat by 2, so now you're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 heat, which is still pretty high.
Oh god.
But you were 8 heat before, so
It's better.
yeah. By the way, whenever you hit 9 heat, you guys get a wanted level, and that's
fuck.
yeah.
Not good.
And the only way to get rid of the wanted level is by getting anyone arrested.
Nice.
Anyways, all right. So that's Austin's downtime action. Who wants to go next?
I would also like to reduce our heat by
Okay.
basically egging on some of the other groups in the cities to do something flashy and get them into more trouble than we are.
Oh boy.
So that's gonna be what? Sway? Are you gonna sway them? Is that what you're doing?
I don't
Yes,
know.
Mom, I
You
did eat
choose
the
your
last
actions,
cookie.
so-
Yeah, you
But
choose,
if
I'm
you
just.
look over there, he's punching someone.
Yeah. But yeah, I guess a sway. But I don't have any ranks in that, so I don't know.
That means you'll be rolling 2 dice and adding the 2 dice and just using the lowest result, unless you want to burn a stress, burn 2 stress to be able to bump yourself up to 1 die.
I'll roll 2 and use the lowest. That's fine.
All right.
Hey, that's 2 4s. So
Solid.
Nice. All right. Yeah,
That's
you
not
reduced the
bad.
heat. Somehow you riling up the gangs to go ahead and do other stupid shit
Yeah.
works somehow. I don't even want to try to explain that.
It's distracting. They've only got so much manpower. They can only
They can only
Keep an eye
focus
on.
on so many issues, and
No, I think the way you did it is like, hey, you remember that dickhead who was like extorting all the gangs, right? And they're like, yeah, he's dead now. They're like, cool, we get to do crimes again.
Yeah.
All right.
They were
I
crime
literally
efficient.
made the other gangs in the city be gay do crimes, and that is fine.
Fuck. Oh well, whatever. And Albert, what is your first downtime action?
Albert is going to commune with some spirits to try and reduce his stress, because his
Okay.
vice is faith.
Nice. Give me a moment. All right. So yeah, roll me 2d6 and pick the lowest result.
That's a 1.
You just burned 1 stress.
Great.
It's like you commune with the spirits. I don't know. Tell me what does Albert do?
Albert finds he's got a particular place where he's got some shrines set up. So he. Why am I speaking in Albert's voice? I'm narrating.
Yeah.
Albert.
Why are you going for a Scottish accent, dearie?
He's got a particular shrine where he's set up, and on most jobs, he tries to steal something to appease the spirits. He didn't get a chance this time because boat. There's not much to steal, so instead he's going and he is apologizing profusely, and that's why it's only 1 stress reduction, because he hasn't stolen anything, so he's actually really annoyed.
The spirits are like, yeah, but where's the stuff though?
Exactly.
It's like, okay, you killed someone, cool, whatever. You stole a life, but that's not physical.
The thing is, Albert doesn't know if like the spirits are talking to him or if it's just all in his head.
Ooh, neat. All right, so going back around, Lady Layton, you get a second downtime action. What do you want to do?
Well, I suppose since we're supposed to be, or I would like to attempt to get some heat, or get some heat off, maybe by maybe helping somebody.
All right. So, tell me, like, what is exactly Lady Layton, like, more specifically doing to get the heat off Bloody Rose?
Maybe solving 1 or 2, or probably just like some tiny crime, like someone stole from a bank.
Yeah, that's tiny. Sure.
That's...
Yeah, that's super tiny.
Or just stole from someone's house. Just something tiny.
All right. What stat are you gonna use?
Let me see if I can even pull up my sheet again.
No problem.
I'd like to attempt to use a form of insight, which would be survey, maybe.
All right. With surveying, your survey a location or situation to understand what's going on, sense trouble before it happens, gather information about opportunities or exploits. That's survey. So, I mean, yeah, sure. I guess you can roll that to reduce heat. I don't mind.
Okay. So, I'm hoping that this goes better than all my other rolls. A 1 and a 3. Oh, great.
Fail and a fail. Great.
All right. So you just reduce 1 heat.
Still reduces.
Still reduces. However, Lady Layton, as you're doing, going around, trying to, looking for other opportunities or looking, ways to reduce the heat that you have that the Bloody Rose have on them right now. You get approached by some very friendly officers. You just want to have ask some questions about your presence in the shooting, the murder of Sir Aldo Penderin.
Okay, sure. I suppose all I really tell them is like, hey, I was trying to be nice. I was trying to look around, and then I was trying to get to know the guy, and then suddenly he dies before me. I didn't want to die next, so I tried to get off that ship.
Sadly, the Bluecoats are not they're not nice. So here's what happens. You either pay them off with 3 coin or they beat you up, and you tell them what they want to know.
I'll pay them off.
You only have like 1 coin on you, right? So you're gonna use the funds on the.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and keep them away from me. Like when it comes down to it, I have the feeling my character would just go like, "It's everyone for themselves."
I mean, to be fair, the other option is all of us being outed.
Yeah, she can pay them off.
Yeah, so I'm just going to protect myself and sort of them, but mostly myself. It's like
it's not like they're gonna ask where she got the money since she's a noble.
Yeah.
Fair.
I mean, who would ask?
Okay, so that's both downtime actions for Lady Layton. Who else wants to do their downtime action?
I will indulge in my vice, which is luxury, by going out and buying a new gun because guns are pretty
Cool.
and expensive.
All right. So what you're
Yay.
going to do right now is you're just going to roll me 1d6.
Okay. 6.
Okay. Cool. So you get how much stress do you have?
3.
Okay. So you clear all that 3 stress and you overindulge.
Ah, nice.
Not again.
So again, Felicia, you get to choose. Seth can either attract trouble, they can brag about their exploits, they become lost as they go in a bender, or their current purveyor cuts them off. What do you choose?
My gun guy says, "You've done enough for now. You have enough guns. I'm not getting you any more guns."
All right, fair enough.
This makes for a sad one.
All right.
I'm
Who
sure
else?
there are other guys who will sell me guns in this city.
Who else wants to do? Who wants to go next for their downtime?
Are you able to do nothing in your downtime? I would like to. Oh, come on. What were the options?
You can acquire an asset. You can start working on a long-term project. You can recover from your physical harm. You can reduce heat. You can train. So that gives you XP, and you can indulge in your vice.
I would just like to train. I've gotten no physical or damage and no stress. So like,
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Sure enough, just mark 1 XP in whatever stat that you would like. All right. Albert, what's your second downtime action?
Albert is getting out the boot black and darkening his hair and beard again, and he says, "Don't worry, they won't have any witness statements anymore. And I would like to prowl to try and destroy evidence and reduce heat."
Nice. Yeah. Sounds good. So yeah, just roll prowl.
Yeah, I was just deciding whether to do a devil's bargain, but I think that'll be a silly
No,
idea.
that doesn't apply here,
Oh,
sadly.
fair enough. That's 2 5s. Yeah.
Nice. You guys went from 8 heat down to 1.
Oh my god.
Yeah, as Albert just goes to
I'd like to find
Albert's
the
like
nearest
the most-
blue coat station,
Yeah.
and just find they've got a lockup of statements they've taken, and perhaps evidence from the scene. Maybe I take the rose back.
Albert's the most competent person on this fucking team.
I've taken a lot of stress for it.
Yeah.
Why would you
all
want
right.
to take the rose back? They want to know. Like, our team wants
So-
to be able to show who it was to send a message. Remember?
So here's the thing. I was planning on this being the end of the one shot. However, I think we still have like an hour to go.
Yeah, we have an hour.
Oh god, we have an hour.
We have an hour. So if you guys want, we can take just a quick yes. I was just going to offer like we can take like a quick 5-minute break, and then I can roll up another score if you guys want, or we can just leave it here. I'll leave it up to you guys.
I'm fine with leaving it here.
All right.
Yeah. I'm fine with whatever you guys pick.
Same.
I mean,
Depends on, do you want to
I'm gonna be
improvise
real
DM,
with
or
you guys. It's like
would you prefer like actually writing something down and then we can do it another day?
What's the
Because we
time there,
can play
Nicole?
this again.
it's 5:45 a.m. and we started at like 2:30 a.m. for me, and I'm outside so I don't wake up my brother, but I already he texted me to tell me to be quiet.
Right. Okay.
All right.
I
So
think
let's
that
leave it
sounds
here.
like a yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for playing, and thank you anyone who's watching this.
Thank you for running. That was
Yeah.
that was a lot of fun. I love that system.
Thank you, everybody.
And also, people
Is that
watching,
real
donate.
before?
Donate.
Yeah, donate.
Yeah,
I know
please
there's a lot
donate.
happening right now, but like this isn't yet another thing that is happening right
Yeah,
now.
this is yet another thing that is happening, and it will mean, specifically for me, because I'm the one in this group who's from El Salvador,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
It would mean a lot to us, especially a lot to me, if you guys could donate just a little money
Yeah, the take a break.
to ESxVOS. And yeah, and also please let us know if you want to see more Blades in the Dark shenanigans, because I need more excuses to run Blades in the Dark.
Aren't we gonna
We're still
have
doing, I think.
another?
Yeah,
when we're
supposedly,
able to
but
get
that got
everyone's schedules
yeah, that got
together.
delayed indefinitely because of
Yeah.
happenings.
Schedules.
Yeah,
Schedules. Yeah.
time zones are fun.
They're fucked. But yes, thank you for running this, Rodrigo. It's been
No need to
really
thank
nice to play with you.
I'm definitely.
No need to thank
definitely want
me.
to play this more.
Yeah, I definitely want to run this more. So yeah.
Very fun.
Alright, so yeah, thank you again for tuning in. Please donate.
Yeah, and we'll
I'm gonna-
see you in after a
don't-
short break with some D&D 5th edition.
Yes.
You will see
Aren't
me
you-
again after the break.
Who's gonna play like a kobold sorcerer?
No.
Someone
told-
That was
Damn.
Ed wanting me to play a kobold sorcerer with like strength of 2, but
Yeah,
You're spoiling things. Quit it.
that is not what we're playing.
Alright, okay, fair enough. Alright, so bye everyone.
yes.
Bye.
See you guys in a bit. Bye bye.
See you in a bit.
For some reason it's not letting me switch on my camera, which is going to be slightly devastating.
Well, go in and out. Reset.
Oh, I know what it is. It's the NDI.
Yeah.
Hang on a sec.
Yeah, kill the NDI.
Yeah, which means that on the intro screen, you're going to have to...
Oh, shit. I just realized I've been swapping things.
And welcome back, everybody. We are now going from the dingy streets of Duskwall back to a place that most of you should know very well, our own homeworld of Illyria from the D&D game. The same world as the Benefactor, and we're going to go across to a slightly different country now and get to know a little bit more about the culture of a country called Khantoum, but more of that when we actually start. Once again, thank you very much for your generosity and your donations so far. For those of you who haven't donated yet, just even if it's the price of coffee or something like that to throw on top, all of this will work very, very well. It doesn't seem like a huge amount that we're collecting here. We're only a small stream, but every little helps. And if this means that a bunch of people can get food, or it can pay towards an electrician to put people back on the grid, or anything along those lines, it's going to change a life. So thank you very much for your donations so far, and thank you for any of the donations that's going to be coming in as of now. Now, I'm going to be switching over our stream info and putting it in for the D&D jailbreak. And then we will get started. I just realized I hadn't done them. We've done pretty well so far. We've done pretty well. So D&D jailbreak.
Simon, where is Khantoum on Illyria's world map?
So if you look at North Vardencore, the Synod, the rebels, you will see to the right-hand side there's a tiny little spit of land. So that would be just off to the east. And that tiny little spit of land is Khantoum. Originally, it was a lot bigger. And now it's been brought down to this tiny amount of land, and that's because the Vardencore Empire spread across the main continent, taking out many countries on its way. What's known as Meridia, which is on the opposite side to Khantoum, was actually a bunch of small countries that banded together. Meridia was never a country until the Great Progression of the Vardencore Empire. So it created, ironically, a large and very powerful country when a bunch of kings came together under the High King, which is now Cleos III. You have on the other side Khantoum that were as bad as Vardencore, arguably, and they were themselves were taking over countries, and it was a case of the bigger arsehole won. Then the Civil War happened in the old empire, and what's now known as South Vardencore is the old empire, and North Vardencore is now controlled by a place called the Synod.
Oh look, there we are.
Yes, I was gonna say we're talking about things now, so we might as well swap over.
Okay, transitioned over. That's fine by me. Yes. Anyway, let's get into it. We're gonna go. There's a certain point where I want you to introduce your characters, but let's get into it. When talking about the less noble, less honourable countries of Illyria, no one is so openly bloodthirsty and aggressive as the crown princes of Khantoum. Khantoum is a small nub of a place that, though, yes, Scarrow may be more divisive and Vardencore may be more grasping, Khantoum is openly violent on every street in every city, as each crown prince tries to outdo the other in enforcement of the caste system. The caste system is everything in Khantoum. At the very top is the warrior caste, although they would more translate it as the hero caste. Those at the bottom are the casteless, that are considered little more than cattle. You, for the most part, aren't from Cantu. One of you is. The rest have managed to find the many delights and find how easy it is to get arrested in this country. Each of you will have been arrested and sentenced to death for a crime that you may be guilty of, but certainly doesn't deserve what's coming up ahead of you. You can hear, as you're being marched to the cells, the cheers up above from the great Colosseum of Sunstrike. That's the city that you're in. Sunstrike is a proud city, a city that boasts heroes beyond heroes. The name itself coming from a point where a very, very powerful wizard brought down a fireball upon the city, killing all of the enemies within and many of the soldiers that were already posted there. And it was said that the fireball, when it landed, was like the sun being torn from the sky and thrown upon the city. It was renamed that. You're not really that impressed by it. It's got very ornate architecture, topped by gold leaf statues, and everywhere the big burning orb, which you know to be a mixture of brass and copper, emblazoned on every building. But as far as you're concerned, it's full of warriors, bullies from the warrior caste, pushing everybody around, everybody else trying to outdo each other and appease the castes above them. And then you see the casteless begging for work and running away from those who had very quickly and very violently oppressed them. You get pulled through an underground corridor. You hear once again a huge cheer, knowing that somebody's death is the only thing that would have made them cheer that loud. The games have been going on for 14 days solid. Prince Kovash has decided that his spectacle is going to be far greater than any of the crown princes this year. You know that the arrests in the city have been a cull, a purge, and at the slightest provocation you got dragged inside. Otherwise, you would have got you. The golem pulling at your neck is relentless. Many of you would be able to use some of your arcane abilities, but when you got arrested, stunned, you were stripped down to nothing. And everything that allows you to perform your various abilities has been taken from you. Some of you might be able to throw a cantrip here and there, but the golem shrugs it off and relentlessly marches towards the cells. The guards behind you are there just to make sure that if any of you do manage to find a way past this, they will be there to stun you again, throw you back into chains. You can hear another golem clumping ahead of you, walking into a bunch of cells that you seem to be leading to. The golem walks into a small corridor, of which there are 5 cells, two either side and one at the end. The golem grabs hold of a chain and wraps it around its fist. One of the guards flicks a switch, and the bars to the cages, all with a clunking sound, start to rise. You hear variations of, no, 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 not me, not me. I have contacts, they can pay. But the golem, completely featureless, starts to pull on the chains. The occupants inside start to grab a hold of whatever they can. Beds, rings in the wall, rings in the floor. But the golem just pulls and walks. You can see that the net just through the archway. You can see that the rings that are around their necks, similar to the ones that you have, are now being pulled to the point where people are being throttled. Some of them keep holding on until their fingers break on the things that they're holding on. You can hear the snapping of fingers as they suddenly just fly across the floor. Others let go, resigned that it was that, or have their neck broken. The golem continues. 2 of them manage to stand up, but the other 3 just lie there and allow themselves to be dragged to their death. The guard looks around and goes, "We need to check the cells. 1 moment." And the golem just stands there. The guards go in, check the cells for any form of contraband or weakness, step out, and then the golem pulls you inside. You get shoved into an alcove each, and the chains leading from your necks get put into a large ornate ring in the middle of the corridor of the floor. With a flick of the switch, the bars come down, wham! Hitting the floor. The guards take a look at you, sneer, and walk out, closing the huge double doors behind them, locking you into these corridors. You notice that there are 4 of you. One of the cells is yet free. We'll go around each of you to see what the others can see. Jordan, who's in your cell?
In my cell?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
As in, who is your character?
Oh, cool.
You are in your cell. Yeah, describe you.
Sorry, I thought you was like, what else is there? And I was like, whoa, gee, okay. Okay.
Yep,
My
camera's panned
character.
around to your cell, and you're in it.
My character, right. I'm going to be playing Lanfer Sinfan, the Penny Pincher.
Aww.
He's a pickpocket. He is a bard gnome. And, well, he's not the nicest. But he uses magic, or not magic, he uses music to entice people, and then when they're not looking, he lightens them with their purse. But, yeah, he can't get the help of that. He's always after anything he can get hold of, and that's kind of what got him caught here. Although usually he can get away with this kind of thing. It's petty change usually, but well, a bit different now that we're in a bit more of a trouble.
Yeah, when you were arrested, it was not your usual gig. Normally, the warriors would come up and you use the sheer force of your personality to get them laughing, to buy them a drink with some of the money that you stole, and normally they don't give a damn about your crime. But in this case, they almost looked worried. Maybe that they haven't been meeting their quota to get to the Colosseum, and you didn't even get a second word out. They just tore you up off the ground. One of them crossed you over the head, and you woke up butt naked with a ring around your neck. So yeah, it's you're a little worried. Your usual way of getting out is not the one right now.
Can't really sweet talk a golem either.
Exactly. Yeah, the golem's gone, thankfully. But yeah, up until now, it's been like you couldn't sweet talk the golem, and once you're in that thing's hands, that's it. Okay, so you guys can see this shivering little gnome in one of the cells. Felicia, who's in your cell?
In myself is a fairly tall elven.
Thank you so much for the host, Joey.
Thank you, Joey.
Yeah.
Thank you. I hope you had a really good session.
Yes. Also, is this better, Ed? For apparently I was really loud.
Yeah, we're doing well, mate. We're just on hour 9 now. We've just finished hour 9. We're on hour 10, so we're in the final throw now.
Yeah.
We've done Numenera, Honey Heist, Blades in the Dark, and now we're finishing up with D&D. But yeah, thank you for the raid, Joey.
Thank you so much.
Felicia, who can they see in your cell?
Yeah, in myself, it's a fairly tall elven. Well, technically, normally I would say non-binary, but you can clearly see the fact that their body is that of a general dude.
Okay.
Just buck naked and all that, but
Yep.
long, flowing white hair and sharp features in the face.
This is where I tell you, Felicia, that elves especially can have biologically non-binary parts. So if you want that, they can have that.
Oh
Yep.
yeah. Yeah, that
That's
could work.
Xanathar's, was it? Or was
It's
Yeah.
in Wodenkind.
Is it
Mordecai's,
Mordecai's,
that's it.
I
Mordecai's,
think.
that's
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never finished the entire section on elves there.
It's a big section. to
Yes.
be fair.
It's a big section.
It's a big section. Yes.
But yeah, non-binary, long hair, sharp features, white hair. Yes.
Okay, yep. So like an elven, was it Targaryen? Yeah. Okay, good stuff.
Technically, Eladrin elf for those of you who are in the chat.
Yes.
Okay. So yes, more
winter
elf
season.
than elf.
Yes, it's the elfiest elf.
Elfiest.
The elfiest elf of the elves.
Yes.
Okay, so that's in cell 2.
Yeah.
Dino, who's in cell 3?
A 5'6" fire ganassi with fire hair. She has so she's been stripped of everything. She's very angry because her favorite silver earrings are gone, and it's just like they may have just been stolen, but they were her favorite.
Yeah, they took everything from you because we live in a world of enchantment where you can have an earring of teleport and get out of jail.
Yeah.
So they're like, nope, everything. You know.
And she's just really miffed because it's like it wasn't even magical, but she really liked those silver earrings, and it's just like, why?
Yep.
Because they're
magic.
Magic.
You can have socks of spider climb. You can have underpants of teleport. So as far as they're concerned, yeah, it's a case of you go into these cells without a stitch on because it limits your options to be able to get out. Yeah. Okay. So a fire genasi in 3 and in 4, Corinne.
Yes. You see a quite dark-colored blue trident, kind of sharp, as a sharper feature. She's also has some spots on her which are glowing faintly as bioluminescent light. You have a feeling she normally lives quite deep underwater, and she is generally looking pissed at this entire situation.
Yeah.
I think her contact that she had in the city that she was gonna get to stuff snitched, and this is why when she got to the location to put off all her goods, they see the guard instead.
Yep. And for those of you who've seen Tritons before, she looks very different to all the others. You can see that, as you say, the kind of alien, sharp, thin features.
Yeah.
Kind of almost a bit of webbing on the ears and things.
Well, you got the general webbing thing.
And my point is it's slightly different.
Yeah.
The eyes, a lot of stuff is different here. This is a deep Triton.
Yeah.
Which is a subclass of Triton that exists in Illyria. So you get thrown in there, and as the guards close the door, you manage to just about catch everybody else who's been put in there. And suddenly an orb comes out of a sconce in the wall, and you hear boom, and that's the last you see as you hit the floor. About 3 hours later, you're guessing based on the changing of the light coming through the bars, and the bars coming through. You can see it's not a window that goes to the outside. It is a tube that goes down through the floor. You're subterranean right now, so it is a tube that goes down through the floor and then turns, and it's kind of painted white, reflecting the light just about through the bars. You are all and you wake up, and this filthy floor is right in front of your face. You still have the ring around your neck. Wake up. What would you like to do?
Can I attempt to chill touch the ring around my neck?
Sure. you grab hold of it and you're going to attempt to cast. This is necrotic damage, and so I had to double check this. Necrotic damage does work on metal, because it's entropy, it's pure entropy, and so the damage, the way that necrotic damage on metal works is that it starts to rust and age and flake away and pits, so it ages like rapidly. So you are doing it on something that's on yourself. So give me a roll.
Yeah. Do I hit myself? Oh, that's a pretty good roll. That is a 22 to hit.
22, yeah. You managed to pull this ring about. It's really tight around your neck. You managed to pull it around to the point where you feel like there's a slightly weak area to it. Roll your damage for chill touch.
Yeah, it's only a cantrip, and we're on level 4, so it'll only be a D8. But still, don't know how sturdy these things are. 6 points of magic.
Good to know. So you focus on this weak point and start pumping this entropic energy into your into the ring around your neck. The ring starts to flake. You can feel the sharp but brittle rust flakes in your hand, and you do notice that as you're doing this, the chain that you're on starts to go.
Oh dear, this can't be good.
It's resonating with the magic that's being put through it.
Okay, I stop as I realise that will probably alert the guards.
But your ring has now got 6 points of damage on it.
Yeah.
Is the rings like a lock, or are they like a solid one-piece ring all the way around?
They are effectively a shackle, so it's two parts that have been brought together. But weirdly, where it meets here, there's no lock. It's been fused. Magically fused.
Yeah.
What can I see? How long is the chain on the ring?
The chain is about the chain in length is about 30 foot, but it's chained at about the 20-foot mark to the ring in the center of the corridor. So around about 5 foot of that is in the corridor, leaving about a 15-foot tether inside yourself.
Okay. I would like to go to the cell door. What can I see in the corridor?
The corridor is pretty nondescript. You can see there is a hole in the ceiling, which is where the kind of brass-colored orb dropped in, levitated for a moment, and knocked you all cold. Other than that, all there is the ring in the floor that has your chains attached to it. And you guys, the four of you, are 2 and 2 either side, to the point where you can only just about see the one in the cell right next to you. And the cell at the end is empty, and opposite the cell at the end of the corridor is the doors that you came in on.
Yeah.
Okay.
By the looks of it, it's not a set of cells that's meant to keep people there very long.
Okay.
I was gonna say, Jan, thank you for the follow.
Is there anything in the cells, or are they entirely bare?
The cells seem to have a pallet. So a pallet is it's a kind of like a bag of straw, and sometimes it would have like a little wooden frame. This one doesn't, and yeah, it's a big bag of straw for you to lie on. There seems to be a depression in the stone floor in one corner, and you assume that's where you take a piss.
Is there any water or similar for if you need to drink?
Nope. No food, no water currently.
Okay, interesting to know.
Yeah.
Not here for that long, I guess.
I was gonna say, who can I see directly across me, Simon? Because you said there were
Okay.
things
Yeah,
facing.
sure. Let's put a thing. I'm gonna say across from. Okay, so on one side you've got. What's your character's name? Fred?
Shurin. Shurin.
Okay.
Shurin.
So Shurin, and what's yours, Felicia?
Nix.
Nix. So Shurin and Nix are on one side. Jordan, what's your character name?
Lanfer.
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 And Dino, your character's name again?
Spark.
Hmm?
Spark.
Spark.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So Lanfer and Spar are on the other side.
Cool.
So I see the little shitty gnome.
You see that Noman or Janassi across the way from you, and the way that the bars are arranged, you can just about see standing at the bars just to your left this non-binary white-haired elf.
Yeah.
Really pale white-haired elf.
I assume it's a winter elf.
It is.
Yeah. I will kind of look at all of them and like, which one do I trust the most? And I decide the ones that it looks the least untrustworthy is the elf. And I will send a message to this elf.
Okay.
It's like, do you have any way of getting out of here? You can reply to this message.
Possibly.
Slash off.
Yes.
And I don't need your spell to answer that message.
Oh, you got it yourself.
Actually, you can't send message that has a material cost.
Does it? I thought it did.
Yeah.
It requires a wire.
Yeah,
Oh,
copper
yeah.
wire.
I was just thinking. Hang on, I remember not in.
Yeah, I pulled up all
pulls out
the spells I picked out because the app I use doesn't list material costs. So I had to pull up D&D Beyond.
Oh yeah. Okay. Sorry.
but
I
yes.
apologize. I didn't.
You're going to have to use words.
Yes.
No,
No.
not talking anything but that.
Anyway, Simon, what type of lock is on the doors?
The doors, even though the bars slide up and down, you do see that there are what I would only describe as a postern gate in the rig that goes up and down. So a postern gate is normally that little door you see in the big portcullis of a castle, and it's the same with these bars. As the bars drop down, one section of bars has like a little hinged door
I do
that
wonder.
does open.
I do wonder.
Is there any lever or something that the golems use to open the cell doors?
You know that there's a lever outside the double doors. You can't see it from here.
How far away is that?
That is a, let's see, from you, it would be, at the closest point of your cell, it would be, damn you, D&D and your weird Pythagoras.
Yes, because like the
Diagonals. Yeah, there's no such thing as a hypotenuse in D&D. It's the longest of the squares one way and the squares the other way. So for you, God damn you, it is technically 20 foot away.
Right, I would like to cast Mage Hand.
Okay. Does Mage Hand require you to see the thing?
Spectral floating hand appears at a point you choose within range. The hand lasts for the duration or until you dismiss it as an action, and vanishes if it's more than 30 feet away from you.
Okay.
Doesn't say anything about seeing.
No, it doesn't. So you do have some feedback on the hand. So you're going to be trying to do this blind.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and it's going to be.
Well, it's
not really.
It's an invisible hand. It's not like I'm gonna find out if they see it.
No, it is an invisible hand. So
are you an arcane trickster?
No.
if you
it's only invisible if you're an arcane trickster. Otherwise, the hand is visible.
Yeah, that's
it's
true.
it's shimmering.
Oh,
hand,
so
yeah, so-
if you want something like that to happen, then I can do it because I am an arcane trickster.
We've got
It
three
depends
people
on
with
if
Mage
you
Hand.
have that spell, but yeah.
Well, no, I have the spell.
So-
Corinne, you have this go up.
Sorry.
So you've got Mage Hand Ledger Domain, which means that if you see Shurin trying to use the hand and going, damn it, it's too visible, you can offer Spa.
Sure, why not? I'll offer to
Pull this up and
give
put it
a
aside. There we go.
Yeah,
no pun intended, but to give a hand.
Yeah, if you can pull the lever outside easier than me. Unfortunately, it's too visible.
Okay. So give me a. This is going to be this is actually kind of an intelligence check for you, Dino. So can you make Spa do a stealth check? But the stealth check is like her knowledge of being stealth.
Okay, let me scroll back up to find that. Yeah, stealth. There we are. 17.
17. So as you're there, you're kind of you're starting to levitate your invisible hand towards the thing, and you know you can kind of pat around. You know that once you manage to pull this lever, anybody who's going to be there and will potentially see it or even hear the bars is going to hear the bars kind of clunking up, is going to want to investigate. What you really need is a spotter. Someone who can listen out for you.
Well, I look around to see. I probably look over to the. Honestly, I forget the name species.
You've got
the deep water person.
the
Triton.
The deep Triton. Yeah.
Deep Triton. Yeah. I looked at her because she might have better dark vision. So she might be better at this.
I do have better dark vision. I am
Very good.
In this case, it's not to do the act itself because you can do that by feel. This is to check to see if it's a general perception check, hearing and sight to hear out for the guards. So, Corinne, give me a perception check.
Ugh. I mean, I have a good dark vision. It doesn't mean I have a good perception.
Well, I will
also have dark vision,
keep
by
an
the
eye
way.
out for that. So I hear.
Yeah.
I do
I've
also
got a
have.
+5 in perception.
Oh, I rolled very well though. I rolled an 18, so it's a total of 18.
Yay!
So you kind of wait for the signal from the Triton to do it, and you manage to fumble your way along. You know, in your mind, you can feel the hand kind of coming along, and you've got what you think is the lever. I would like you to make me a dexterity with proficiency. Yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of what I wanted to do.
And I want you to do it at disadvantage because it is only being done by touch, not by sight as well.
So then, wait, do I just roll 2d6 or 2d20s?
Yeah, roll 2d20, take the lower, and then apply your dex and your proficiency modifier.
Okay. I got 13 on both of them, and proficiency and dexterity is +4, proficiency is +2, so that would be a +6. So 19.
Nice. 19, yeah. You feel along, and you realize that the lever is obviously going to have to be manipulated straight and all the rest of it because the hand is not very strong. The mage hand can only do a couple of pounds of force, and so you kind of get it just in the point where you feel like you've got a really good grip, and you slowly bring it down. It gets to around about 4/5 of the way down, and there's this sudden kind of judder that you feel in your mind through the mage hand, and sure enough, all of the bars are coming up, and it's making a noise, but the bars are going up. You're still tethered to the floor.
Yeah.
But the bars are going up.
I might have a fix for that too, because I'm also able to use, or I'm also wanting to try to use burning hands on at least my shackles, because I'm fire resistant. I can just use that to melt off the metal.
I was gonna say,
Okay.
otherwise we have someone who can teleport as a racial.
Wait, I missed that. What happened when the gates opened? Because I got confused there.
Yep.
Okay, so the bars have gone up, and now you are in an open space, and you're all shackled to the floor.
Yes. I assume you know this, Felicia, but you do get Misty Step as
Yep,
a...
I know. I get Mr. Step once per rest.
Yeah.
So technically, I can just teleport.
Yeah.
Any two of you, but it can only be two of you, make a perception check.
Not me.
Okay. I will do perception because I'm good at it, and that is a 24.
Oh, wow.
Sure. Yes, someone's coming, and the bars are up.
Oh, lower it.
Oh God, no!
Lower it up.
Oh dear.
Are you gonna lower them?
They don't seem to be lowering.
No.
Uh-oh.
All I do
well.
is I just stop the mage hand and I just stop like
While the bars are open, I will miss the step out.
Bye.
Sure. So the doors open, and a pair of very surprised-looking guards are standing there with an old man, again, naked as the day he was born, an old man, incredibly thin. It looks like they were about to throw him in the fifth cell. And they're just standing there, their mouth agape. Going,
I pop in behind them, and one of the guards must succeed a wisdom saving throw or be frightened of me.
Sure, okay. That is a 19 total.
I think he
Yeah.
saves.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. At this point, a bunch of you are tethered to the floor.
Yes, we're just like,
the
well, it's
guards
not our
throw
fault.
the guards throw the old fella to the floor. One
Since
of them
I
is.
pop in behind them,
Mm-hmm.
can I use a can I use a bonus action to hide?
Kind of attack them, but I guess you could dart behind a door. The doors open outwards. So, yeah, sure. Give me a stealth check.
Yes. Well,
So the green
what's
screen is
this?
doing something, Simon.
That is 22
Yeah,
to
Weird thing
hide.
up here.
Green screen.
Yeah, it's something to do with the light. I'll go change the light in a sec. Sorry, what was that, Felicia?
22 to hide.
So what happens is this.
I pop in behind
The
them.
doors open, and before they get to register who's in the room, you pop behind them. You do the fear effect. Someone goes, "Ugh," turns around, and when he turns around, no one's there. and you are pressed up against this nasty door. Yeah, it smells of sweat and piss and mold. It is a horrible, horrible thing. But you're just there behind the door, going, "Nailed it."
Haven't even got clothes to protect yourself from it.
And they look at you and go, "What the hell happened here?" And they throw this old guy to the floor. He's not even got he has got the chain around his neck. There's no golem or anything like that. He looks weak as all hell. They throw him to the floor and they go, "What the hell happened here?"
I have no idea.
Can I charm them?
You can attempt to.
Try to charm them.
If it doesn't require material components, then yeah.
Doesn't. Just voice and...
Yeah, give me a second to just change this light, because that top corner's pissing
Yeah,
me
of
off.
course.
Yes. Oh, Simon's gone. We are out of the thing, and we are now on a boat away.
Nice.
We somehow...
we have
all got
suddenly
away.
found our way to far off.
Far, far off.
Yeah, it was light coming through the back of the green screen. Right. Okay. Charming them is without using charm person, the regular lowercase c charming
Yes.
is.
By the way, Simon, you said there was an orb that dropped down earlier. Was that magical sleep? Because then I'm immune to it.
It wasn't sleep; it was unconsciousness. They they tased you
Yeah.
basically.
Okay, good to know.
Mr. Ehol, thank you so much for the bits.
Oh, thank you very much. They kind of, what the hell happened here? What is your response, Jordan? And you roleplay it, and then I give you a roll.
Sure. So one of those golems came in, and they kind of didn't leave the lever down. They left it up. This was totally not us.
Give me a deception check.
Sure.
I was gonna say, like, if you really wanted to do deception, I do have some somewhat better deception.
I have good deception.
I
That's
think so,
proficient
yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
It's
It's a bard. Yeah, it probably has
Go for it,
expertise
bard.
in it.
17.
17, okay. A bloody construct. The prince would have had our heads for this. Right, each of you back in the cells.
Well,
Now.
we're all back in ourselves.
We're
We're
in
tended to
Well,
it. We haven't moved.
you're free roaming at the moment, and he's shooing you back into the cells. And one of the guards is going to the lever, which is actually next to where Felicia is. So he gets
While they were doing that, I would like to find a better hiding place.
Sure. And they were so distracted by the others. I'm not even going to get you to roll. You're kind of like, oh shit, they're going to come here in a sec. So you dart around, maybe even to the other door is fine. So they shoo you back into the cells. They take this old guy. He's got a black heart tattooed on his left pec. He has a long ropey beard. He's scarred to all hell. One of his eyes is milky, and he has long, kind of dark grey hair. You could tell at one point it was black, but it's now kind of got so much silver in it that the silver's taken over from black. And you have a feeling he probably was quite not necessarily hench, but he was kind of rogue build. Yeah, he was Hugh Jackman build in his youth. Now age has taken too much from him, and they throw him unceremoniously to the floor, to the point where you can hear as he lands has probably broken a kneecap. He yelps with pain, and they laugh. The guard that's with you guys is holding out his pole arm and says, "Any of you steps forward, you're dead." And the other guard flips the switch, and the bars, boom, slam down once more. Guard comes in, says, "They all accounted for?" He goes, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4. We're all good.
Makes sense.
It's all fine.
And they do need to make an intelligence check. Thankfully, these guards are not known for their intelligence, because there's one empty shackle on the floor. Well, that's a 6.
Oh god.
Good.
And that's an 11. Either way, neither of them managed to get it. They just assumed that the shackle was just tossed on the floor.
This is fine.
Everything's fine.
And they turn around and go, "Right, good luck in the ring. Glory awaits."
Oh, does she?
And they
dead.
walk out and close the doors behind them.
I mean,
Yep.
what's with their
They close the doors, and actually, you would know better than to stand behind a door, actually, Felicia. So you're behind like a brazier instead. And they close the door. They laugh, and they walk off, talking about the bets that they're making in the Grand Melee tonight.
They said that
Right.
Gloria waits. I don't expect to meet her here. I mean, I met her once in the bed somewhere. But anyway.
If you don't know what that means, watch The Benefactor, Friday, 8 p.m. UK time.
To be fair,
And you'll know soon enough.
but yeah, as soon as the room is empty, I will basically look around if there's anything that unlocks the shackles. Because if I'm gonna do a prison break, I might as well get some others with me.
No, so there's a
roll credits.
corridor that goes either side. You can see around about 50 foot down, there seems to be another set of cells, and the same 50 foot in the other direction. Kind of intermittent between the what seems to be sets of cells. You can see that there seem to be locked rooms, so kind of like storage rooms that have these do have really hefty locks on.
Right. What is there even in this room that I have gotten out?
You're in a
into?
corridor.
A corridor.
You're in a corridor. Yeah, and you just kind of ducked behind a brazier.
Yep. Okay. Oh. Might as well open the door for them.
Straight away opens the door.
So you open the double doors. Yeah.
Are you opening the bars first, or are you gonna open the doors?
I'm gonna open the door on the slant, look in, did you get out? Nah? Okay. And then open the lever again.
Be smug first, then liberate. So yeah, you guys, the bars ting 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 go back up, and the doors open, and sure enough, buck naked elf walks in, happy as you like. They walk in, and you can see that there's the three people that you saw before, and this old fella that's on the floor cradling his knee. You can see the knee swelling up quite nastily.
Does anyone have healing magic?
I do. I can heal him.
Yeah.
I don't need anything for it as well.
Oof.
I have a healing word.
Yeah.
Gonna take more than that to get you out of here. Oh, nice trick though. Oh, jeez.
Can I heal him?
Yeah, sure.
Yep. So healing word is 1d4 plus my spellcasting.
Sure. Don't bother rolling. You see that
Right.
as you're there, you let loose the magic in your poetry, and as these kind of silver-tongued words come out, they just coalesce into magic, and you're almost convincing the knee to not swell and then to mend itself. And with a sudden snap in his patella, he goes, "Good trick, kid. Good trick. But you're not going to get out of here alive. Jeez. Well, maybe you, love." And he nods to the deep triton.
Oh.
City's on lockdown, isn't it? Oh.
Lockdown?
Yeah, no one in, no one out.
I know some routes.
All of the castless. They're taking the streets out. I was nearby doing a recce for the shackles. Gee, oh, that's better. That's better. There we go.
The shackles men?
Yeah, shackleman. You must.
I haven't bothered with them for a while.
Yeah, you must have heard of them. They release anybody who's in, and he points to the shackle around his neck.
Yeah, we could certainly use them right now.
There's 7 sails like me, and the second that he mentions the 7 sails, he reveals that he is the pirate. Nation of the 7 Sails is the pirate faction of Valeria, a nation that is solely on the sea. One of the ones you mostly meet, the free folk, which are basically anybody who's not in the other 6 sails, are signed up as free folk, and they are just kind of water travelers. They live on the ships, they go from port to port, they do whatever work they can. They're the most common ones that you'll see. Sometimes they identify themselves as free folk, sometimes they just come in as merchant traders and things like that. They tend to keep their heads down because they're not specialists. All the other factions are specialists. I would like any of you who would like to do so, make me a history check.
I'm a sailor. Do I have advantage?
You have advantage if you're background sailor. You have advantage. Yeah.
If I live in the sea and it's a smuggler, do I know?
No, because you're a deep. You said yourself that you're a deep triton and wouldn't have met them that much.
18.
I got
18,
a 14.
14.
9.
Actually, Bard take. Oh no, Bard has other things in the corner
Bards have a laughing in their corner.
because they're bards. Yeah. Okay, so
How to seduce one of them.
so Felicia, yes, you recognize the guy in front of you. So I've got yours, Jordan, Corinne.
9.
Nope, you don't. And Dinah?
But you want me to actually attempt?
Oh no, only if you want to. Yeah, if you don't want to, that's fine. So Felicia, you recognize the heart tattoo that is over the pec of this old fella. This is a member of the Forsaken. The Forsaken are a pirate faction who aren't very well known. You recognize them. They have a strange code that's based around vengeance. Those who are wronged can call out for the Forsaken to enact their vengeance. You know that it's something to do with almost like buying their vengeful rights from them in a way, and they're also about, in a weird way, retribution. Other than that, they are incredibly they're not xenophobic. They will trade with people. You being at the sailor, you traded food and supplies with them yourself. You haven't been part of their wrath, but it's always a bit of a kind of clenching time when the Forsaken flag you down for trade, because you don't know if they're flagging you down to kill you or not. But you know they always have money, and they pay off. And you know this guy is one of this quite mysterious and close-handed faction. So that's what you've got with that role. And he goes, yeah, we were nearby. So we snuck onto the shore one night, and when they started going through street by street, public place after public place, tavern by tavern, shop by shop, anybody who couldn't identify themselves and all the rest of it, of course I couldn't. That was it. I was done for. I'm here on trespass charges, would you believe?
That makes 2 of us then. I forgot to pay the port.
Forgot.
An ecumenical error. Yeah, great stuff. Okay, what's the rest of you in for? And he asks kind of pointedly.
Yeah. I got snitched on for bringing goods.
I see.
My contact.
Alternative forms of import.
Yes.
Yeah, customs. Okay, yeah, I know your type. How about you, mate, healer boy?
Well, other than, doing my usual good deeds, my line of business affords me a few extra coins without the appreciation of my customers. But, apparently someone got caught still. Apparently picked the wrong pocket, I suppose.
Okay, so you impose your own surcharge for your performances. I see, very much, I see. And you go, I haven't seen one of your kind in a while. And he nods over to the fire genasi. What are you in for?
I don't know. I've done plenty of things, so name one.
How about you name one? Name the worst.
Once
Do
I was
me
hired.
a quick arcana check for me.
Yeah.
Should be
Well,
good at
fine.
it.
I won't mention my other campaign, so there.
Do me an arcana check.
I am doing so. 15 plus 3, 18. Woohoo.
Yeah, you're pretty sure that this guy's got some form of... You don't know how he's got it, but he seems to know if you're lying. Or at least incredibly enhanced perceptions of whether you're lying.
Either way, I'm just still telling you the truth. Saying, I was once hired to go and kill a fake priest a necromancer who was hiding as a priest. And that was fun. I got a few thousand gold for that.
They call that illegal these days. Good God. The world we live in. So that's the worst.
It's illegal in Canton, I guess, if it's one of their priests.
Suppose so. Okay. He strokes his beard and starts to twist it into a knot, this kind of wispy rat's tail at the bottom of his thing. He smiles, and this mouth mostly missing teeth, a couple of them gold ones. And he starts kind of sucking at what is quite clearly some false teeth that he's got in his mouth. He goes, all right. You know what? You're not going to get out of this city alive. They've got patrols of warriors going about the place. They've got mages. What you need is a distraction and a means to escape.
And that's your job, isn't it?
Do you have any direct line to your friends,
not exactly.
the Shacklemen?
No. I mean,
Thanks for sacrificing yourself,
No,
old guy.
I meant the vengeance part, causing a distraction. That's what
Honestly,
you do.
she doesn't care. She's a neutral evil. She's like, thanks for sacrificing yourself.
Well, I'm going to miss my rendezvous for sure, but no, I'm thinking that maybe you could. You've all been wronged. Is my point. I don't think there's a one of you here who deserves what's about to happen. And from what I've heard, it's going to be nasty. The prince wants a big spectacle, so he's getting some pretty nasty creatures from other planes of existence tear you into little pieces. You're not going to stand a chance, any of you. Especially once they find out what you can do. And he nods over to the Eladrin. They'll soon be able to stop you doing however the hell you do that thing that you do. So I'm going to offer you a chance. You can sell your vengeance to us that we can collect. You've been wronged. And it doesn't look like they're going to recant anytime soon. So if you want, you can call on us. Call on us, we will take your vengeance. You'll no longer be allowed to enact your vengeance. That'll be left to us. And those of us who do will be able to find retribution for the things we've done. Quite a few of us have deserved death. But we've taken the oath. And technically, so can you. By giving us your vengeance, you'll owe us. You'll have to work with us for a while on a contractor basis. You're not going to be permanent members. But we will ask a favor of you. Yes, you're giving us your right to vengeance. But that's no payment for us. That's our ply in trade. Getting you off this ship. Getting you off this city. Onto one ship. Getting you off this this city and into a ship that's going to be hurtling away at quite a speed. That you're going to have to know a favor for. What do you think?
Sounds good to me.
Me and ships don't work well together.
I've been meaning to get out a new one anyways.
I live in the sea anyway.
Well,
me and ships don't work well together. If it's made of wood, it will burn immediately, and I don't like water, so no, I'm not taking that.
You're not taking it. Fair enough.
Then you're
Good
gonna
luck.
stay here. Have fun.
Because
yeah,
our ships can deal with fire. They're all residuum impregnated wood. You think that we would wait for something like fire to take us down? Have you ever met Suki?
As long as I don't deal with too much water, fine.
Well,
every ship
for
needs
those
a bard.
who want the distraction, and it sounds like you're going to need the distraction to get out of here. All it takes is to be indebted to one act with us. And he taps the heart on his chest. Simple enough. You want to sign on? You want that way out of here? All you have to say is that's what that spell was. Fuckers! Oh! And you can see there's some blood coming out of his mouth. I wonder what they were casting on me. Wouldn't have thought it'd be as easy as all that.
How about this? We get our stuff, or at least some stuff. I'm gonna need some copper, and then you can tell me.
You're still gonna need a distraction, love. If you want to get out of here once you get into the streets, you're gonna want to have the long nines pounding this place. You're gonna want to have.
That's what I'm saying.
Our mages.
You can just tell me up here as soon as I have my stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll give it a shot.
I also, if I get something, I can just read your mind.
Well, that would be useful. It's only 3 little words.
Yeah.
All you have to do is say them and mean them.
Actually, Simon, if I have like done jobs for the like supplies and stuff before, would I know about it?
I'm going to rule, just for narrative reasons, that you've never heard this before, because normally the people who say these words, actually,
give it a roll.
The guards knew it, so why not you? The diff is going to be high for narrative reasons.
Obviously.
Give me a roll.
Well,
sorry, I got to tell you the roll. Sorry, give me a history roll. If not, you'll have other ways of getting it. But
21.
21. And that was not a 20 on the dice, was it?
No, I have a +2. It was 19. So close.
Okay. You're there like, yeah, you're pretty sure it. Yeah, you've heard it in a song. And then it's like, he'll come and kill to get you, because no one else will. And when they call, the fear will strike. When they hear, damn it! No, you don't. You're trying to go through the song in your head, it will confer some advantage when you're trying to find the words later.
Does anyone have a copper piece?
No, because we're buck naked.
Does anyone have it stuck up so?
It wasn't a gratuitous decision to put you all butt naked. It was necessary because it was just like, oh look, I've got a thread of cotton. I can now cast kill everyone.
Anyways, okay, I will examine the thing in the middle of the room because everyone's out of their cells, but I'm the only one out of chains.
Yeah, so there's a heavy set of chains. They are all tethered to the ring in the middle of the room, and from here you can see that it's some sort of mechanical clasp, whereas the things around their neck are fused. This is kind of mechanical. So, yeah, it's.
Can I try and pick the lock?
If you had lockpicks, that would be an absolutely great.
Oh yeah,
I
the
had
ones that
them,
you
but
don't
they were
have.
taken.
So at the moment, there's all 5 of you just stood around this ring in the middle of the room, going.
The braziers in the room that you mentioned.
Yeah.
Brazier is in the corridor.
Yeah, the corridor. But yeah.
But,
can I pick off some pieces of metal and try and use them as improvised lockpicks?
When you go up to it, the brazier is this large single stone piece, carved stone piece.
Ooh,
and
is there a piece of coal in
there? It has got a metal sconce around the side, but it's a single piece. And yes, there are burning coals in there.
Oh, can I have a piece of coal, please?
It's about the only thing stopping you all dying from cold right now. The one concession they have to keeping you alive is a bit of heat. Yes, there are burning coals in this.
I will pick up some of the burning coals with Mage Hand.
Okay, sure. I mean, they're burning coals. The ones around the side, you can kind of pick up on the side and stuff. I mean, I used to do this. Capital.
Yeah, please. I'm gonna bring them in. All right, any one of you can do anything with this?
Yes.
And she will basically use the Mage Hand to throw it up and down.
Yeah. Yes. I can. One of my spells requires a piece of coal if I don't have my focus.
Yeah. Which
damn it, but okay.
Darkness.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, darkness does require coal dust. Yeah.
It's a piece of coal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
what do you use darkness for right now?
That's the opposite of what we want.
I can use it now, and I can see in magical darkness because I'm a shadow sorcerer.
Yep.
Well, so can I, but that's another thing entirely.
Okay. So yeah, you have some coal. So yeah, the Eladrin scoops up some coal dust on the side of the charcoal dust, but the same thing. And yeah, you've got congratulations, you've got your first inventory slot, and that is the coal you're holding in your hand.
I'm very happy about my piece of coal.
Well,
Anyone?
I will start walking down the corridor and basically like checking, listening through the doors to see if I can find a office or something where there are not people.
Okay, so walking along this corridor, one side clearly goes into the place where all the golems are that take you out to the Colosseum. You're pretty sure that's the worst direction you can go in.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go in that direction.
Just a quick reconnoiter, the other two sets of cells are empty. And the what you call it, kind of, I guess they're storage rooms. Storage rooms, that's the word. Have heavy metal doors with heavy locks on them. And at the end of the corridor, you think is the guards' room. So as you go down there, you can hear the guards that you were listening to before arguing over who is the smart bet between Garok the Crusher and Rook the Incredible.
Obviously Rook, but that's another thing entirely.
Obviously. Our elf friend is going around and trying to figure out a way to get us out. I'm gonna keep... so I had the resonance of the thing when I tried to... So I'm gonna try once again to get rid of... attack the thing.
Go for the roll. Yep.
Go for the roll.
Go for it.
Yeah. This time I'm gonna vary damage, so I'm gonna see if that does anything. So I'm gonna use Ray of Frost this time.
Okay.
On the thing.
Sure. So you try to find another weak spot on your collar. Give me a roll.
That is a 21 to hit.
Yep, you managed to get a weak point on the necklace, also known as you've got its AC. Roll for damage.
Yes, I rolled a whole 3 points of damage.
3 points of damage.
1d8
okay,
so tough.
it's not as loud as last time. Because last time you did 8 or 9 points of damage.
I did 6 points earlier.
Sorry, you did 6 points of damage. Sorry, you got 9 total now. That's right. So it's half as loud as last time. Yeah. And so here we go. Let's see how this goes. So Felicia, as you're getting close to the guards thing, they are quite heated in their opinions over the betting, but suddenly there's this that you recognize. It's not as loud as it was before, but if you can hear it, and suddenly someone goes, "Whoa, hang on."
I will use prestidigitation and make an odd odor to appear inside the room, so that they will think the other guy farted.
Oh god.
Oh, that's brilliant.
That's amazing.
I'm going to confer disadvantage because of that, as he's there, and that just all of a sudden, hang on. God damn you. He goes, hang on a second, he goes, good God, what did you eat this morning? And suddenly he's completely forgotten about the sound that he thought he might have heard. And he's just like, the other guy goes, what are you on about? You did it, not me. He's like, excuse me. And he's like, smelt it, dealt it. And the guards are just there facing off against each other now. He's just like...
As they are doing that, I will quietly go back and tell them, don't do that. The guards were just about to go here.
Right. Sorry.
We've got to distract them somehow.
Yeah.
More than
what
they
do you
already
think I did?
I
Very
mean,
different to my
permanent.
usual one shot. You're up against bars, shackles, and doors.
Yeah.
Those are the encounters.
We are D&D players. We're being defeated by a door.
Yes.
Yep.
Well, we've got the door. It's the shackles.
Oh yeah, the doors you've nailed. It's the shackles that are fucking you up at the moment.
Can I try against my shackles?
Absolutely, go for it.
I will hide. I will go.
I'm going to
like,
try and use.
I will
Sorry,
hide
again.
where the other cells are supposed to be. So like behind that door, so that when they go into these cells, they won't look for me because I'm where
Yep.
there's supposed to be no
Yeah.
one.
You know
Yeah.
that they know that the cells are empty, so you just walk into the empty cells and you're like, yep, good a place as any.
Yep.
Dino, go for it.
I'm going to try and use burning hands on the shackles to
Okay.
melt them
Spell
off.
slot. Wow.
So with burning hands, you know if you hit the ring in the center and you do enough damage, everyone will, well, technically be free. They will still have the shackle around their neck, but they won't be tethered to the floor anymore, so they will be able to move around freely.
Okay, then I'll go and get it on the ring in the center.
Sure. Okay. Give me just roll the damage for burning hands, because guess what? The ring fails its dex save.
Yeah.
Oh. Hmm.
Actually, I was gonna
Alrighty,
ask
so-
if I could find some water.
Yeah, so I could use some water.
Currently, there's no water available to you. You can see that there's some water in the guards room, but that's it.
We don't have a water genocide to create water for us.
And I was gonna do a farewell because I have shaped water.
I was gonna say
Okay.
I
I rolled 12.
Okay, 12 points of damage, sure. So you watch as this torrent of fire starts to melt the chains in the middle. But as it does so, there's this huge
Uh-oh.
That's why we don't do it in the burst stupid Indian genocide.
Yep, and I rolled another 19. Hey, I like this dice. So I rolled another 19. So even over the top of the guards arguing, they go, oh shit, and suddenly barrel out of the door.
I was gonna say I didn't get to say this earlier, but Shirin will
Sure.
go well when the genocide decides to do this, and she goes, oh fucking idiot, and she goes and sits in her cell to like not get caught by the guards and be like, well, this person did it, it wasn't me.
Well, these chains, because it's fire, these chains have a weakness to fire, and so it's not like double damage, but it gave extra damage on top, and you can see that the chains are superheated right now, and you feel that a small amount of damage will break them. They're not dead yet, but they are superheated. They're bright red, and you know that just a little bit more will do it.
Okay, right fast.
Oh my god, you're going to do the hot cold thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's gonna make it explode.
Roll for just roll the damage. Don't roll to hit.
2.
Even doubled. You watch as it goes from super hot to super cold. There's cracks appearing in all of them. They are going from super heated to super brittle. You're kind of unforging them effectively. And you can see that that there's cracks coming through them all. It's just going to take the barest action
Vicious mockery.
So
I wish.
the Genasi contact, the Triton contact, because you both have acted, and it's only going to take one turn for the guards to get to you. So all that's left now.
I'm hidden in another room.
You're hidden, so yeah, so you can't act. So
It's only me.
It's basically you, Jordan, and the Forsaken.
So, don't really have any good damage stuff I could use to actually break this, and my strength is not good.
Do you have
So I
vicious
don't even
mockery?
think I'll be able to... Sorry?
Do you have vicious
Vicious-
mockery?
Yeah, but that's psychic damage. Is that really...
That doesn't matter.
That doesn't
It's
matter.
damage.
What?
Damage, yeah.
We need damage.
If
Insult
it'll
the
work,
chains.
then I
Yeah.
can try and insult the chains then.
You will insult them into breaking.
You are the worst chains I've ever met. One second, I'm trying to find my d4. Okay, you're the worst chains I've ever met. You look at you, you went so hot, so cold, you're brittle, you're nothing. Dude.
Nothing happens. They're chains. They can't understand the vicious mockery. It's funny that Corinne said earlier on today, oh yeah, there's, or was it the other day? Oh yeah, there's not many things that are immune to psychic damage. Yes, there are. Inanimate objects. Inanimate objects don't take psychic damage. They haven't got a mind. The Forsaken turns to you and goes, "What the hell are you doing?" He bunches up his chain into a makeshift weapon and brings it down heaven to earth on the rest of the chain. And so he's going to do an improvised weapon check. Let's have a go.
Strength is minus.
I like this dice. This
that.
dice is my favorite dice. He nat 20s down onto the now brittle chains, and all the chains go. You notice that using non-magical means that there's no sinuous sound. But at that point, the two guards cartwheel around the corner. Handbrake turn around the corner, and are there pointing these nasty-looking pole arms at you. Darkness. One of them is reaching to his belt for a bell that's at his hip.
Can I, from behind him, cast sleep on the guy reaching for his bell?
You can't at the moment because we're in initiative. Everyone roll.
16.
16, yeah. Felicia.
28.
20? How did you...
I rolled a nat 20 and I have a +8 to initiative.
How? Alert? Or...
No, I'm a swashbuckler. I add charisma mod to my...
Wow, okay. Yeah. At level 4!
Yeah!
Yeah, she rolled insane stats, remember, Simon?
Oh god, yeah, I remember on the Discord. Corinne.
15.
And Diana.
I'm just rolling here because I wasn't sure if you wanted all of us to. That looks like a 6, and well, my charisma's +4, so
10. Okay, good stuff. And then the Forsaken nat 1. Sure. Okay, so looks like he just went from nat 20 to nat 1. Okay, so at the top is Felicia. What are you doing?
I want to cast sleep. Wait.
Okay. Can you cast sleep?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
I don't think it has a material component, but I might be wrong.
A pinch of fine sand, rose petal, or a cricket. Does the dust from the brazier count as fine sand? Since it is really fine pieces of charcoal?
It's not sand. However, to be fair, Khantum is a sand-covered country. Give me a survival check.
Because
you only need a pinch.
Yeah.
Dirty 20?
Dirty 20 will be enough. You are you're skittering around, trying to brush dust together in this thing. As they're passing, you're kind of sweeping the floor with your hands. You start to...
Well, I'm coming in from behind them, so they haven't seen me yet. So.
Oh, yeah. You brush this into your hand, and you're kind of running it between your fingers. A lot of it is dust, but you can feel there's some grittiness there. And you're there thinking, I'm hoping this is going to be enough. You roll your sleep spell.
5d8. I should have picked out more d8s. Fuck. Dice bag! I need d8s! Fuck. I was not prepared.
Felicia, please stop shouting. I can't turn down you individually.
Oops. I'm sorry. 5. Ooh, those are some good rolls. Okay, so 10, 20. Does he have more than 25 hit points?
Probably.
Wait.
You cast it on. Are you casting it on one or both? Because the way it will work is that it will hit the one who's got the least hit points, and then if it has enough to do another person, it'll do another person, and so on.
Okay. I'm casting up both then, so it hits the one with the least.
Okay, they both have the same hit points, so I just rolled an odd even to find out which one it hit. The guy who's reaching for his bell, because there's no graphics to the sleep spell, it's just a psychic effect. You guys watch as they're holding these pole arms to you. One of them reaches to his hip to take the bell from his hip, and suddenly just keels over. And the guard's there going, and he's starting to shake.
Oh no.
His action, which he doesn't get to do yet. Hang on. Actually, no, I rolled a. So actually, is his action next? His action is going to be, because he knows he can't do this on his own, is that he turns around and he kicks his compatriot awake.
Oh.
But you have wasted their turn, Felicia, with your sleep spell. So yeah, the guy who's going to ring the bell on his turn hasn't, which means that you've just given everybody else a shot. So you've got one guy who's prone, because that's what happens when you fall asleep. One guy who's not prone, and the one who's prone is still going to try to ring the bell when he can, but he's just woken up this turn. He lost his turn. So you're muted, by the way, Felicia.
I was gonna say, before my turn ends, can I use my bonus action to hide?
Yeah, because it was just a spell cast. It was just a Sandman kind of thing. Go for the hide.
23 to hide.
Yeah, sure. They think one of these guys cast it, so that's fine. That's what the guards do. So at 16, who was that?
That was me.
That was you. Okay. So you've got one guy who's prone on the floor. You've got another guy who's holding his pole arm. And what would you like to do?
The one that's prone with the bell.
Mm-hmm.
Does he have to get up before he can use the bell, or can he?
No, he can use the bell from prone.
Right. Okay. So we have to deal with him first.
You have a feeling he'll probably use half of his speed to stand up as he's ringing it, but yeah.
Okay. In that case, how far away are they?
They are from. You were all stood around the ring, so they are about 20 foot away.
Ooh.
Depending on where you're standing, 20 or 25.
Oh, okay. In that case, I should be able to do this. Bear with me just a second.
Sounds like the flat downstairs is also fighting with doors, but in real life.
Yeah. I think it's a bunch of construction workers that are walking in and out. I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
How far away is Felicia now? Now that she's hid, how far away is she from them?
You don't know.
Okay, right, of course.
Back.
Okay,
She's
so
around the corner and hiding. There's no way you can get a roll.
right, okay, that's fine. In that case, I'm gonna get right up close to the two guards as my movement.
Okay, are you engaging with them?
I'm engaging with them.
Yeah.
I'm going to cast Thunder Wave.
Mm.
Ooh.
That
And
Oh, that's very
I
noisy.
believe that doesn't have a material component.
it
So
doesn't have a material component.
sure.
Very smart.
It is loud, but it's either that or I just tell them off. And
Well, they are people, so they do take damage from being
they'll
told
take
off.
damage, but probably not enough.
Sure. Please
Okay.
go ahead and cast Thunderwave. Oh no, I've got to do a thing, don't I?
I've got to do a check, which is, if I remember, Constitution saving.
Constitution save. I've got a 16 and a 12.
They save, so I don't hit them.
What's your charisma mod?
Charisma's 6.
Plus.
So the 12 should have failed.
Yeah, 12 should have failed.
Oh,
Yeah, because your save should be somewhere around 14, I think.
14, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the 12 failed and the.
Oh, the 12 failed, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 12 failed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, and what was the other one?
The other one was 16.
Okay, so the 16 is safe.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's see. Thunder Wave. Roll the 2d8 thunder damage.
2d8. That is 8.
Okay. So 8 and 4, I believe. Failed save, successful save, half the sound. Okay, so we have 8 and 4. Yeah, and the guy who takes 8 is the guy who's standing, and you slam him into the corridor.
Yeah, he gets pushed, I think, 10 feet.
Yeah, he gets pushed 10 feet.
Yes, they get pushed. That was the...
And the guy who's prone on the floor doesn't get pushed.
Right.
He takes some damage, though. You can see he suddenly puts his hand on his ears. Yeah, the spell emits a thunderous boom audible to 300 foot.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
It does,
Yes,
it does.
it does. Because it's
300.
thunder damage. All thunder damage
Yeah.
to create an
Yeah.
audible thing that's 300 foot. Now, we don't
Okay.
know how soundproof things are around here.
Yeah,
This might be a
but
lot of
according to D&D Beyond, Thunderclap is only can be heard up to
Thunder wave.
100 feet away.
Thunder
Thunder wave.
Wave.
Found a way.
Thunder Wave.
Ah.
Yeah,
Thunderclap
that's the
has
level
the
1
material.
spell. Yeah.
Ah, that's the one, level 1.
So yeah, you walk straight up and just there's this ripple from your mouth and this thunderous
Maybe not the
wave
smartest.
gets put through,
No.
and yeah, you can hear it just echoing down the halls.
I figure they kind of know we're here anyway. I mean, obviously they know we're here. I mean, like...
No, that's what the bell was gonna do. Was gonna call people here. They
Yeah.
didn't know that we were here.
Next
bad.
up at 15, unless you've got anything else, Jordan.
Well, darkness.
Sure. Where would you like to center the darkness?
I'm gonna center the darkness on me. So,
Okay, so centering the darkness on you, and yeah, so let's have a look at what the range will be. Darkness is what, level 2 spell? Isn't
yeah, level 2 spell, yeah, and it's a 15-foot radius around me.
it? Okay, 15-foot radius. All of the cells suddenly are plunged into darkness, reaching up to but not including the bard. The only people who can see right now is Nyx and Lanfa. Everyone else is plunged into darkness. Shurin obviously can see through the darkness.
Yeah.
But Spar and the Forsaken, who you still haven't found out the name of, are plunged into darkness, can't see anything.
Yeah, I'm gonna
But
move.
I have dark vision.
Yeah,
Because I
but it's
can't
magical.
see
magical.
It's magical darkness. You can't see
Yeah.
through unless it's a special thing. You
Yeah.
can't see through it. Yeah.
Player characters, there's only 2 classes that can see through magical darkness, and that is Warlocks who take the Eldritch Invocation, and Shadow Sorcerers. No one else can see it.
Yes, I'm gonna move towards where the guards are and plunge them into darkness and kind of leave everybody else out of the darkness.
Okay, so you're gonna walk into the thing. So you walk forward, and 15 foot from there would mean that you plunge. In that case, I take that back. The Forsaken can see. Spar can see.
Okay.
And the only one who's put into darkness that you can't deal with are the guards and poor Lanfa. Lanfa, you can't see anything right now.
Deserving, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spar, what you can see is that this strange Triton character walks forward, and suddenly there's this big black dome. It's perfect, deep, dark black, no light whatsoever. And the Forsaken goes, well, that's hardly going to help, is it? How am I going to go in there and attack him now?
Well, it's meant to help by obscuring. So if you guys go into darkness, then it doesn't. It's not large enough to cover the entire room, is it?
It comes into the cell some way.
Yeah.
So
Because it's a corridor.
So the corridor is about 15 foot. You go up to the first guard, The other guard has been gone 10 foot across the corridor, and he's 5 foot from the other thing. So you've basically covered the corridor and 15 foot's worth of the cell space.
Yeah.
Spar and the Forsaken are further back where the ring is, which I said was 20 foot away. So this big kind of dome goes up to about 5 foot away from where they are.
Yeah. Okay.
So you've covered the corridor in darkness, and you've sent out a giant explosion.
That wasn't me.
Doing well. Next up is
such stealth.
Yes, such stealth, Jordan.
So that was Felicia, Jordan, Corinne, and next up is Dinah.
I thought there was supposed to be a puzzle rather than a combat, but
I didn't say there was no combat. I said it was mostly puzzle.
I don't want to move because I don't want to get blinded, and honestly, I don't know what to attack. So I'm just gonna stand in the background, going like, "Yeah, they take all the fun."
Hold a cam trip or something if you see a guard step out of the darkness.
Well, hide from anyone who's coming to get us when Mr. Gnome has alerted the entire building that we are fighting.
So, yes, Dino, you are allowed to hold an action as long as you give me a specific trigger, like the first person to come in range, or the first enemy to come in range. You can hold something like a cantrip. If you hold a spell that has a spell slot to it, you have to keep holding it or you'll lose it. So what would you like to do?
You have me stumped. This is your fault. I'll just hold for a sneak attack.
Sure. Okay. So anybody who comes within range of you, you will attempt to attack them. The sneak attack may or may not trigger, depending. Because obviously
You can hide as a bonus action as a rogue, so if you want to hide first and make sure that you are hidden when people come
actually,
in.
yeah. So yeah, if you do the hide action, I will allow that you could.
I'll go and hide.
Okay, roll me a stealth check.
Stealth, right. I have dice here somewhere.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Eagle, for the
2 + 6, 8. That is a horrible roll. Jesus.
Yeah, so you try to look around for a place to hide, and you realize that you can't find anywhere that will hide your embers. So you're there kind of like, nope, this still glows, this still glows, this still glows. God damn it. And you just can't find anywhere where you're just like, oh, okay, this is not happening. It's just the way the place was that this place is shaped. You can still attack anybody who comes within range, but you're not sure if the sneak attack will go off depending on the situation. So the next up is the Forsaken, and he's going to grab hold of the wall, and running his hand along the wall, he walks into the darkness.
We dragged him into this.
So he's basically using the wall to guide himself through the darkness. He's seen the spell before. He's just like, let's get on with it. Let's get out the other side. I need to go. I
mean, the thing with darkness is because they didn't cast it, they can't see through it. He will be attacking normally because he will have advantage to hitting them because they can't see, but he will have disadvantage because he can't see, so they're all just fighting normally.
Okay. Mechanically, that might be how it works, but he's still blind.
Yes.
Yeah. He's blind fighting. Yeah.
He can't
he's blind
see
fighting,
where
and I'll have to look up those rules because I was pretty sure that everybody who attacks with disadvantage.
No, you get advantage on hitting someone who can't see. Someone who's blinded, you have advantage on hitting them.
But if you're blinded yourself, so the blind fighting the blind, it equals out.
Yeah, it equals out.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it equals
Fair
out.
enough.
The darkness are only really useful when you can see in darkness, hence.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Which is fine because we have 2 people who can see, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sure. Right. The next thing.
Mr. E-Hall, if you want to help with the goal, you need to donate directly to the link below. I will
Yeah,
also say.
unfortunately, bits don't translate to the goal, Mr. E-Hall. If you want to add to the goal, if you follow the donate. I've just got beaten to it. Yeah. So go to that link, and it's tipping through that link that goes towards the goal.
Yes, we already reached our first goal.
We don't see the we don't see the bits for some time. But what I might do is I might put in the money for those bits. Anyway, so the next person up is the Forsaken. He does that. Goes back around to you, Felicia. You can see the guard that's been thrown into the corridor is kind of reaching out, and he's trying to find somebody who's not his friend. Stab.
Question: is he holding on to his weapon?
Yes, he has his weapon. Yeah.
Sadness.
So he has his weapon.
Would it be possible to take his weapon?
It would be a sleight of hand check versus his. To just walk up and snatch it out.
Yeah, and I assume you have advantage because obviously you're.
You don't have advantage because once you go grabbing for it, he will be just like, no, I'm going to continue holding to it. He doesn't need to see it to hold on to something.
That is true, though.
So it is just a straight thing. He doesn't get disadvantage, but you don't get advantage. Yeah. So sleight of hand versus, please.
21.
Many points higher than the 4 that I got total. You walk straight up and you're just yoink, and he's just not ready. He's feeling out. He's only got it in one hand because he's feeling out with his other hand to try and find someone, and just suddenly you just yoink it out of his hand. You're currently holding a spear. Not a spear. Sorry, a glaive.
A glaive.
A glaive, yeah.
Glaive.
It might not be a finesse weapon that you're looking for.
It's not a finesse weapon at all. It's purely strength based.
It is a weapon.
Oh,
it is still a weapon.
So
yeah.
loud.
Sorry.
It's your mic's fault then more than anything else. But I can't turn.
I'm just
down.
trying to find it in the app.
So glaive is a D10 weapon with reach to 10 foot. And in the right hands, as in these trained guards' hands, it can be really quite good because they had a feature, but they require to have a pole arm in their hand for the feature to go ahead. And now he hasn't got one.
There, glaive, apply. Okay. Well, I have a +2 to hit with it. So, I can still hit.
Yes.
Things.
Yes.
Did it take an action to snatch that from him?
Yes, it did.
Okay, that is fair enough. Yeah. Then I will use a bonus action to hide.
Yeah.
Please,
okay.
do you have a way to turn down your microphone a little bit? It should be in.
Yeah,
video
I can
settings.
turn it down in Zoom
in audio
if I
settings.
go into audio settings.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you've got his weapon now, and now both hands he's kind of reaching out. He is going to go. It is turn next. I assume that you're hiding.
Can I, as a part of my movement, like kick his bell away?
It's different guys.
Does it matter?
Probably not.
Please help
as a
your
bonus
fellow
action,
man.
I'm going to go with no because that's another pickpocket action. They are firmly affixed to the belts in like a little bell holder.
Oh. Miss Ewhall, thank you for the $10 donation to ESxVOS.
Thank you very much, mate. Thank you. So yeah, you've now got his glaive though, and only one of them had the bell. So the one on the floor is still kind of reaching for the bell, although it may be a moot point now by the fact that the 300-foot explosion went off from your little gnome. But yeah, so it comes around to their turn. So the one guy, the one guard, even though he hasn't got his... actually, Felicia, can you do me for your bonus action, your hide check in the darkness, which means it has advantage. You're muted.
No, she's just not saying
No,
anything.
no, I'm
Oh, no, you're not. Okay.
I'm doing mental math.
Sure.
22.
22. Yep. Okay, sure. So he's going to go out to. Well, we know there's two people in the darkness with you. There's the gnome and there's the Triton. So.
Does he find any of us?
So he's going to do an unarmed strike. Sadness.
Railing at whatever he can reach.
He bumps into the gnome, and then as he bumps into the gnome, he's like, well, this guy isn't prone, and I know there was a gnome amongst them, so he's going to try and drop kick the gnome.
Okay.
So what's your dex?
Thank you, Miss Teal.
+2.
+2, so that means that your AC currently
It's 12.
is 12.
Well, yep.
Yeah, and I got that on the dice alone. So
You take 1 point of damage.
no, it's one. It's gonna be
more than that.
It's gonna be more than that. Yeah. These are professional thugs here.
Yeah.
Boys.
So you take a total of 6 points of bludgeoning damage as this armored foot from this trained thug slams into your chest, and he's going to go for a second attack. That is a miss.
States!
So yeah,
Thank you for the follow.
he seats.
I thought it was states. I couldn't read.
And so yes, he goes up and he kind of does a kick. You reel backwards. He goes for the second kick, and you're not there because he kicked you backwards. And he's just there like, I still get you. And you can hear him stamping now, just indiscriminately.
No. This is bullying.
The second one is going to spend his entire action doing only two things. He's going to stand up and he's going to ring the bell, which is completely moot point at this point. The bell has been enchanted. It has thaumaturgy, and when he starts ringing it, the sound is insane.
At
So
least now, it was fine what I did.
Right.
yeah, it's like
It's not fine, but it's worse now. Not because of me.
So that's now it's not my fault anymore.
okay. So next up is you, Jordan. You've just been kicked in the chest.
Oh.
Never mind. You're Starkers, and he's got like a fully armored boot.
Yeah, that hurt. But you know what hurts more? Even though I can't see him, I know he's there. I
Yes.
know he can hear me.
Oh, yeah.
I know that I don't have to actually see him for
Yeah.
him to hear this next
You
bit.
don't need line of sight. No.
That's the best you got? You kick like my mother.
Roll it. Oh no, I've got to roll it. I'm
We've
gonna.
got it
Wisdom save, yeah, wisdom save.
At one, go roll your damage.
wrong. That's the best news I've heard all day. That's a 3.
Ooh, that's the second highest you can roll at.
That is.
So 3 plus your.
No,
Oh
there's
no,
no
it's just
plus.
3, isn't it? Yeah.
It's 3.
Yep. Okay. So yeah, you. Oh yeah. Yeah. Burn. Yeah. And so yeah, you can hear the as you hear the psychic damage drive home. Okay.
Just a
Anything else,
gnome in
Jordan?
the dark. I can try to hide as well, I guess.
Are you a rogue?
I'm not a rogue. I'm a bard, but I can at least like try to.
No, you
Move
can only
away.
only hide as an action.
Oh,
Only
okay.
rogues and goblins can hide as a bonus action.
Okay, my apologies.
No worries.
Um,
That is fine.
It's not
You
obvious
just-
if you don't know.
Yeah, and a
Yeah.
lot of D&D you learn by playing it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
True.
believe me.
Don't think there's a lot I can actually do now then,
Yeah.
other than actually moving away from him.
Yeah, I mean, you can try to move in any direction you like. You've still got your, was it 25 foot movement?
Yeah, I've got 25.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna try to move basically in the direction where I was kicked away from. So I'm going to move away in that direction.
Well, you were kicked back into the cells,
Yeah.
so unless you want to go back into the
Oh.
cells.
Right, I didn't know I was that far back. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't kick you like 5 foot or something. He kicked you
Right.
like a foot and then swung and missed. So yeah, I
Right.
mean, you're pretty certain that you could walk past him. You remember the layout of the corridor. So other than the possibility of a trip hazard, of the prone guard and your allies and the guy trying to stamp you,
Yeah, he stood back up.
yeah, you know which. Oh, sorry, yeah, he's not a prone guard anymore. He's a standing guard. Still a significant obstacle for your 2 to 3 foot of gnome.
Yes.
So you can walk in the general right direction. That part isn't difficult.
And
It's
also, he can't
whether or not
see
you'll
you.
bump into him.
He
Yeah.
can't see you, so
you
he
could
can't...
just sprint in between his legs, kick his dick, and be out
I
of
can't,
it.
can't
But
kick
that
him.
would be an action to kick his
So-
dick on the way. But
I'm going to rule what happens with you ambling around in the dark because the
Sure.
rules get a bit fuzzy at this point. So if
Yeah.
you want, you can try to move through the crowd.
Yeah, I'll try and move through them then.
Okay.
At 25 feet.
So there are some obstacles here. So we're going to treat this as an obstacle challenge. And mostly it'll be your reaction to them. So as you get closer to somebody, you're like, whoop, and you just keep going. So this is an acrobatics check. Give me an acrobatics check for you to be dodging and weaving once you kind of realize, whoop, there's someone there. And someone here.
That's not going to be good. Okie dokie. 7.
7. Yeah, you get around about 10 foot and then bounce off 2 people, and that's the rest of your movement for the thing. Nothing bad per se happens, but you're still in the darkness.
Do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Yep.
just kind of pinballed off two people. I think one of them was an ally. And
Did he bump
Corinne,
into me or?
yeah, Corinne, something bounced off the back of your kney. You're
Well,
not
I
sure
can
what
see
it was.
him. I can see
Oh
him.
yes, it was him. Yeah, the poor little gnome bounces off the back of your knee.
Don't
And, you
move
look
out the
down,
way.
and he's there. You're just like, oh yeah.
I was like, oh. And I
Nicks up his-
kind of like that way. kind of
grab the top of his
Pointing
head and
it
just go,
towards-
this way, mate.
Helping a little toddler walk around.
yeah.
Back in the room. Corinne, you're up next.
Yes. Let's see.
you've just seen the elf pop up in its stark white glory, snatch a weapon, and then disappear again.
I will spit into my hand, and my hand, out of my hand, an ice knife grows.
From spit.
Cause it's a drop of water.
That is true.
Okay, right. Let's talk volume here. Okay, how much do you think you can spit into your hand? If you're lucky, you'll get a needle that is so thin that when you turn it into ice, it's not worth
Well, the material
weapon.
point is just, it says literally a drop of water, so it doesn't need to be big. It's a
Oh, hang on. Are you casting ice knife?
yes.
That's different.
Yeah.
I thought
That's
you
what
I thought
we
you were doing
say.
control water.
No.
And I was like,
Also-
you can't just turn a piece of spit into an ice knife. I just realized, oh, hang on, ice knife is a spell.
Yeah.
You just go.
You've just gotten used to it being called Freinir's
Freinir's
Fang because of
Yeah.
glory. It's called Ice Knife.
It is called ice knife. Yeah. Yes, you can cast off ice knife by spitting in your hand. Well done.
Yes.
The only
Why didn't we do
question
that
is,
earlier?
Is any one of us in range of it?
That's what I'm gonna say, because I can see everything. I assume the gnome is right next to me, so he's fine.
The gnome is next to you. The 2 guards are in the darkness. Pretty much everybody is distant from each other. Everybody has a square between everybody else, apart from you and the gnome, because the gnome's just freshly bumped into.
Yes. Can I
Where am I
hit only
going?
the guards with the because it?
You can
can
hit
hit one guard.
of the guards, I think. 'Cause
Yeah,
they're
you
not
can hit
close
one
enough
guard,
to
but the
each
guards
other.
aren't next to each other. One of them got thunder waved across the corridor.
Okay.
They are very distant from each other by 10 foot.
Okay. I will hit one of the guards then. The one that got insulted.
Sure, the one that's had the most damage. Roll to hit to start with.
Yeah, and it's with advantage because I can see he cannot. Oh, I rolled 2 15s.
Yay.
And you should have plus
6. I have +6, so it's at
Yeah.
21.
Yeah, that hits him. Even with the armor that he's got on, that hits him. So roll damage, the piercing damage.
Yeah.
1d10.
Yeah, 1d10. I'm just gonna. That's a
And
d10.
then he rolls a dex saving throw.
Yeah.
You should have like 16 as a save.
No, it's 14 because we only have +2 and I'm a 4. We're only level 4.
What's
so
the piercing damage first?
5.
Right, 5 piercing damage. Good.
Yeah.
And then it explodes. He does a dexterity saving throw.
Yeah. Does the dex save with disadvantage or anything, Simon?
Um,
Because of being blinded.
No, being blinded, when you're blind or not blind, a grenade doesn't really make that much of a difference. Hitting the deck is hitting the deck. It's just how quick it happens when he suddenly realizes this thing's about to explode. So he has got a 17 for the dex save.
Yeah, he's blind, can't see automatically fails any ability check that requires sight. Okay. Because does he need to see the thing for it to know that's coming, though?
Well, it's just been hit by it, and it's about to explode. So he gets hit by it, and this thing is, and it's exploding shortly thereafter. So he gets as much notice as the guy you shot in the back who can see. So I rule he got a 17 for dex.
Yes. So that is 7, half 2, 3.
Okay. Sure. At 19 damage, this total that he's taken throughout the thing. When the explosion goes off, you hear, he's really, really ropey, this guy. The other one hasn't taken much damage because he only took half on the thunder wave, but this one guy has taken quite a beating. You have a feeling another kind of hit like that, and that guy will be normal. So heavily bloodied. That's anything else from you, Corinne?
Let's see. I make sure that I'm not right next to one of the guys, and kind of I make it really difficult for them to actually find me in here.
Are you part rogue?
No, but it's in pitch black darkness. So how are they gonna find me?
So you are going to move to a place that's far away from them. Sure.
Well,
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So you make sure that you are furthest away from the guards. That's fine. Yeah. Okay. That's you, Corinne. Dino, you hear an explosion in the darkness.
Oh joy!
What would you like to do?
I still can't do a darn thing because I can't see him, and I'm not going to go and hurting the wrong persons. So I'm just going to attempt to prepare like burning hands and hide again.
I mean, you
Sure.
can, because how it works, you can attack them just normally, because they have disadvantage on the attack. Well, they have disadvantage. You have advantage on attacking them, but you get disadvantage for not being able to see them. So it will be just a normal attack if you want to attack them.
Sure, okay.
It'll just be regular. It'll just be a regular attack. You won't get any sneak attack.
Yeah,
what kind
sneak
of
attack? But
actually, what kind of rogue are you? Oh, arcane trickster. That's it. Yeah. So it will just be a regular attack, not a sneak attack. But you can just wade in there and kind of once you get find a guard with your hand, just kind of attack them with. What would you like to attack them with?
Burning hands.
Burning hands. They're not together, so you would only be able to get one of them, but you can absolutely do that if you wish.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yep, sure. So yeah, you go up, you put your hand and you're like, oh, you're not naked. Burning hands. And I rolled a 3. So roll full damage for burning hands. And I'm gonna roll to see which one. And this is going to be a 1 to 4 is going to be the one that has least damage, and 5 to 6 is the one that's furthest out. So with a 4, that is the nearest one. So this is going to be useful, actually. Roll full damage for your burning hands, please.
So I have 9.
Okay. 9 points of damage. You hear the shriek as you put your hand against this guy's stomach, and then this fire just pours forward, and you just hear him scream as you're boiling him in his chainmail.
I'll leave a mark.
Now, Dino, as you are a rogue, you can step back and do the hide action as a bonus action in the darkness, which does have advantage. So roll me a stealth check with advantage, please.
Okay, so my top was 17 plus 6, so
23.
I guess that's 23.
Yeah, you know he can't see you, and you're just kind of like, well, kind of sucks trying to attack him, but I can do this. And you just step back and very quietly tiptoe away, and he has no idea where the hell you are. The Forsaken is following the wall along, and he gets out the other side of the darkness, and he runs up to what seems to be one of the storage rooms, and he's looking at the lock. And he is going to do a check. He hasn't got any thieves' tools, but he can do an assess on the lock. That one. He's just there kind of going, oh, bloody hell. I spent some money on this one. And he's just there kind of scrutinizing it. Back round to the top, Felicia.
I want to stab someone.
Okay.
I have a weapon now.
The glaive is going to be
for me, but it's a weapon.
It's a weapon, and unfortunately, it's a strength-based attack. It has to be. So, you've got the guy who has recently been charbroiled, and then and he's looking pretty nasty now. That 9 points of damage was a lot. And you've got the one that has been let me get this right. Thunderwaved, mocked, and whatever the last thing. Ice knifed. So, go for it. Which one would you like to hit? Because you can't see.
I can see both, so I'll just take the guy that is closest to me.
Okay, that's Mr. Ice Knife. So go for the attack.
Let's see here. So it says +2.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Yeah.
And are you proficient in martial weapons? If you're not, don't add your proficiency.
Daggers, darts, slingers, quarterstaffs, light crossbows.
I think D&D Beyond has already added your thing to it.
Yeah, but I'm not using D&D Beyond.
So, in that case, it's a D20, then your strength modifier, but not your proficiency modifier. Because you're out of your spec.
Yeah, string. Well, then it's a straight 15.
15, unfortunately, it slams against his chainmail, but doesn't do him any damage. You missed by 1 point.
Did you roll with advantage?
Oh, yeah, I was supposed to do that.
Oh, yes, you get advantage. He can't see you, but you can see him.
Yeah.
Ha! 17.
17. Roll 1d10 and add your strength modifier as damage.
Does she get sneak attack because she had advantage?
Yes.
Finesse weapon required.
Ah.
Is this... Well,
it's not.
Isn't the glaives... The glaives, finesse. Oh, no.
It needs to be finesse, and I think it needs to be light as well. But
no, only
either way,
just
it needs to be a
heavy.
dex-based attack. You cannot sneak attack with a strength-based attack.
Which is fine.
Yeah. So how much damage?
6.
Yep, 6. With a kind of a chopping, beheading motion, you behead him.
Oh.
Nice.
You guys hear this shrunk and this wet thud on the floor, followed by a bigger thud as his body hits too.
That's one after.
By the sound of the body dropping, can we tell who it was that just dropped?
Yeah, because he's wearing armor, so it should...
Yeah, you know that it was a guard.
So we...
Yeah, it wasn't the wet slap of a naked body hitting the floor. This was a ka-chunk, ka-chunk of somebody with armor. Yeah.
And then I will hide.
Sure. Roll your hide.
You just stand still and darkness going.
24.
The other guard, who still has his pole arm, swears at you in Kanti, which is the Kantum language, and you can tell that he is shuffling around, and the two of you who can see, he's taken a stance with his polearm. Now he's rung the bell. He's taken a stance with his polearm, and he's just blinking myopically into the darkness. And he's listening for a target to come up. He came to the same conclusion that you did, and that is that his colleague has just died. So he's just waiting for anyone to come within range of him. He's kind of blocking one end of the corridor in this darkness, yeah? So just give you the situation. If you were in the cells right now and you could see through the darkness, you'd be able to see left and right. To the left is the passage to the guard's office. To the right is where the golems are. The passage to the right, where the golems are coming from, is currently being guarded by this guy with the polearm. However, the Forsaken guy has already gone past the guard, so he's actually on the other side. The Forsaken's on the other side of the blind fighting guard. The rest of you are on the other side. Now, you could, without going anywhere near the guard, go towards the guard's office, but the Forsaken is on the other side of the guard.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we need to murder him. More murder.
Well,
Are the golems coming, or are they?
On your turn, which is actually next, you can do. I'll let you do a free perception check because I'm good like that.
but he
Thanks.
can't see.
With your evil
Oh,
goatee,
yeah.
you're good like that.
He
yeah?
can. He can go. He can listen. Golems are very loud.
That is true.
Okay.
Can we lock the door? The door is locked, but they have the key, so that's a big point anyway.
I rolled 16 on perception.
16. You can indeed hear slow, deliberate, and
Okay.
very final sound of golem footsteps coming your way.
Oh dear.
So we need to do something quickly then.
Snatch his bell and ring it again, and hope that that's the signal for okay, the situation solved.
Pick up the bell and start doing the greatest hits. Ding, 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 ding.
A new bard tool.
Yeah.
Well, I gave you an instrument. I mean, come on, what more do you want?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's,
really.
it's a spell focus. You can now use it to cast all your spells.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly,
Not only is it
Nothing-
bell, it's a bell with thaumaturgy.
Everyone will hear my performance.
yeah, you're allowed to grave assistance now, Mr. Ehole.
Yes, Mr. Ehole, you can now use channel points because it's D&D. Anything that says D&D or benefactor, you can use. Jordan, what are you going to do?
The golems are slow though, right? They're not
The
charging at us.
golems are slow. Well, they're slow comparatively, and that is that if they're doing other things, they can only do 20 foot a turn. When they sprint, they go at 40 foot a turn, which
Right.
means anybody else who's dashing can normally dash ahead of them. They are used as normally blocks by the guard.
Right.
Yeah. Golems are not pursuit officers. They are there crowd control.
There's not a lot I can do other than just yell at him. The one guard. Obviously, the golems won't be
Insult
effective.
him.
Like,
Well, it
Okay,
gives him
you
disadvantage
said-
on his attacks, so
Yeah,
yes.
yes. Oh,
You said he's sort of like preparing though, right? Like he's sort of got a guard up.
so he's taking a striking stance.
Yeah.
This guy is if he's a guard and if he's not either fighting in the arena or able to watch it because he's that well off, he's probably pretty low in the warrior caste, but he has still had warrior caste training. Because you're not a martial class, you can't roll to figure out
Yes.
what he's doing because you can't see him as well. So yeah,
Right.
and the others can't because they're not from Khantoum. I would have given you a shot if you were martial and you were from
Right.
Khantoum. I would have given you a shot to know what he's doing, but yeah.
Guess I'm just gonna hurl insults at him then.
Sure.
That's. I mean, other than knowing what he's doing, so to try and go against that, because I don't know, all I can do is just yell insults at him and hope that he gets his feelies hurt.
Go for it.
Right, of course, I forgot to actually insult him, so that bell, did it even do anything? just doing a little rumble down the hall. What, you got your big mama coming for us? That's not gonna help you. What are you doing over there?
There's a sudden reply going, "Oh, Big Mama, Big Papa, Uncle. Maybe I'll get them all to take a limb each and pull." He got a natural 20. Nothing happens.
Sadness.
Oh, damn it.
Sadness.
So that's you, Jordan.
Yep.
Corinne, what are you doing?
I need to save spell slots really because I've used 2. So I'm gonna chill touch. Chill touch. Ghostly skeletal hand goes and chokes him. And he I do a spell attack, I think, with advantage.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah.
AC 60.
So AC 16, well, 17 on the dice.
Mm-hmm. Okay, roll for damage.
Yeah. My 1d8.
Yeah.
7.
Ooh.
Okay. Yeah, you can hear that he's kind of gagging and writhing at whatever's touching him in the darkness. He lashes out a couple of times with his pole arm but hasn't used his reaction because it wasn't a real person. And so he's kind of and yeah, you know that you're currently he's got black veins kind of coming from where the skeletal hand is touching him.
He can't regain hit points on the start of his next to start my next turn. And oh yes, the hand is still clinging to him because it says until then the hand clings to the target.
Oh yeah. There's a skeleton. He can feel skeletal fingers choking him. Right
Yeah.
now.
If it's an undead target, he has disadvantage against me, but I don't think he's undead.
He's not undead, so yeah. Anything else from you?
Could quick end, but that seems kind of moot at this point. I will shout. Oh no, I don't. I don't necessarily know that the things are closed, except that bells have been rung, and I will simply say, well, is anyone quite close to me? Is
Still got me next to you.
You deliberately backed up, so you're kind of 10 foot away from both Felicia and Jordan.
Yeah. I will move closer to one of them too and say we need to get out of here quick.
Sure, which one are you moving close to?
The elf.
Can she even see me?
Yes. Well,
Oh, actually, you're hidden.
Well,
Yeah,
is she hiding through like the darkness and just standing really still in darkness?
Well, a high check is a high check. So for her, it's a 23.
Okay, then I will go to the gnome then.
Go to the gnome. Yeah. Okay, sure. Come with me if you want to live.
Yes.
Dino, you can hear screaming in front of you. This is a guy that you hit before with the burning hands and then stepped away from. So if you want, you can go forward and hit him again.
Well, it's a 15 feet cone, so you can just, if you want to do burning hands again, though I don't know how many spell slots you have at this point, then yeah, you can.
I'll probably do that because that's one of the things that I can do that will get more damage.
Sure. You know the general direction, and it's a cone, so you want to burning hands him, you can absolutely do that. Let's face it, you can't sneak attack him at the moment, so it's one of your better damage options.
Yep.
AoE the dark.
So I rolled another 9.
Well, I just rolled with disadvantage, and I rolled a 3. So so 9 damage total. You all hear this guard screaming, and there's a guttural sound, and you hear a body hit the floor. You're dead.
Woohoo!
The guards are dead, but you can hear echoing down the corridor now that the fight has stopped.
Okay, I will essentially go and corral the other ones that can't see in darkness, kind of lead them into the god's office.
I want the bell.
I want to snatch his bell and bring it again.
I want the bell.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sure. If you want the bell, Jordan, unfortunately, Corinne's not lowering the darkness, so you have to ask for it.
Yeah, I will give you the bell if you want it, yeah.
Didn't Felicia go and pick it up, though?
Yeah.
I
She
can
can
see,
actually
so
see.
I'm gonna go and pick it.
Oh, you're gonna give it to the gnome who wants it?
Yeah.
I will ring
I'm
it
happy if you wanna
first
ring
and
it first,
then
yeah.
give it to the gnome.
Sure. You hear this really loud bell ringing again, You have got congratulations. You've managed to get a magical item. You have a bell of thaumaturgy. This bell is incredibly loud, and when rung, can be heard over 300 foot.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's the same as my thunder wave.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like you can tell everybody where you are with this bell,
Yeah.
whether you like it or not. You cannot ring it regularly. When you ring this bell, it's so loud it's heard with everywhere within 300 foot. But it is a musical instrument.
At this point, I will walk up to the door that the pirate is trying to open and
Yep.
let me take a look at that.
That's going towards the golems.
That's the golems. Golems gotta come through.
But you can see that there's a shadow at the end of the corridor. Golem hasn't turned the corner yet. You have a feeling you've probably got 2 turns. He's there going, it's a difficult lock. No, I rolled a 3.
Dry side. Thank you for the follow.
Yeah, I'm just. I can't tell. We got anything? Just like an iron filing or something like that. I mean, can you get the guards? Maybe they got keys.
Yeah, I will. I hear that. I will pat down the guards for keys.
Sure. There's a set of guards guards keys.
Yeah.
Sure.
I will quickly grab it. At this point, there's no point in keeping darkness up, so I will drop it and I will run towards them and put the key in.
He kind of gets. He's there, kind of going. No, I don't think it's that one. And he's pointing out the keys that it's not.
Yeah.
So give me a luck roll.
Ooh.
Which is just a d20.
Yes, just a D20.
And luck rolls, the way that I work is that it's not about rolling higher or rolling lower or rolling odds or rolling evens or rolling prime numbers. I decide a different one each time with a
Yeah. Hopefully a 1 is good in this case.
You put a key in, doesn't even turn. It's not the right shape at all. So that's your first turn. The golem is coming up to the end of the corridor. And
We're having
at
some really
that
intense music
state,
in this.
you've got one more attempt before the golem is going to be bearing down on you.
I am proficient in thieves' tools and stuff. Does that help me identify the right key? Because I have experience with locks.
You can if you wish, rather than relying on luck. You can try to assess the lock, and then as the golem is coming along, you can just swing the door open.
Yes, that I will attempt that. So just Dex and thieves' tools.
And so this is a thieves' tools test, but it'll be used as knowledge.
Okay, so intelligence.
No, a thieves' tool test is always Dex with proficiency.
Okay, Dex. Yeah. No, I was asking. Yeah.
Are you proficient?
Yes,
Yeah,
I am.
In that case, go for it. Yeah. Dex with proficiency, and that'll be your thieves' tool check.
Yeah. Okay, 14.
With a 14, you look at the lock. This lock is a really good lock. Guess it's down to luck, and at that point, the golem turns the corner.
Uh-oh.
It's a single golem at the moment, and as it looks at you, it goes. And carries on walking forward. This thing, has an insane AC and a lot of hit points.
Yeah, we can't fight this guy. We need to get out.
Problem is that Eric goes, our stuff's in here. I know it's in here.
Yeah.
I know where my pendant is. My pendant's in
move
here.
out of the way. Let me try that.
You get one turn before before you're going to have to be dodging.
Wait.
Well, can't we pass the key around to everybody? Everybody gets a turn.
I have something that, we don't care about noise anymore, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
I can open the door.
Okay, go for it.
I can knock on it. I can use it. Knock. I have knock. I was
And the
gonna
door
save this.
opens.
Yes.
Yes. Oh,
You
Jordan,
can
you're
hear
great.
other golems acting activating and starting to walk towards you, which also was what the other golem did. The other golem was activating its other golem friends. So you guys each can go in and attempt to snatch. I'm going to say each of you are going to have to do a roll.
Okay.
I'm going to say it's going to be a fast hands check, which is a sleight of hand check. Okay.
Right.
And I'm going to give you all the roll. So there is a set of clothes and a kind of sailor's haversack, a kind of shoulder sack. The Forsaken forgets the clothes and just picks up his haversack and darts out of the way.
That's all I want in my crystal ball.
In order, Dino, what are you nab? What would you like to nab? And please roll me a sleight of hand check.
My silver earrings, and I have rolled a 6 plus my dexterity, which would be +4. So 10.
With a 10, you can pick up one object of your choice.
So either a weapon, dark armor, or your silver earrings, if you're so inclined.
I must have my earrings back.
Okay, you pick up a pair of silver earrings, and that's what you have. Is that you kind of grab hold of? And I'm going to say, to be nice, you also the silver earrings. You remember they stuffed them into your trousers, so you pick up your trousers and it's got the silver earrings inside.
Yay! I actually have clothes.
Next, Felicia, what are you trying to get?
Well,
actually, sleight of hand first, and then tell me what you're trying to get.
Okay. What does a nat 20 +4 give me?
You pick up. Thankfully, all your stuff is in one place, and you just scoop them up in your hands and run.
Nice. I hand the glaive to the pirate.
He kind of grabs you and goes, yeah, sure. And you've got this very thin old guy, naked, but with like a drawstring bag, a drawstring sack, and a glaive now. And he's looking pretty happy with his knife now.
Yeah. That, like, he can use it as holding himself up or to attack, like.
Yeah, in his head he's like, a glaive, great. I'm a rogue as well, but fine.
Something. I'm gonna
three rogues, really.
I wrote this before you rolled your characters. What can I say? I will
jump into my clothes.
You can't do that yet.
No.
But you have in your hands a huge bundle of your possessions. Corinne, give me a sleight of hand roll.
Yeah. That is a 13.
13. Yeah, you can pick up 2 objects of your choice, or an entire set of clothes and an object of your choice.
I'm a mage,
yes, I wrote
so
the tape.
clothes doesn't really matter for a mage. So I'm gonna grab my crystal ball.
Sure.
And I will also, because the genocide didn't decide to grab her weapons, I'm gonna grab her weapons.
Sure. Okay. In that case, Dino, your weapons are handed to you as you're running away from the golem. Finally, Jordan, the pickpocket. This should be something you're good at. Give me a sleight of hand check.
Should be good. That is 19.
19, yeah. A 19 with a background of pickpocket. You've only got a small amount of stuff. You're only small yourself. You go straight up and whoop, the whole lot is in your arms, and you're like Zoidberging the fuck out of there. With only a few things left behind, you are running away now from this very large golem who just kind of swats the door to one side and is barreling down after you at 40 foot a turn. It catches up with you momentarily as you grab your stuff, but you are still staying ahead of it. However, the end of the corridor is running up, and the open door, they didn't have time to shut it. It's a single door, and it is of the guard's office. So I presume that you're going in that direction, or would you like to go into the other set of empty cells?
No.
No, it doesn't seem like a good
Yeah,
idea.
no.
Okay. So yes, in that case, The only option left to you is the guard's office, and you charge into there. The guard's office has a very, very sturdy metal door, just in case the people escape from the cells, but it's already open.
Yeah. Can we
So-
close
Oh.
it? Yeah.
Don't even need to knock it.
You close the door, and yeah, there's a nice, hefty riot bolt that goes across the.
Nice.
And you're just this big kind of slide, shunk, like that. So you're in a room, and I'm going to give you the description before the first hammerfall of the golem's fists hits the masonry. So you are in what seems to be a guards room that normally would take anything up to 8 guards. You could fit more in there, but it starts to get more uncomfortable beyond 8. 8 people here could probably be sitting at the 2 round tables. You can see that there's a deck of cards on each of the tables. There's a ewer of water. There's some fresh food. There's what seems to be a small door that goes into a latrine from the smell. And there is a second door that is going in the direction going out from here. And the door is it's still quite a strong door. It's like a heavy oak door, but it's not a strong metal door like the other one. The other door is a riot door. This door is just a heavy door, just in case like someone's trying to break somebody else out, for example. And it has your typical kind of go away sliding face thing that's controlled on this side of the door. So at the moment you can't see out, but if you were to pull the little slidey thing to one side, it would be like a letterbox.
How long think we have?
Based on the huge wham and the fact that certain bricks have moved slightly, not long.
Is there a remote in here or any sort of thing that could control the golems?
No, there's no form of artifice here at all. There seems to be up on the on one of the desks next to an ink pot, 3 ledgers. One of them is kind of like a timesheet roster and pay roster. The second one is a book that has who should be in the cells. And so it's a prisoner manifest. You can see that that's open, and instead of the ink going from like light to dark, where it's recently been put in and it's just drying out, all of it is dark. So recently they filled, emptied, and filled the cells again. And you can see, just like a double entry on an accounting scale, you can see that people have been coming in and going out almost the same day. Well, in a lot of cases, the same day.
Yeah.
They've just been bringing them in and then just throwing them into the arena.
Very quickly.
Yeah. The third book does seem to be like a maintenance manifest for the golems. But that's all it is. It just tells you that when the golems have been oiled and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call here at this point, because we're coming up to 11 now, that we are going to take a 10-minute break for a bio break, recharge coffees and things like that, and we will see you shortly after that. So, Corinne, when you're ready, we will see you guys after the break.
Yes. So, see you very soon, guys.
we are back when we left off. Our players, Dino, Jordan, Felicia, and Corinne, managed to escape their cells underneath one of the Grand Colosseums of Canton. Butt naked, they managed to, well, kind of get away from a bunch of guards by killing them, but also setting off a large amount of sound. And as a result, now they've been pursued down a corridor by a large siege golem.
Yeah.
They are now in the guards' room. Thankfully, there is a riot door between them and the golem. However, the first couple of blows from the golem, they can see that the masonry is starting to shift. They've probably got a few turns, which means they've got some things that they can do to get themselves prepared. There is another door that's going out to the outside. It's got one of those slidey, trapdoory things where you can put it back.
Oh, there's another door.
and
Okay. I didn't realize there was another door.
There's another door. Yeah, I said there's another door where that's made out of oak. So
I have a plan.
the riot door is made out of metal. There's another door that's a big, thick oak door. It's got one of those viewer trap doors in the middle to see who's on the other side when they knock. And that control is on your side. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So you're in the.
I will turn
place.
to the Triton and say, "You figure out that thing from his mind, and then I will start working on the door and getting it open."
Right.
Okay. You're going to be working on the oak door, Felicia.
Yeah.
There's a key in it.
Oh.
You've solved
Oh.
it.
Nice.
Yep, nailed it.
I'll skip the doors open first. Like, before you start to pick it, see if the door's open.
She did the assessment. She saw the key. She nailed it.
Yeah.
Don't go hard on her. Did her job. Just because it was easy, she did it.
Anyways.
So for those of you who've got clothes, you can put them on.
Oh, nice.
For those of you who
I'm
haven't
going
got clothes and haven't got something to do, you can see that there are the equivalent of lockers, like these wooden things. So you can see that in there are some clothes.
Okay, is there anything that would fit me?
Yeah, they would be a bit baggy. Humans, by and large, are a little bulkier than you, and these are all like henched up warrior caste guards.
Yeah.
So the clothes will be big on you.
Yeah, it's fine. I grab a tunic and a pair of.
Okay.
If I have the time, I will put
Breeches.
my
Breeches is the old
hair
British
up
word
in
for it.
a
Breeches.
bun, because I decided when I created this character that their magical focus is a elaborate hairpin.
Sure. Okay. Yep. So you put the hairpin bun. The hairpin goes in. The Forsaken guy is putting on some more of the clothes. Jordan, give me a charisma check with proficiency, which I think is your spellcasting modifier, basically.
Yes.
+6, probably.
What one was that? Sorry.
It's your.
What check? Sorry. What check? Sorry.
It's a charisma
Charisma.
plus proficiency check. Just a straight charisma check.
So
Oh,
it should be
cool.
+6.
Yes, it is. That is a 15.
Yeah, you spotted a problem. Both the old guy and the Triton are currently putting on the clothes of warrior caste. Neither of them will pass as warrior caste.
Yep.
I'm just putting on my clothes, so.
So yeah, the others don't get what they're doing wrong. None of them, because none of them are from here. But you're there, kind of like, yep.
Oh,
yep,
right,
the
yeah.
old
'cause I'm
guy
from
will
here.
never pass,
Yeah,
and
this won't work, guys.
Triton.
What's
You do not pass as warrior class at all. They're gonna see you straight away.
I mean, you can see that you're wearing colors that are kind of yellows, browns, burnt umbers, kind of like a burnt terracotta, all the way to reds.
I mean, do you have
kind
any
of
other
geometric
clothes?
patterns all over it. It's clothes. I mean, what do you want?
Hey, Elf, do you have any spare clothes? Because you managed to grab all your stuff.
Give me a sec. I might have another shirt. Here you go.
Yep, you pull out a spare shirt.
Yeah.
Okay.
I put that
I'll
on.
allow that. I'll allow that. Yeah. Sure. But the pirate clearly, the breeches that he's got on as well. You can see that the stripes on the left leg denote a cross-country runner. The stripes are basically that he was the best cross-country runner in his class, and you're just there like you're never going to be able to pull that off.
He does have a fresh new running leg though. That got healed up pretty nice.
Oh yeah, his
Other
legs
than
are
that-
working fine.
Other than that though,
Yeah, but he's skin and bones. I mean, he's he's kind of pushing 60. So yeah, he doesn't look the part, but they're kind of like, I guess we're fucked either way. He may as well be war. So he turns around and says, "So which one of you is going to have a go in my noggin?"
I would be able. Do you think a normal message cantrip will do it, or do you need proper?
I don't bloody know. I haven't had this spell cast on me before.
Okay, I will attempt first a simple message spell. You can now reply to this message.
Okay. He tries to reply, and just as he's about to say the words, he clutches his head and screams with the agony of trying to think the words.
Okay. Let's then I shall just read what you want to. So that is quite a high level spell for me, though. Though I do have sorcery points that I can get back my spells with, thankfully. Okay.
One thing glory never does. Why get spells back when I can throw better spells?
I am gonna use detect thoughts on him and read his surface thoughts. Think of what you want to, what you wanted to say to me.
And you can hear that he's kind of singing it in his head. He's trying to get it so that he's kind of building himself up to it, and you can tell that he's trying not to think directly of the words because he knows that causes him pain.
The song. Think of the song.
And he's thinking of the song.
I'm kind of humming along with it.
I'm going to be nodding my head to it as well.
Oh yeah, the bard is living for this.
Bard, please make me a performance check.
Performance check. Oh, let's
She's
go.
humming it. Yeah. Not many people will
That
sing
is a
it.
22.
22, shit.
Let's go.
My character just sitting there going like, why the hell are we doing this?
Dino, they're fucking crazy. They're just humming music.
So
Yeah.
my instrument, by the way, is a drum. So at that, I feel like I'm probably tapping away now.
Yeah, he's tapping on the desk.
Well, he's got his drum now, so.
Oh yeah, he's got his
Yeah,
drum.
I've got my actual drum.
Yeah, he's got his extra drum, and so
Let's break it into
I
song.
said, if he won't come and help you, you know nobody will. That's why when the desperate falls, they call out. And you can, and this is happening kind of, you're there saying, they call out, and you know you're going to get one of the words.
Well, I can, if I want to, I can actually dig deeper into his mind, if he allows me, and just pull the thoughts out.
So the first word that you get, they're saying, then nobody will. So when all the desperate fall, they call out black, and you're like, what is it? Blackguard? And so you can see that you're there like it's something. Isn't that what they call like bad paladins? Blackguards? And you're there. It's the first word is black.
Yeah. Can I, as per the spell, detect thoughts, deep delve into his mind, and I'm gonna tell that I'm gonna do this so he can relent if he is willing.
Yes, you can go deeper.
Yeah.
And you can see he's trying to figure it out. And as you go down into the more conceptual parts of his mind, he starts putting some imagery out, and and because of reasons, Corinne can't answer this, so I'm going to let everybody else answer it. So I'm going to tell the imagery. So as the word black comes along, you see night, you see a cave, you see a hole. Corinne, no, don't do that.
Well, it's good. It's a thing.
No, don't do that. The second word that comes along after black He shows love, he shows blood, and he shows a bare chest. The second, the third word that comes up, he shows a hook and he shows a coin.
I tell Yoli this, so
Yeah, yes.
I think the
she-
last one has something to do with pirates.
Yep. And the second one's heart.
he has. I wanted to point out he has a black heart on his chest, tattooed. That's why I meant by the heart.
Like if it's love and stuff, it's probably heart.
And
So,
chest and
Black Heart Pirate?
Something like that.
Simon, can I roll anything since I remember, since I had the advantage from earlier with the fact that I remember the parts of the song and things?
Yeah, give me a roll, and I'll be able to give you a clue from the roll, but I won't be able to give you the word.
Of course not.
No.
A straight 14, is there anything I can add to it?
It would be based on history for you, so your intelligence modifier. Or your
Possibly
history
then.
modifier.
Yeah, history. 16.
16 total. You remember that as the rest of the lyrics line up, that the rhyming to it was, if he won't come and help you, then nobody will.
Black heart, something. That rhymes. So are you saying it rhymes, Simon?
Unless it's a really bad song.
So it rhymes with will.
What?
Anything that has ill at the end, it's super that good.
Well, I can promise you this is the worst thing for me because I don't understand
Because
writing.
English is your and English is a second
and
language.
English is my second language.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
I'm just trying to think of anything that would rhyme at all.
Well, it's probably a name.
Oh.
Only name that came to mind was Bill.
Try
So it'd
it.
be the Blackheart Bill.
At which point the
Question.
at which point the pirate turns around to you and says, "Now say it like you mean it."
Like Blackheart Bill.
Blackheart Bill.
Blackheart Bill.
Blackheart Bill. Blackheart Bill. And so there's kind of a strange turn to the air, and he goes, "Won't work for me. Who's going to say it like they mean it?" And I'm not going to get you to do it as a role play. I just need a show of hands, or say I am doing it.
Sure.
Who is going to say Blackheart Bill like you mean it?
I will.
I will.
Clark will.
Okay. It takes a few times where suddenly he's there, he's kind of chanting it, Blackheart Bill, Blackheart Bill. It won't work for me, but it will for you. And because he's a Forsaken already, the curse doesn't work for him. He's the guy who has to answer the curse, one of many. And you say it, and you start to mean it, and you say, Blackheart Bill, Blackheart Bill. And on the third time, Blackheart Bill, you hear like thunder in the distance. And then, almost like echoing thunder. And you realize it's not the sound of thunder, but of cannons.
Ooh. Some firepower.
And he goes, it's probably going to take him, I don't know, 10 minutes, an hour to get here. But you called him, and he's answered. He's coming. He's coming, and he's not going to leave anyone alive. But that'll be the distraction. Come on. The cutter will be waiting. That's my ship. While Bill peppers them, you're going to be able to get out there. Come on. We need to go. We need to go now.
Yeah.
Unless you want to quickly, unless you want to quickly loot the room and try to find something specific in the room, I suggest you start looking at that other door because, wham! Wow.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Uh,
Let's go.
The siege golem is coming through the wall.
Let's go. Let's go.
Right,
Bye.
let's get
Bye.
out of here
Bye.
then.
Bye.
Okay.
And if
Uh,
ever I find anything that might be sharp, I might just take that, but that's only if, and I really don't care, so we can just go.
What you?
Yeah, so you've already been given your weapons by
Sheeran.
Shuri. But if you want, there are daggers because people in medieval times ate food with daggers. You can
Yeah.
pick up like 2 or 3 daggers if you want.
I will take 2 daggers,
Sure. So you've
because
got
those
your
were taken from me.
you got your regular weapons, and because as I say, Shuri picked those up for you, and you've got 2 extra daggers as well. So yeah, you kind of tucking them into your trousers. Sure. There is
Congrats
an
on
oak door
this
that
first
seems to
12-hour
be
charity
able to-
stream.
What do you want to do?
Oh,
Good.
Kate, thank you for the donation.
Oh, thank you, guys.
Oh, thanks, Kate.
Yeah, what do you want to do?
The door's got the key in it, hasn't it?
Door's got the key in it. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Just leave.
Let's go.
Okay, so you're gonna open the door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. You throw open the door, and as you do so, a bunch of guards basically you open into what seems to be a small parade ground that is going up to the Colosseum. You can see that the public are coming and going. Most of the public are in there. It's just the kind of people coming and going. The people who kind of come and go in the middle of a football match, for example, because they've been called off on business or they're coming in late. So mostly there's not much in terms of public here. What there is 12 guards, and you had enough trouble with 2. Looking through the letterbox, you would have at least been able to see, but when you throw the door open,
Yep.
you can see it.
That is fine.
I'm going to say 3 guards can see you at the moment from their position, and they can see the door directly.
And
Got another
we
darkness.
make a run for it.
Well, we can. Well, we can't fight that many guards. That's the point.
No, but this is a parade ground. Surely there are other ways out of this place, like around it.
Oh yeah,
If we-
I mean this parade ground has it goes into a main public thoroughfare of which there's about 6 routes out. But you can see that these guards here are actually ornamental guards, and even in the street there's a kind of the real guards, the real kind of well,
Yeah,
it's not the real guards, but
They don't know if we're
We're
bad
coming out.
people or not.
We're coming out from the guard office in clearly like fugitive clothes. Like-
So I'm just gonna book it towards the exit, like.
well,
I'm not
3 are looking at you at the moment. They haven't got their weapons ready, but they're looking at you kind of quizzically as if to go, "Who the f-"
Yeah, just own it.
Let me just check once again. I wasn't being frivolous with the nudity. It is part of the challenge of the one shot. Who is dressed in what now? So Felicia,
I have my entire thing on. So.
you're looking fairly savvy. You're looking fairly well-to-do. What's your background, Felicia? You're a sailor, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You're looking fairly normal. Person in the street. The white hair, the elf kind of thing. There are elves here. You're looking fairly neutral. The trident sticking out like a sore thumb. You didn't take any clothes with you, and I don't recall you saying that you put any on.
I did.
Yeah.
Oh, yes,
she
you.
did.
Oh, sorry, you put on the warrior cast
No,
stuff.
no,
So,
I
yeah.
asked clothes from extra
Oh, and you've got a shirt. So you're wearing warrior cast stuff on your bottom half, and you're wearing a shirt. Okay.
Well,
So,
Sure. I'm just determining the DC for the guards. That's all. Jordan, you managed to pick up all of your stuff as well.
Yeah, I've got
So
all
you're-
of mine. It's
So you're wearing performers' clothes, right?
Mhm.
You don't look out of place at all. You're coming out of a coliseum wearing performers' clothes.
performer clothes.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Okay. No problem. Then Dino, you were putting on a set of.
Rogue.
You had a pair of trousers.
Yeah.
Have you put on anything else?
And maybe I may steal in a shirt, but that would be about it.
Okay, so you're wearing a warrior cast shirt, and you're a genasi. And then you've got the old guy, still currently holding a guard's glaive, and go. No, actually, he's a rogue. He would have picked up a dagger. So he's got a dagger, and he's currently got it between his hand and his bag. So he's walking out in warrior cast clothing, but with a sailor's bag and a concealed knife. And he goes, "I really hope these guys are stupid." Let's see if they are.
So we've got 3 people, right?
Yeah, 3 guards. 3 guards are going to be looking at you, and first guy rolled a 2. Second guy rolled a 19. He's not having any of it. He knows there's something fucking wrong. And the third guy got an 18. So the one guy takes one look at you, sees the jester's the performer's motley on the bard, and just kind of goes, artists, which by the way are the lowest of the low in a warrior caste society. So he takes one look at you, kind of rolls his eyes, and just carries on looking at a couple of good-looking people walking past. But 2 of the others kind of take a look at you. They look at each other as if to go, fuck. And they're walking up to you.
Okay.
Yeah, we will just calmly continue walking towards the exit. And if they catch up to talk, then that's fine.
Sure.
Right.
Nothing suspicious.
So you're going to start walking normally.
Yeah.
You get, I'm going to say, a good third of the way down the playground. It's a tiny little playground. It's like just an ornamental entrance.
Yeah.
And kind of little event space where you'd normally have dancers or a small kind of detachment of military force, just to show, how brilliant a prince you are. And you get about a third of the way down. One of the guards who's catching up with you, he's around about 40 foot away, goes, "Oi, you lot.
Oh,
What are you doing?
hello.
The show isn't over."
Oh, yeah. We're the group being sent to pick up some stuff. These guys fucked up the costumes, and now we need to get the replacements.
And I want you to do me a deception check for that.
You got expertise, right?
Yes. Well, okay. I don't have expertise in that. I have expertise in persuasion. But that's an 18 on the dice, and I have a +4 in charisma, so a 22.
Oh.
He goes, "Why the hell are they wearing our gear?"
Because we asked if there were any spare clothes laying over, and we were sent to get it in the barracks.
He walks up to. You're not wearing any.
No.
He walks up to the pirate. And bear in mind, this guy is wearing an armored glove. He backhands the pirate across the face, and he's gonna do it with his full military training here. Sure. You watch as the pirate takes 9 points of bludgeoning damage to the face.
Oh shit.
He spits teeth out at this, and he hesitates for a second, but Mock falls to the floor, doing a performance check. Passes as well with an 18 on the dice. Falls to the floor convincingly, and goes, oh, "I'm so sorry, my lord," and he's struggling. Jordan, give me a fast talk roll, which is going to be for you. It's going to be a.
Performance?
I guess it's.
Persuasion?
Actually, I'll get you to decide between persuasion or deception. It's clear that the pirate he's about to call the warrior my lord. He doesn't know what to call the warrior caste.
I have a pretty good persuasion, so I'm going to go with persuasion.
Go with persuasion.
Also, Mr. A-hole, thank you for the bits.
Yeah, that too.
That's a 22.
Okay, with a 22, I'll allow you to talk over the pirate and say guard protector instead.
Guard protector! Mind this man, he has no manners. Look at him, he's barely skin and bone. Please, just allow us to do our job.
He turns around to you and says, "If you know better, then you're the one responsible." And he's going to backhand you. And once again, the expectation is you are not going to resist. So yep, he's going to hit you with that roll. You got off lightly, 5 points of bludgeoning damage as he smashes you across the face and says, "Get them out of the fucking clothing right now and get them out of my fucking street."
Well, you heard the bad guys.
I'll just strip off my breeches and be like, okay, fine, whatever.
Yeah, he doesn't care. He doesn't care if you're walking around the street naked. He doesn't give a shit. All he cares about is that you're not wearing clothes that you didn't earn.
Yeah.
He takes out a nasty-looking chain whip from his belt, and he is chasing after you, whipping you out of the parade grounds.
Fair.
Let's get out of here.
We're out. Bye.
Fuck. Okay, the first one was a natural 20 against the pirate.
Oh, fuck. Poor pirate.
Yeah, oh god, I feel so bad for him. The pirate takes an extra 13 points as he's just whipping the pirates back into burger meat. Bear in mind, the pirate was only wearing the warrior caste clothing, and now this guard is whipping this guy's back. You can hear the yelping from the thing. Once he's managed to give the pirate his stripes, he's going to turn back onto the bard, he's going to give.
Away.
Yeah, and he's whipping your heels to make sure you don't come back. And whipping you through the streets to punish you is a perfectly acceptable sight in Canton.
Can he keep up
especially
when we're dashing?
Well, if you're dashing, no, okay. If you're dashing, I guess because he has to, he can't dash and attack at the same time mechanically, according to the game. After the initial devastating first attack, if you guys are all sprinting, he chases after you until he gets the edge of the parade ground, and then grinning goes back to his mates.
Yes. I'm so annoyed. I think after we have that initial hit, we're like, okay, fuck, let's actually run.
At that point, there is a sudden and a statue on the parade ground explodes. With that, the pirate turns around and goes, "I'd take twice that to see that happen. We need to get to the docks now."
Yeah.
And he points in the direction of the docks, kind of redundantly because most of you came from there, but just in case you chose a different background, it's written into the story that he points towards the docks. You can see that the people ahead are scared and starting to run around. So you dashing through the streets is not going to provide a challenge.
No. Is just a question aside, but is there canals and stuff running through the city, or is it mostly like brick and not much?
No. Around Sunstrike there is it's dry, arid.
Okay.
Sandstone everywhere. This is every street is a bloody monument. It's dry and it's austere, and
it's the worst
everybody's
place
walking
to
around like
be
a bloody
water creature.
peacock. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. Running. Yep.
Yeah. But it's a coastal town, so you're kind of like, yep, Nirvana is that way. So yeah, you can you get a pretty much a clean run down to the docks, and as you're coming into the down one of the side streets, which will open into the promenade in front of the docks itself, I would like two of you, 'cause I'm going to go with 2 roll maximum, to make perception checks.
Not me.
I've got a good.
I want to do perception. I have.
I may as well take a look at my perception in general.
Okay.
Dirty 20.
Okay. And Dinah?
I
Well,
thought Jordan was.
I've got a +5 in perception, so
Yeah, let her do it then.
Right.
Should be better than me.
I picked expertise in stealth and perception because perception is broken.
Be
As
prepared.
farewell.
Yep, cool.
17 plus 5. Yay!
Yeah, nice. Yeah, so you're just about to dive out of this alleyway, and between Spar and Nyx, they pretty
It's
much
not
kind of.
Spar, it's Spark.
Oh, Spark. Sorry. Between Spark and Nyx, they kind of push you all back, and you can see that there are coastal cannons being set up by cannon crews, and they are firing on this. You can see 2 ships that aren't currently moored up. Both of them have black painted hulls and black painted sails. The entire ship is black. And one of them is further out. Even far out, you can tell this is a gigantic ship. How it managed to get here so fast, you have no idea. 3 rows of cannons. It's set at broadside, and you watch as the entire ship seems to explode in a plume of smoke, and these steaming lines of projectiles are coming towards the city. However, another ship is smaller, longer, low in the water. It's shallow in the water, so it's going quite fast. But it's got a low profile, as we call it. Yeah, very hard to broadside, and the pirate still hasn't revealed his name. Actually, you've read his surface thoughts. His name's Alex. Finally, you know the NPC's name. Thank you for caring.
By the way, so when we're running, I am gonna cast Mage Armor on myself. So,
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So my AC is now 15.
Okay. He goes, that's it, that's the cutter. And he's pointing out, you can see that the cutter's trying to look for something, but it's not coming too close, because as it's coming close, if it gets too close, even with its shallow profile is what I think. Shallow profile. It doesn't sit low in the water, but it's got a shallow profile.
I'm just gonna run straight into the water.
The cannons are close enough to pick it off, even with its low profile, with its shallow profile. So it's keeping its distance and going quite fast across. It's taken a couple of hits, you can tell, and you know if you don't get to it soon, they will have a chance of hitting the mast. And if they hit the mast,
I will
it's
give
game over.
a low whistle, like, damn, that's a nice ship. Now let's book it.
Yeah, I run directly into the water.
The other problem is, before you get out that far, the reason why you're stopped by the others is that you see the site, but you also see that the dock is crawling with 2 sets of guards.
Yeah.
One of them is firing out. The other one is basically protecting them as a back guard. And for you to get to the water, you're effectively playing a deadly game of Red Rover with a bunch of guards to get to the water in the first place.
I turn myself invisible. I just ran and leave you guys. That would be a thing.
So you have a split second to make a decision on what your plans are. There, as I say, there's effectively 2 rows of guards, one looking out at the ship, one row looking back at the city so they don't get flanked. And they are all in kind of like a phalanx line as well. So they are shoulder to shoulder.
That many
According to their military training as members of the military caste.
Yeah.
You have a darkness, so we can just try and.
I mean, I can't have just a black. I can't make us a black blob and we're all holding hands and we can try to get through that way.
Yeah, it's not gonna work, and I don't think we have invisibility for everyone either.
Yeah, that's well, yeah. I have another darkness for us.
This is why you're level 4.
I
mean, I can make myself invisible and run through.
Or something. No, wait. I have an idea.
Talk amongst yourselves. You've all got something that you can bring to it. There's probably an answer amongst you, but it requires a moment of teamwork.
I propose that we grab some food and say and basically pose as delivery for the frontline soldiers, because they are working so hard, and obviously they need to eat something.
I don't think they'll buy three
Two of you are
naked
naked.
people. Three naked people delivering their food.
Yeah, but
Naked
while
sandwich
they're looking
delivery.
one way, you can sneak past the other.
Candy Grandpa Mungo.
How about we put on a performance?
How about the ones who are, or at least the females who are naked, try to go and be seductresses?
I mean, I could
Oh,
try, but I don't know how much they like fish.
I mean, you're a hot fish, at least.
Okay. The least said about that, the better.
Fish are friends, not food.
Glorious likes to try.
Hour 11, everyone.
All right.
Hour 11. Hi.
Apparently, this character had an encounter with Glory at some point.
I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility.
No, that's why I put it in there. It's like, it was...
Glorious had a lot of encounters.
Yes.
I love my characters.
Okay. So-
Okay, that won't work.
What can you guys do? Okay, I can make us all be in a darkness spell and just kind of try and get to places. What can you guys do?
Fall asleep.
I can use the spell Disguise Self, so it might actually look like I'm someone else who's actually wearing clothes.
Oh, you might. Oh, you can.
Oh, here we go. Now we're getting assets now. We're getting a list of assets.
Yes. With Disguise Self. Do you have spell slots left?
Yeah.
Because
Right.
Arcane
Sure.
Tricksters at this level only have 2 or 3 spell slots, I think.
At level 4, they have about 3.
Yeah.
And you get racial stuff as well, don't you? So,
Yeah.
Oh yes, Burning Hand's probably a racial thing. Yes.
So,
Yes.
what would you like to do?
Uh,
Well, what are you bringing to the table?
No, like I say, as you can look like a guard and say that you're taking us somewhere. That's a thing.
Well, I can try to do that. I'll try to look like a guard with Disguise Self and just say, like, taking these prisoners offshore, dumping them
Wouldn't
through
we
the
gone in
ocean,
the
you know,
opposite direction, though? Wouldn't we just be going to the Colosseum?
or something.
If they were
Well,
taking
I don't
us
know.
that
I'm just dragging you prisoners along with me somewhere to go and do something to pay retribution. I don't know.
It just feels like we're going in the wrong direction for that to be
If we're gonna
believable.
pretend to be corpses, it's pretty
I'm gonna
easy
go-
for me. I don't have a pulse anyways.
I mean, yeah, we can pretend to be corpses. Or if we have a cart, we can pretend to be corpses.
But,
You gotta
like,
tip us into the sea.
I wouldn't exactly say that Colosseums would be, or that it's like they're going, or that every prisoner gets to fight. Some of them are like told to go and serve at certain places, like mines or something.
Well, that's, I think Jordan knows this. But
Yeah.
I like the corpse idea, and you can say that you're tipping us into the water.
Yeah,
That saves
just
2 of you.
put the ones with actual pulses on the bottom, and then it won't be an issue.
What does Simon think of this grim idea?
I'm thinking that I shouldn't be telling you what might work and what might not. You guys have got to decide amongst yourselves.
How about if I?
We are well
what
on
I
track
can
for
do?
you to do the final turn of this to try and get past the picket line of guards.
Where are the guards exactly?
They are all
So-
over the dock, apparently.
So
how-
if you can imagine that the promenade is probably about I'm going to say it's around 6 to 8 squares wide. So it's very, very large. So you've got two carts can pass quite happily here. It's got very wide pavements as well. So if you think that you've got 4 squares in the middle for the road, and then another 2 squares at least for the thing. So that's 8 squares.
Little guy.
And it's got really wide pavements because they offload crates and shit like that here.
Yeah.
So you need to have the space for that.
Hey, you two.
The part of the
You got-
road and the opposite
I have
side,
an idea.
which is the seafront itself, the opposite side to this road, is bristling with guards. So there's about a 20-foot barrier bristling with guards, and on the near side, to stop anybody kind of coming up and bothering with the cannon crews, is just this row of bodyguards.
Yeah. Simon. Next, we'll turn to the one who got caught for smuggling and the one who lives in this town or has lived in this town. Do you have any sewer grates or any entry points?
Yes. Where is my smuggling den, Simon? Where did I go in?
Oh, your smuggling den is down the coast. Yeah, it's not here on the promenade. This is the busiest place, the worst place to go smuggling.
Yeah, but can we go down that way then to where?
Too far away. Too far away.
I
you
also
get out
thought
too sweet. Go on, Dan.
I thought of a small idea. Like, with the disguise self, what if I just said like that since they're prisoners, they're just going to be sold off as slaves elsewhere.
I'm not going to comment.
Well, would that work, Mr. Person who lives here?
Again, I would have thought, given the current circumstances, everyone is basically, and given by the books that we've seen, and we know that people get processed very quickly, and people aren't going anywhere, but they're getting killed, basically.
Jordan, only give me an insight check.
Okie dokie.
Different one shot. Instead of all combat, I've got you rolling history, I've got you rolling performance, I've got you rolling insight, sleight of hand.
Yeah, all the fun stuff.
Yeah, I made a one shot with a difference.
Natural 20.
Okay.
22 in total, but natural 20.
You know that Prince Kovash is a petty, vicious, and venomous son of a bitch. He comes up with cruel, malicious ideas on a minute-by-minute basis.
Right.
You start to think, what would be the only reason why Prince Kovash would send enemies to here? Selling off some slaves?
Nah.
If he was pushed for cash, yeah, sure. On any other day other than the day of games, these days of games, you're pretty sure that at the moment everybody would be going to the thing. He cares more about himself and the one-upmanship between the city princes. Kovash would only do it if it basically got his fucking hard-on for cruel ideas off. And at that point, you're there like, there's only one reason he would send anybody down here, is if, I don't know, they were going to kill them on the quayside or something. To just show, hey, look, the reason why you're here. It's pretty much, I'm remembering that scene from Game of Thrones, where, they
There are many scenes of Game of Thrones, which one?
Well, I'm specifically the one where they're negotiating and they kill the person from the battlements. You're like, yeah, the only reason the guard would bring us down there is to fucking kill us and push us in the water.
Well, can you pretend to...
That's about the only thing you can think of. You don't know how you're going to... Well, I don't know how you're going to use it, but that's the only reason that Kovash... Only believable reason that Kovash would allow.
Yeah.
I mean...
Sorry, what was the believable reason? I wasn't paying as much attention. Sorry.
The reason was... the only reason why he would get us there is to kill us. Well, you can pretend to kill us and push us in the water, especially me. Push me into the water, please.
Please, I'm a fish. Push me in the water.
Except one of you really doesn't want to be in water.
Sure, I suppose I'll just do that. Like, yeah, they're being... I've been told to toss them out at sea.
Okay. Oh, well, a fire genasi can still...
in front of the pirates of what happens to people who are across the prince.
Yeah.
A fire genasi, by the way, can still swim in water. They take no damage from water.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just don't like it.
Well, you're absolutely allowed not to like it.
Yeah, but it's different. So not liking it, and we're gonna die if we don't go in there.
You smolder. Your hair looks terrible. It's a thing.
But you saying that I actually have hair? My hair is quite literally just fire.
Yeah, that's my point. That's my point. Your hair looks bad because it's out. Yeah, it's just smoldering embers. You go bald for a second. It's not fashionable. Yeah. So, yeah, that's from the idea that's placed so far. That's the only kind of insight that you can give as a bard. In that the most believable story is that she's about to go and cut all your throats at the quayside and push you in.
Let's go for that. And we can all, when we get there, we can all just jump in. Let's go for that. Let's go.
Okay, let's give it.
I'll just be like behind because I'm going to be the one attempting to push them forward.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you
Because
need to have us in chains, or just kind of have your sword out and wave it at us?
Well, you
Alex
guys still
turns around
have
and says,
chains around your necks,
"We're-
don't you?
We
We're
still
still,
have our
in chains, and he
Yeah.
pulls back his. Oh, actually, shit! That's something I forgot. Is that when he took his clothes off, they could see the ring around his neck.
Oh well.
Oh well,
Oh.
yeah. Never mind. I dropped the ball on that one.
Yeah.
Damn it! I could have
That
held you
could've
there
been
for
good.
longer. Could have held you there for longer. That would have got all of the guards firing their heavy crossbows at you. But
How dare
he points at the ring at his neck, and goes, we look the part.
Yeah, we just hold our
Alright.
chains. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, except I don't have a chain.
Oh.
Oh. Well, just kind of.
He goes, well, how about I just tuck? He pulls out his length of chain. How about I just tuck it down your neck or something?
That
Just-
can work.
as long as there's a chain leading to your neck, they're not going to check to see, what fashion a bloody collar you got. on,
Yeah.
And he just kind of bunches your clothes around your neck to say, yeah, it's in there somewhere. And he's just like, there you go. Did I mention that some rogues are proficient in disguise kit? And that I'm a fucking infiltrator. And he just rolled a 19 on the check. So yeah, he's kind of like, there you go, one of us. And he's he has a proficiency in disguise kit because he's infiltrated class. He's just like, there we go.
Okay,
Oh my
let's do this. We have 10 minutes.
He said, yeah. Only problem is, once I set this off, and he pulls out what seems to be like a cardboard tube. He rips the top off, and you notice that it's got matchsticks, matchboxes exist here. It's got a little matchbox material, and when he pulls the top off, the inside looks like a big overgrown match. He goes, "When I set this fucking thing off, I'm gonna have to explain that too." So this is the only way. It's the only way the cutter's gonna come close. And so
well,
he goes,
just set it off when we're gone and can dive in the water, and they can't hit us as well.
doesn't exactly work in the water. Well, actually,
We could just drop it on the floor. We could light it, drop it, and then jump.
Yeah.
okay. He stuffs it under his shirt and kind of has a downtrodden look on his face
Yeah.
and goes, all right. And he's making a deception check. He's doing a roughly good idea. Roughly good job of
Do
it.
you need deception
Looks
checks
pretty
from all
beat
of
up
us?
as well.
Yes, I need a deception check from all of you, please, because you're
Oh, I
all
can do
part of
that.
the same team action.
Yes. This one I am good
Okay,
at.
let's see what I've got. on deception.
18.
Okay.
I have to go back up somewhere to see it.
24.
What was deception? Ooh, 23.
18.
Okay. So you brief Dino. You brief Spark on the on what roughly to say, and as you all come towards us, as you all come towards the line of phalanx, the one that looks just like them. What race are you, Dino? Disguising
Human.
yourself as? Human. Okay. So this.
Yeah, I'm just going human.
Yep, this human guard, exactly the same armor, comes forward, tugging on the chain of these downtrodden unfortunates. And what do you say, Dinah?
I've been told to go and drop them off in the middle of the ocean.
Set an example.
Yeah, I'd probably just tug a little harder just to pull you a little forward.
Yeah. Maybe if they see that it's not worth it anymore, they'll fuck off, won't they? I want to see who's going to win the Grand Melee. And I don't want to be here all the time. Go on. Have at it. Do you want a few of us? Hey, boys! and he points at you lot and goes, and sure enough, a bunch of very friendly and helpful guards are walking after you so that they can all cut your throat simultaneously.
Well, as soon as we reach anywhere near close where we can actually get into water, I think we all just go and dive in. As in, don't give them a chance.
I think that's pretty much a held action by you all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Dive.
So as you run, as you get there, you get within, let's say, 15 foot of the quayside. And you can hear kind of under his breath, Alex goes, and a 1, 2, a 1, 2, 3. And you're charging forward. He suddenly pulls this giant candle out of his shirt, strikes it against the top of the cap, and you see it go. And he goes, Blackheart Bill! And he just throws it on the floor. He doesn't hold it. He throws it on the floor, and as he does so, it works like a Roman candle, and it goes, boom, 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 and you can see these lumps of phosphor just coughing out the other end. And he runs and just leaps off the side and into the water, and he's a good swimmer.
Not as good as me, though.
The Triton, of course, jumps in and swims.
Yes, but I want to say, because Simon has transforming Tritons in his world, so when she jumps in, her legs, instead of being legs anymore, they turn into this kind of eel-like shape with fins and kind of deep sea. I think oarfish kind of looking like that with the sides.
She mutates in the water to take a different form, and you just watch as her body elongates. And this is one of the features of my deep tritons. They have an aquatic form, and more importantly, they have a land form.
Yeah.
This is a real form.
Yes.
You watch as she turns into a longer, lither shape. Her length now is around about 7 foot. You just watch as she starts to weave eel-like through the water, the rest of you jump in. Of course, the guards see what's happening. Now, the guards who are firing the cannons don't do anything, but some of the others are unslinging their heavy crossbows from the back. But you can see, as you're swimming through the water, you can see that the cutter moves like a ship shouldn't. You can see that someone on board just flicks their fingers up, and the ship pretty much on the spot goes almost like an anchor's just dropped, and it's kind of pivoting around the anchor. You watch as kind of a hand, is this frigate doing a handbrake turn? And it is honestly doing a handbrake turn in the water. But you can see this mage going at the front of the ship, and he's just using pure force to handbrake turn the ship. You can see at the back of the ship, there's a person that's got kind of like dried kelp and things like that at the back of the ship. And they're just, once the ship is pointing at you, they go, and there's this huge gust of wind. The sails fill, and the cutter is coming straight for you. However, let's see if you guys get there. The guards rush to the quayside, and pulling out their heavy crossbows, they draw a bead on you all.
They're
Triton
diving into water.
The Triton doesn't need
Heavy
to resurface
crossbow.
and is going at quite a speed.
Yeah.
Because of the choice that you made, Corinne, you're pretty much home free. You can swim to the ship, or you can just keep going whichever way you want. You do owe.
Yeah, I'm one of my words, and I'm gonna swim to the ship.
You are bound by the thing.
I am bound by
So
oath.
you are, but you don't have to surface. The rest of you guys do need to come up for air.
Can I grab hold of her tail? Because I'm pretty small, so I probably don't weigh
I
that
can
much.
probably grab him. Yeah.
What's your strength, Corinne?
My strength is 9.
Maybe.
Sorry. If you
Okay.
grab hold of her tail, she'll just flap around in the water.
How many are aiming at us? A lot?
Yeah.
16.
Okay.
Though they are firing it into water, which does give them this.
Oh, they're waiting for you guys to
Yeah, if we're getting-
surface for air, and unfortunately, because of the exertion that you're doing, it isn't a case of holding your breath number of minutes per blah, according to the thing. This is like someone who is doing sprint swimming. You need to be able to breathe because you're hyperventilating. So the only one who can do it is anybody who can breathe underwater does so. Anyone who can't, you're coming up to the surface every few seconds.
Yeah.
Because you're going that fast. Otherwise, you'll be doing it for turns and turns and turns. You're going full pelt. This is now a mad dash to get to the ship.
There's nothing I can cast whilst underwater because I kind
well-
of need to speak.
Well,
Thank you for the bits.
When your head comes out the water and you kind of say something, you can at that point I will rule that you can cast as well.
But I mean, like, whilst underwater, there's nothing I can do to attempt to give
Nothing with a
myself
vocal
air.
well,
Yeah.
Yeah,
saying that technically you can.
yeah.
Cut to the chase. Technically you can because you have got air in your lungs. So even though it comes out as as you let go of all the air, you can put your head under the water and scream.
I feel like I don't want to cast Thunder Wave though underwater.
Boom!
The explosion would give me some space to breathe whilst killing everyone.
I
A
mean,
shockwave would be pretty nasty.
thunder damage is not the same as
Lightning.
lightning damage, though. So thunder is the noise damage rather than the electrical damage.
Yeah, but explosions underwater are bad.
Yeah.
It's still not going to be good for any of us that are near. And we all just jumped in. I think only one of us is able to swim fast enough.
Simon,
right?
once I get to a certain distance, can I cast fog cloud to on top of the water to make them harder to hit?
Yeah, that would require you to break the water, which means they'd get a pot shot at you, but yes, you can.
Yeah.
Question. With
Yeah.
the cantrip, shape water, can I basically freeze the water so I can dash across it?
Unfortunately, not in enough time because each application of that only does a 5-foot square.
Yeah.
That-
Which means that you're gonna have to go through about 40-50 foot of water to do this, which for you is like 10 turns if you're going to be going like, next one,
You're going to get
next
shot.
one,
Oh god.
next one.
Yeah.
But what you can do with that is propel yourself through the water. So you can you can basically use it to propel from your hands, which means that you'll be able to get an extra 10 foot on the dash.
Could, instead of that, could you still freeze, like, the top of the water, but not go above it? Stay underneath and, like, just push the ice a bit to breathe. So you sort of got, like, an ice shield.
Yes, she can produce an ice shield above her and basically just be swimming under this ice flow.
Yeah.
I imagine it wouldn't be the best defense, but it's better than nothing, and better than just standing on top of the water.
Oh yeah.
Or I can cast gust of wind on just all the guards, essentially.
I've got no spell that would be helpful here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was looking for.
Well, I can obfuscate you guys with essentially fog cloud, and they will.
A fog cloud would be a pretty good thing to bring to the table.
Yeah. So, I think because we're at the end of the thing, I'm gonna use all my spell slots. So before I resurface, or how much time is it?
It's going to take you 3 turns to get to the ship. It's going to take only 2 turns for Corinne to get to the ship.
Okay, so I'm gonna go as far as I can. Surface. I am quite far away, so they probably have disadvantage to their attacks to begin with on me. And I am gonna go and get a fog cloud out to. It's covered quite a large area of 40 foot, so I'm gonna get roughly where you guys are gonna surface for your air.
Okay. Their held actions go off. So 4 attacks. That's a natural 20. That's a 2. That's a hit. And that's a hit. So You get a crit and 2 hits.
Are they? How far away am I? Are they attacking normally or with disadvantage?
They are. These ones here are attacking regularly. They're not attacking with disadvantage because of their feet. These are military. These are warrior cast sharpshooters. So the crit is the nasty one because that's 24 points of piercing damage.
I'm gonna need. I might just fucking die.
I need healing.
The second one is only 3 points,
Okay.
I can heal.
and the last one is 4 points.
Okay. I have 1 hit point left.
Jesus. Yeah, sorry, nat 20. Yeah, and that was a nasty set of rolls. That was an unfortunate set of rolls.
Well, that's all I need.
Channel points are active, guys. Yeah, so but that was as you surface. There's a shink, 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 and you set off the fog cloud.
Yeah.
Thankfully, they hit you before the fog cloud went up, so you don't have to worry about concentration checks.
Yeah.
Yeah, a very bloody Triton.
Yeah.
These are heavy crossbows. They're heavy, very well made crossbows, and they are sharpshooters.
Yeah.
So they. So what does your fog cloud confer?
It's
Obscured, isn't it?
well, it obscures them. Yeah. So you create the 20-foot radius sphere of fog, so it's big up as well. The sphere around corners the area is heavily obscured. It lasts for duration or until a wind or more of moderate or greater speed, 10 miles per hour, disperses it.
Okay. Can I have a round of athletics rolls from everybody else?
Yeah.
Oh no. That's not good. Oh, never mind.
That's fine.
18.
So Jordan,
Mhm.
how much did you get?
Oh, 18. 19
Eight.
minus 1.
Yep. Even with your -1, there's nothing more motivating than being shot at by people with heavy crossbows. And yeah, you're barreling through the water. Even at your reduced speed, you're kind of like, and as the fog goes overhead, you're like, thank fuck, thank fuck, thank fuck, thank fuck. Felicia, what did you get?
15 on the dot.
15 on the dot. Yeah. You don't get any exhaustion for that. And yeah, you're swimming ahead. You're keeping up. It's your lungs are starting to burn, but yeah, it's not so bad. Dino,
Yeah.
what did you get for your athletics check?
Oh. Sorry, something. Athletics check. Great.
Also, the you guys rogues, you can triple dash, so you get.
Yep.
You can get.
You guys are eating me out here.
Yeah.
It is ridiculous. Which is exactly what I'm doing, Simon.
Yeah,
Plus
that's
the
fine.
going faster thanks to spell. Because the more ground I can cover in one movement, the better.
Yeah, actually, that means the two rogues are going to be going quite fast. So the only person left behind is going to be the bard.
Yep.
Yep. Dino?
16 plus 2, so I get 18 uni.
Oh yeah, absolutely fine. So the two rogues course ahead and actually catch up with the bloody Triton to the point where you are the Triton's at death's door. I mean, she's put up this protection for you, which she's at death's door, you get to the you're pretty much at the ship. You don't need to worry about a triple dash again because you did triple dash. The only person who has to get to the ship now is the poor little gnome with his little legs and his little arms. Give me another athletics check. As you're getting pulled onto the ship, by the way, Dino, Felicia, and Corinne, you can see that there's 3 on this side, 3 weird-looking cannons. Felicia, you know what these are. These are spell cannons. And you see that some skags are running up with these metal they look like metal scrolls, and they're pulling out another one. They're saying, come on, get them in there. And they're sticking these new ones in, and you can see the spell cannon just come to life.
Being a sailor, I will just straight up like, all right, where do you need help?
Yeah, go on. Yeah, if you want, you can just run up to one of the cannons and kind of go, I know where they are.
Yeah.
Sure,
Also,
yeah, why not? Adventure. And it's the last few seconds of the game. So I would like from Jordan an athletics check. And I'd like from Felicia your proficiency water vehicles check, which will also count as the spell cannon use. So just roll that, and you don't know what's in the spell cannon. You're just like, yeah, I know where they are. Don't worry, I got this.
Yeah, okay. Vehicle water, what does that count as?
Vehicle water would normally be it would either be a wisdom or a dex, depending. I would say because this is shooting a cannon, I'm going to go with dex. So dex with proficiency, please. And Jordan, your athletics check, please. 6. You take a point of exhaustion, and the water starts. You start to having to, as you're taking each breath, bits of water are getting in your mouth, and you're having to spit out before taking a breath. You're slowing down. Your muscles are aching, so Corinne, your character is pretty much just on the deck, just panting with her 1 life point left.
Yes.
You
Fog
can't
Cloud's still
go
up,
back
though.
in. Yeah, the fog cloud is definitely back up. There's just all
And
it is
it's
going
a
to be.
big dome, so it's really hard to see beyond
Oh yeah,
it as
it's
well.
really hard to see, and it's a potluck test. So I'm just going to be doing 1 potluck test to see if a stray bolt hits our poor little gnome.
I rolled a 19 too.
So that's a natural 20.
Oh no!
Poor no.
12 points of piercing damage as a lucky bolt.
Well, at
pierces
least
the
it
gnome.
wasn't 20 like I had. I don't know how you got 20 on a D8, but
I did only have 8 HP.
Oh shit!
So,
Yeah, so you suddenly just go unconscious. This bolt hits you, and you fade to black.
heroic
Felicia,
recovery, guys! Heroic recovery.
Felicia, fire the spell cannon. So do your roll.
I rolled a 19.
On a 19, you fire, and this bolt of swirling mass fires out of the spell cannon and suddenly coalesces, and you can see this disappearing into the fog cloud, because after that you can't see it either. And you're pretty sure that you've got it dead in line, and as this swirling mass starts to get quite spindly, and you can see that the energy forms are turning into like twine as it goes, it suddenly explodes mid-air as it goes into the fog cloud, into this giant arcane web, literally the web spell. Oh, bless you, Dino. And with a heroic recovery.
Do not make it be wasted. I saved up for that for a longer period of time.
Yeah.
Do not waste this.
And as the water starts to sloosh across you, Jordan, just the cold of the water slapping you in the face brings you back with one hit point. Give me one final athletics roll, the last roll of the night.
What is the worst one for me? That's a 1.
1 total, or a 1 on the
1
dice?
total. I rolled a 2 and got -1. So
Okay, so you're there pretty much dead in the water, just floating. You know, you're at 1 hit point, but you're just floating in the water, and suddenly one of the images in Alex's head makes sense as he pulls out a bill hook and hooks it into your clothing and pulls you out of the water.
You caught a gnome.
With that, the Skags come forward with a different set of metal cylinders. They place it in the spell cannons, and you get nudged to one side, Nyx, as they start firing the shield spell. and you can see that the cannons are going boom, 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 boom. And as they're doing so, there's this rippling wall on one side of the ship. The ship keeps its shielded side and towards the dock, and you can see as most of the cannonballs either ricochet off the shield, or when they come in are too slow to do any serious damage. There's a couple of bumps and bruises and a couple of miscellaneous broken banisters and things like that. But certainly they don't manage to get the sails or the masts. As the druid at the back of the ship suddenly with a huge snarl goes, and this huge wind, which makes you all hold on to something, it's so powerful, starts to push the sails of the cutter back out into the sea. As you leave the bay and the heavier waves start to make the ship list to and fro, and for those of you who already have sea legs like Felicia, it's fine. For some of you who haven't been on a ship before, I'm going to go you, for example, Jordan. Yeah, you're there, great.
I'm
You're
not in a good shape anyway.
Great. One hit point and I'm seasick. And there is a sudden shimmer in the air on the deck in front of you. Standing in front of you, wearing a sweat-soaked black top, a simple pair of trousers, nasty kind of worn-down boots, a long black bushy beard that comes halfway down to his quite substantial gut, wearing a red glove on his left hand and a cutlass in the other. He goes, I heard you all. You work for me now. You work for the Forsaken. Don't worry, you'll pay off your debt soon enough and be able to go back to your lives. Welcome to the Forsaken.
Thank you.
With that, the ship picks up speed, and you can see that before the image, the illusion disappears. Blackheart Bale says, "Switch to spell cannons. Bring it to the ground." And you watch as this gigantic galleon, this dreadnought, actually, changes to spell cannons, and the bolts flying through the air now are effectively a large form of magic missile. As they hit part of the and the shatter spell as well, as they hit the coastline buildings, you watch the buildings start to fall, and before the city ends up disappearing over the horizon, the skyline has visibly changed. Congratulations, everybody! You've escaped Sunstrike, and your characters are now members of the Forsaken.
We be pirates.
Yay, but I'm also still like, you almost made me waste that heroic recovery.
He's now alive.
I'm going to give you those channel points back, actually, Dino. So thank you. Yeah, because it was for a one shot. So I'm going to give you the channel points back.
Thank you, Simon.
But yeah, it was a good dramatic point to do it, and I was just like, heroic recovery is to bring back one of your permanent characters that you really like. So, but it does mean that Lanfa will live to see another day. And if you guys are interested in doing another Forsaken one shot, because I haven't really done many stories of the Forsaken, they are all black-hearted, penitent pirates. Yes. Who are enacting the vengeance of those who cannot enact it themselves in order for them to finally come to peace with the gods, and when they die, go to the astral state.
My way of life won't change too much.
I want to play more with those characters and show off a bit more of her personality. At the moment, I've mostly been in a high-stress situation of having to figure everything out. I'd be like, okay, let's escape.
Yeah.
Hope you like this slightly different one shot. I made it more, as I say, situational and like, okay, how are you going to get out of this? Rather than it being, here's the thing to kill, do it and kill it. Yeah, I
like thinking on my feet. I'm just bad at puzzles.
Yes, round of applause for Simon for doing 3 half walking. Also, thank you guys so much we raised $255 for ESxVOS.
Our first milestone was 200, so thank you everybody for that. So thank yous to go out in order of them appearing in my head. Is first of all, Rodrigo, for bringing this opportunity to do some good. Thank you for coming to us and trusting us with this. And I hope that we did you proud. We're only a small stream, but we are able to put out something that will, as I say, put some food in some people's mouths, put an electrician into somebody's house to switch it back on. It will do something. Yeah. So a difference will be made. I actually work for a company whose byline is make a difference, and that's something that I try to do. So we will be doing that. Maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow morning. I'm not sure. Either way, I'll put it onto social media when I do it. I'll be paying that money into into ESxVOS. And I should imagine we'll get like an email or a confirmation screen or something like that. And that's what
PayPal will send you one. And also,
cool.
yeah.
So yeah, we'll put that through and we'll send that through to you guys so that you can see that your money has gone to where we've promised it will go. I'm actually going to add a little bit extra in for some of the bits that you guys put in. So I will total up the bits that have been spent today, and I'll actually add that in as money as well. So thank you very much for the bits today. And other people to thank. So in the next order, the DMs. Thank you very much to Ed for running Numenera, to Sean for playing Honey Heist, running Honey Heist, to Rodrigo for running Blades in the Dark. Thank you very much. And then finally, the producers and artists. Thank you for Corinne and Kate for producing over 12 hours. Something that I'm always really hesitant to say, hey, do you want to do something that's going to take a really long time? Hey, I'm a coffee addict, but what's your excuse? Thank you to Felicia for doing the graphics and surrounds, the different color schemes. Thank you for that as well. Penultimate thanks, of course, to our players. And this is where I get to do a 12-hour memory check. So thank you to, let's see. I remember myself. Mine's not that that's the easy one. To Kate, Michael, and Corinne for playing Numenera. Yeah. To, let me get this right. Kate.
Jordan.
And Jordan for Honey Heist. Thank you to Nicole, Dino, and Felicia. Ed, and Felicia for Blades in the Dark. And then the final one's easy because you're in front of me. And Felicia, Jordan, Corinne, and Dino for the jailbreak. The content of what we do would not occur without the players embracing the nature of the story, coming up with crazy shit that they can do, crazy answers. And we've gone all the way from abstract insanity of Numenera to the clown stupidity of Honey Heist, to the malicious machinations of Blades in the Dark, all the way through to what I was intending to be a high pressure situation in the jailbreak, and a different pace. So finally, thank you to all of our viewers. Thank you to everybody who donated, for everybody who stuck around and kept our viewer numbers up. I think for D&D, we're actually on the second row of D&D. So we were in a place where people could see. We're not anymore. For people to actually see that it was a charity stream in the first place, which gave us a bit more visibility. So thank you very much for that. The channel's certainly going to benefit a bit from this, but that wasn't the reason why we did it. Final thank you to some specific viewers, and that is thank you to Mr. Ehol for the extra bits. Thank you to the guys who stepped forward and used their channel points. Thank you to Joey for effectively raiding us. He was hosting us with the extra viewers. Thank you to all of you who followed. I'm not going to go through the list, but you know who you are and you're awesome. And now that you followed, you can join us for all the other chaos, which is a lot more pre-planned and a lot less
chaos.
Kind of,
but it's
kind of 12 hour spaced out. So it's organized chaos. We have all different flavors. And then finally, thank you to Monty Cook for coming in and throwing a ton of money
Yes,
into our coffers.
$105 from Monty
Yeah.
Cook. He really
Yeah.
brought us over the line there.
And I mean, even if he hadn't done that, I fell in love with Numenera, so you guys are going to see that again. I might be poking Ed, going, I want to play more. I want to play more. So it's like this time I want to build a character properly. I want to play more. We will be doing Numenera again. And thank you to Darcy, who I think was actually representing Monty Cook. I don't know if Monty was here himself, but I think it was just Darcy that was in. But either way, thank you to both of them for coming in and listening to people who are playing your games. It's something that you don't get often, and so it's nice to have that connection.
And it was probably a huge honor for the DM in that situation.
The look on Ed's face when, because I was actually chatting to him when it happened, and I was just like, he's in, and the look on Ed's face was, you can't stop me. I have no intention of stopping you. I want to play that again. That was crazy good.
Yes.
So thank you for everybody who's been part of this. We managed to do some good today. There's no doubt about that. There's some money that's going to go off to help people. But the other thing that we achieved here today was that, we did 12 hours of craziness and community fun. And that's something that we know that we can achieve, and something that we're going to be doing more of in future. Probably not 12 hours, but we will be putting together more special events that's going to be maybe like a 4 or 5 hour game that we can throw in and do like a mini marathon with some nice little dynamics. So next time maybe we'll do some more stuff with channel points, or anybody who maybe we'll put some perks in for followers and things like that.
We'll see if we can get some cool guests as well.
Right.
I want to bring some other people in. So we did have some potential guests that were going to come in. Unfortunately, some of them only heard too late. Others I only got introduced to too late. And other people who just couldn't make it at the moment. So we have Mira Manga, Oz Mills. We've got some Black RPG streamers who couldn't make it because I only found out about them literally today and late last night. But they were lovely people. I've spoken to them already, and I said, hey, come and have a game with us. Come and play with us. And I know that 2 of them are new streamers as well, coming into Twitch. So welcome. We want you in. We're going to do a game with you, and we're going to start raising your profile as well. We are not here to be the next Critical Role. We're here to start a community and to continue a community, and that's exactly what we do and what we'll continue to do. So for everybody, thank you one final time. This money is going to go to some good cause. It's going to make a difference. We hope you enjoyed our time with us tonight, and until then, chaos ensues.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.